There you go, fantastic. There you go, you can wear that.
Yeah.
Where is it?
I think it's being
It's been
photographed.
taken off
Yeah,
for photography.
Probably been photographed, yes.
I know what it's being photographed for. To be put onto our Facebook site. If you are new to the channel here at JewelleryMaker, you can, become part of the community by getting involved on Facebook. Just search for JewelleryMaker UK. All the designs which are created by our experts are uploaded each day. And of course, we've got a following of around about 25,000 people, maybe just short, and people sharing hints and tips and sharing their ideas about jewellery making on there. So if you want to get involved with that, it's a nice way to maybe become part of the community and also develop your own jewellery making skills. We also have another very, very exciting premiere strand this evening, and just have a look at the quality of this beautiful Iolite. This is actually going to be launched as a premiere strand in about 60 minutes, so not long to wait at all. 20 carats of gorgeous Iolite in these beautifully faceted marquise cuts coming up in an hour, so not long till we launch our first premiere strand of the evening. We've also got lots of exciting bundles where we've taken a collection of gemstones, put them together so that we can offer you guys out there an exclusive saving. That's what we do here on the Late Show. We try to bring you wholesale prices and the best value on the market for genuine gemstones. And without further ado, we're going to get up and running. So where are we going to start? Oh, right, okay. We're going to kick the show off with a money-saving bundle. Now, basically, the idea is that all of the strands that you see on the show are available individually on our website, JewelleryMaker.com. And, of course, that's probably the most efficient way to shop from us here at JewelleryMaker. So if you want to get involved, log in at JewelleryMaker.com. And not only will you be able to add all of these items to your order with great ease, but you'll also be able to get in touch with us, because there's a little message box. If you click the message box, whatever you write will come through to the producer's screen. But the idea is we take a selection of the gemstones and we bundle them together to create a unique discount code that you can see on screen right now, and it allows us to provide you with a saving. That's exactly what we're about to do here with Summer Dream, which is green amethyst and beautiful citrine ovals together. I mean, these colour tones are absolutely fantastic. It's got a real lemon and lime vibe to it, hasn't it? Beautiful summery tones. I mean, you've got the pastel shade of green here coming from your amethyst, those sort of apple green tones, and then you've got these almost little honey drops of citrine. Absolutely beautiful. I love the irregularity in the shape on the citrines, because they've got a very high polished finish, so it's still going to allow you to create that beautiful high-end look in your jewellery designs, but because of the irregularities, going to feed into that sort of organic nature that we're looking for when we're working with genuine gemstones. And the variation in size ranges from about 6x5 up to 10x8, so quite subtle variations, but still gives you that organic look. And then look at the faceting on your green amethyst. Absolutely exquisite. These are 3x2 mil. You can just see the way the light plays on the surface of each gemstone, giving you again that little bit of sparkle, that bit of sophistication that you'd associate with top-end jewellery. I've already got lots of people getting involved at JewelleryMaker.com, and I don't blame you, because the value we can offer you here at JewelleryMaker, thanks to, of course, the unique buying power that you have given us with your loyal customer over the last 4 years, and of course our connections directly with the miners through the fact that we are part of the Genuine Gemstone Company, allows us to provide you with some rather ridiculous price points. And that's exactly what we're about to do here for what I would describe as jewellery quality gemstones in citrine and green amethyst. Here comes your price point. $7.95 for 2 strands of gemstones. I mean, just have a look at your green amethyst rondelles. You can see the way these have been faceted. I mean, it's a very labour-intensive process to source jewellery quality amethyst and then to have it hand cut and faceted by our very talented lapidarists. And then we bring it to you at under £4 a strand, or the equivalent of, as part of this Summer Dream bundle. I mean, if you are sitting there and you're thinking, not quite sure how I'd incorporate those into designs, have a look at this, a bit of inspiration put together by Sue, one of our resident jewellery makers. And you can see there, it's almost a little sort of floral motif, isn't it, where the rondelles are being used as petals, with the citrine being the centre stone in the flower. Oh, don't necessarily have to see it like that. I mean, it's quite a traditional jewellery design anyway, isn't it, with the smaller gemstones framing the focal point, the citrine, the larger gemstone. Absolutely gorgeous and perfect for the summer months. It really is a summer dream. What an apt name from producer Liam there. Gorgeous amethyst and citrine, two very recognisable gemstones, two very popular gemstones, especially on the high street, for example. You can see lots of citrine and amethyst being set into both silver and gold. It's available right now for $7.95, but we only have a limited number of this particular bundle, and they are quickly being allocated to. My word, this is how we get the week up and running. It's Monday, about half the stock's been allocated, and so my producer, Mr. Nevitt, decides, have another £1 back in your pocket. Don't panic if you came through right at the start. You will pay the same final low price as everybody else. So if you did come in at $7.95, that's just good shopping, really, isn't it? You've recognised the value we're giving you, and now you've been given a handy little bonus, down to $6.95 now for 3 strands. So that's £3.48 a strand. Fantastic. Can't say fairer than that. People still coming through now at JewelleryMaker.com. Please make sure you check out to avoid disappointment. I hate for anybody to miss out on this deal, because of course in 60 minutes time this will no longer be available at that price of $6.95. You're going to have to buy the strands individually. So if you do want to get involved, dial that free phone number right now or click to buy now on JewelleryMaker.com, and you can add this to your order for $6.95. It's an added to your order price, really, isn't it? If you've already got a P&P up and running, you get 2 Gems of Distinction strands of 2 of the most familiar gemstones out there, perfect for the spring and summer collections, which lots of people will be putting together now. And right now, you can take advantage of my producer's generosity. He's taken this down to $6.95. I'm going to have to leave that one with you. It looks like it's going to be a sellout, and we're going to move on. I'm really glad we're starting with this. I was going to ask you if we could. Very, very limited availability, and when you see not only the quality of the gemstones, but the way in which they've been bezel set into sterling silver, you're going to understand why it's been so popular. I'm just going to highlight this on one gemstone. Have a look at this lapidarians. Hopefully I can capture it. It's like a little rainbow. There it is. Look at that. Whole spectrum of colour tones on the surface of the gemstone. It looks like a little rainbow. Gorgeous. Now these are teardropped lapidarians. You can see there, sort of green gold tones. Oh, I'll tell you what this would go really well with, actually. That green sapphire. It's crying out. Not very often that you're going to use high-end green sapphires as an accent gemstone, but potentially with the labradorite that would work. You like that?
So you've got the drama from the labradorite coming through, and then you've got the elegance coming through from the sapphire. I think
Absolutely
you've just
agree.
got a perfect match.
They are, aren't they?
Yeah.
And also with the labradorite, you've got more of that sort of green in the base tone. Sometimes you've got more of the grey tones, haven't you? More of the metallic shimmer.
Yeah.
But this has got quite a
It has got
green.
and when you
base
put
tone.
green next to it, it even brings it out more.
Absolutely. As you can see, the labradorescence on many of the stones is sort of a lime green or a golden green tone. Absolutely coming to life next to that sapphire, isn't it? Now these are set into beautiful sterling silver, so this is the kind of item which is going to set you apart from other jewellery makers. It's going to highlight the kind of level that you're working on, because you've got that, well, what can only be described as a professional finish to these gemstones, and not just because of that very uniformed checkerboard faceting on the surface of the gemstone, which is really bringing the labradorescence to life, but also because of the fact that it's set into sterling silver. I mean, each and every one of these could just be a very high-end looking pendant, or of course, if you wanted to create a real feeling of elegance, and I mean, you could use all of them in one bracelet design, but then you're giving away all your labradorite. You're going to have an appropriate price point, because of course, if you are selling your jewellery designs, you want to maximise on the amount of profit you can make from investing in genuine gemstones. We only have single figures of availability. We started with 7. They're already quickly being allocated at JewelleryMaker.com. So to give everybody an equal opportunity to get hold of this gorgeous bezel set labradorite, let's get the price on screen. $24.95. But to be honest, if you do use one of these as a pendant, I imagine all of a sudden that's allowing you to justify those higher price points. So you're talking about maybe a £25 piece of jewellery once you've got sterling silver bezel set labradorite as your pendant. Would you agree with that, Sarah?
To make a pair of earrings out of those, I mean, you wouldn't see change out of probably 40 or 50 pounds if it was on the high street.
No, absolutely
for something
not.
similar.
Fancy.
So, you know, you'll be well within your rights as a crafter to be charging, you know, at least half that, because you've not got the overheads of the shop, but, you know, at
but
least
you've still
half
got
that.
to put your own time, your own creativity into creating the piece.
And because you've got a sterling silver bezel there as well, and you can see the quality of the gemstones shining through.
Absolutely.
I don't think £25 for a pair of earrings made from 2 of those would be out of the question by any means.
Absolutely not. So that potentially you make your money back off 2 gemstones, say, but that still leaves you plenty of sort of profit margin there, if you like. You've got 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9 on this strand. And actually, I've sold a few of these bezel set strands, and they all do tend to have 9 on. So I think that, for once, is accurate. I'm going to have to leave that one with you, I'm afraid, because we only have 1 remaining in stock. So if you do want to add that to your order, it's available right now for $24.95. Congratulations to everybody coming through on the phone lines and at JewelleryMaker.com, because this tells me that you are potentially selling your jewellery designs and you've got quite a successful small business off the back of your hobby. So that's really encouraging. We're going to move on. We're going to move on now to beautiful strand of sapphire. These are quite interesting, actually. They're more of a sort of opaque variety of sapphire rather than the clarity that we've got from our Superstar buy. Gorgeous combination, actually, because you've got, again, from the green base tone of this sapphire, you've actually got a bit of, well, golden hues coming through, actually, and the golden tones with the rich blue tones really, really look fantastic. As I say, I mean, you can see the way the Superstar by the Green Sapphire is sparkling away because it's been faceted. The shaded sapphire, on the other hand, has got this high polished finish. They're little rondelles, almost got quite soft edges from the way they've been cut and polished. Really, really beautiful, because you've got that variation of colour tones. You've got a mixture of those sky blues ranging into your midnight blues. So it's really, really a versatile strand. And it allows you, of course, to offer your clients, your customers, the chance to own one of the big 4. Gorgeous sapphire, in many cases, the choice of princesses for their engagement rings. But I think when you're talking about the big 4, you know, diamonds, rubies, emeralds, and of course sapphires, you're talking about the gemstones which do hold the highest prestige, the highest level of awareness, I suppose. People know about those gemstones, they hold them in high regard, and I think that's going to allow you to potentially sell your jewellery with much greater ease. And the reason it's described as shaded sapphire is the variation in colour tones. It's not to do with the way in which it's irradiated or anything like that. It's just the fact that you've got this variation ranging from the icy blues to the sky blues and then those deeper blues. In fact, on this particular strand, you've even got some green hues coming through. Now the rondelles themselves range in size from 2x1 to 4x1, so again, slight variation in the sizes, but they're all very delicate, which is going to give you a real feeling of elegance within your designs. In fact, you can pick out some of the green hues within that recording. You can see them there. Absolutely fantastic. 35 carats of gorgeous sapphire here. And as we've just been discussing, it's becoming more and more difficult to get hold of this gemstone, and jewellery quality varieties just aren't becoming available. It's a very low yield year for this particular gemstone. Of course, here at JewelleryMaker, we're part of the Genuine Gemstone Company, our sister channels, Rocks and Gems, selling you incredible jewellery designs. I saw that this month some of Gems TV's designs were being included in Vogue magazine, for example. So you can see the kind of level of gemstone that we are able to source here at the Genuine Gemstone Company. If you want to get involved with this deal, my advice, start dialing that free phone number right now, because we are going to give you an exclusive price reduction this evening. It will only be available for the next 60 minutes. So the time to act is right now. This is the current price for this strand on our website. So $17.95. So we've already priced 35 carats of gorgeous sapphires at under £1 a carat. In fact, close to 50p a carat. And we're about to go even lower. This price will only be available for the next 60 minutes. So if you do want to get involved, start dialing that free phone number right now. Only have a limited number available. And here comes your price reduction. 35 carats of shaded sapphire. Again, the kind of gemstone that's going to allow you to achieve those higher price points, down at $11.95. We're now taking one of the big four to add it to your order price. $11.95 for a Gems of Distinction strand of beautiful shaded sapphire. If you want to get involved with this deal, you know what to do. Dial that free phone number or click to buy now on JewelleryMaker.com. As I was just saying, you know, it's becoming very, very difficult to source beautiful sapphire, even for inclusion in our jewellery designs on our sister channels. So this year, it might be that we don't see a great deal of sapphire being set into silver or, of course, gold. And it may be that it's the crafters out there, the jewellery makers, that have the possibility of offering their customers a gemstone which the big design houses can't get hold of. 35 carats of beautiful sapphire, and it's available at that reduced price, but only for the next 60 minutes as people start to fly in at JewelleryMaker.com, recognising the value that we're offering you here. Beautiful sapphires for $11.95, but only for the next 60 minutes. I'm going to leave that one with you. We're going to move on. Now this is basically a sort of a makeshift strand of ametrine in many ways. You're alternating between your amethyst and your citrine. You've got those lavender amethysts and then those rich golden citrines. I mean, this would be perfect if maybe you felt a little inspired over the weekend watching Rachel Norris or even Laura Binding this afternoon. They're crying out to be wire wrapped, aren't they? Well, what would you use these for, Sarah?
Ooh, do you know, I would probably wire wrap one or two of those, but I do think they would lend themselves to just having three at the front of a neckline piece of jewellery. So just have maybe two of the amethyst and one of the citrine, just to have that, and maybe have it, you know, if you wanted to separate it by some gizmo coils, or you know, you could put some jig wire work connectors in there. Just
because they're quite gem heavy, you mean? So use some component pieces to break up the design. Either
that, or maybe a heavier gauge chain perhaps, or maybe 2 or 3 strands of chain, just to break them up a little bit so they're not sat right next to each other. But you don't need many of them because they are quite substantial, or do use one just as a focal point in a bracelet.
Absolutely, yeah. So you could sort of use that in a sort of
as the watch
the watch face sort of part of the design. Yeah, no, they're absolutely gorgeous. And they are a very significant size, like you say. They range in size from 14 by 10 to 30 by 20. The other way I've seen these sort of irregularly faceted nuggets is having this as the focal point and then having the sort of cascading lengths of chain from it. Is that?
Get a chain tassel at the bottom. Maybe if you've got some smaller amethyst or citrine, to have one of those on the bottom of each of the tassels of chain, just to really tie them in together.
Yeah, that's a great design idea. Yeah, so I think that way your piece of jewellery is almost sort of telling a little story, isn't it? And especially if you've got the sort of faceted citrines or the really highly polished citrines that look very, very high end, then because these have a very organic nature, it's almost telling the story of, you know, the mining of the citrine to the point where it's been cut and faceted. That's a nice way to present gemstones within a piece, isn't it?
I do like these sorts when you get the irregular sort of facets on them, because it just gives you that extra sort of impetus of it being a real gemstone rather than being really regular. And
totally agree.
And it just changes the way people look and feel about the jewellery when they see these irregular faceted pieces. And these could just be, you know, maybe take a couple of these with you to be your talking piece if you do have a craft store, if you do maybe you do talks to some sort of, I know a lot of jewellery makers do talks to sort of things like maybe go around to residential homes and things like that, do talks about jewellery and gemstones.
A little bit about the jewellery.
And then off the back of that, you know, they may have a little stall set up as well.
Yeah.
And these would be really great talking points, you know, some people call them palm stones, ones that you can sort of pick up and touch.
Yeah, of course, yeah, because of, I suppose, a gemstone which provides you with, you know, that feeling that it is an organic mineral, but still has the facets, so it still looks, you know, at home in a piece of beautiful jewellery, but still offers you something extra.
Several talking sort of piece stones that I take with me, and especially if I'm doing sort of, you know, I do a lot of children's parties and stuff, so I take the actual real gemstones with me and talk about them, and then the children actually
That's the way to sort of spark people's interest in gemstones, gemology, isn't it?
Just really short little snippets about, you know, where they've come from, and, you know, maybe where they were mined, and about the communities around them. Just really short snippets for the children, because they don't want too much in depth. And then I hand out these stones and they pass them around. So I've got labradorite and various other different ones that I use for that sort of purpose.
Oh, there you go. That's an interesting idea. So even if you weren't necessarily going to commit all of these gemstones to pieces of jewellery, they could become beautiful talking pieces when you're selling your jewellery designs, because they do have that organic feel to them. You're actually talking about 490 carats of beautiful, it says multicoloured multi-gem, but we're really looking at citrine and amethyst. Let's have a look at our current price on the website, because we are once again going to offer you an exclusive price reduction which will only be available for the next 60 minutes. So my advice, start dialing that free phone number right now. Of course, it is a free phone number here at JewelleryMaker, and we will give you a 30-day money-back guarantee. Whoa, under £10 now, down to £9.95. Once again, taking a huge carat weight to add it to your order price. If you do want to get involved with this deal, 490 carats of beautiful multicolored multi-gems, aka amethyst and citrine, available right now for $9.95. So if you want to take advantage of this deal, it will only be available at that price for the next 60 minutes. I've got people getting involved at JewelleryMaker.com right now. If you want to add this to your order, either log in or dial that free phone number right now, and you can add this to your order for $9.95. I'm going to leave that one with you. We're going to move on. So these are your little detailed findings, little sort of floral spacers in sterling silver. I'll just show you them. Now we are going to have another star buy in about 5 minutes time or so, and it's going to be an 8-strand super saver. So your opportunity to add a huge collection of gemstones to your order at a wholesale price. Have a look at this. Sterling silver spacers. This is, as Sarah was describing, oh my word, as Sarah was describing, the perfect way to maybe break up a design. If you've got quite gem heavy pieces, it's these little spacers or component. Oh, for goodness sake. Put the picture on screen, that's the way to do it. Now you actually get 25 pieces in total as part of this collection. 925 sterling silver, and it's these little findings which have something extra, a little bit of extra texture, a little bit of extra character, which are potentially going to elevate your designs to that next level. The opportunity to offer something special, something different, and this is all hand-worked metal, beautiful. I think it is a sort of flower-inspired look, or it could be a little snowflake, I suppose, at other times of the year. And I also think that the little sort of nuances on the surface of the silver work actually provide you with a little bit of texture in your designs. You can see there that they have that sort of raised, oh for goodness sake. Right, go back to the picture. Good idea, Director Bruce. Right then, we are also going to offer you an exclusive price reduction on your essential findings. 925 sterling silver spacer beads, currently available at $7.95. But as I say, producer Liam feeling in a generous mood to get the week up and running tonight, and he's taken them down to $5.95. Another add it to your order price when you consider what we're offering you here. Genuine 925 sterling silver. This is the way to elevate your designs to that next level, because of course if you are selling your designs at craft fairs, then you're probably going to be in a room full of people who have created homemade piece of jewellery, but you want to be set apart. You want to be creating handmade, bespoke piece of jewellery, boutique standard jewellery designs, and we've just taken these beautiful findings to their lowest ever price of $5.95. Once again, people flying in at JewelleryMaker.com. If you want to get involved, dial that free phone number right now. You can add this to your order for just $5.95. It's only available at that price for the next 60 minutes, at which point it's going to return to the price point of $7.95, which already represents incredible value here at Jewellery Maker. I'm going to have to leave that one with you because it is now time for a star buy. Welcome back to Jewellery Maker. Time for a star buy. We're going to have one of these every half an hour or so. It's our opportunity to provide you with a very exclusive deal. It will either be the premiere launch of a brand new strand. So, for example, we've got this rather fantastic strand of Iolite coming up in just half an hour's time. And this has never been seen before here on Jewellery Maker. And I think Sarah's even creating some inspirational pieces for us. So we'll have a look at this particular strand in half an hour. That is one sort of version of a star buy, if you like. A brand new strand, a premiere launch. The alternative variety is that we're going to take a group of products, we're going to bundle them together so that we can offer you incredible value. And when we're talking about an 8-strand super saver, an 8-strand bonanza, this is the best way to increase your gemstone stash, get hold of a massive variety of gemstones, different cuts, different color tones, but all at a wholesale price. The best value on the market for genuine gemstones here at Jewellery Maker. And let's have a look. Where should we start? Beautiful. Oh, we only have 31 available of this particular bundle. They tend to be very, very popular. Have a look at this. Gorgeous labradorite rounds. I think these are 6mm rounds. And again, you've got that beautiful sort of green base tone to this particular strand of labradorite. 90 carats in total, and those are your plain rounds, the polished rounds. 6mm in total. Oh, I love these. Very, very on trend. Beautiful little cuboids of gorgeous green fluorite. So you've got that almost mint-like freshness from the colour tone, but you've got a bit of a dynamic edge from the fact that you've got these beautiful cube shapes. Very, very on trend right now. And of course, because you've got the pastel green tone there, they'll go with virtually any other gemstone. Then we've got a gorgeous strand of red jasper, and that is the most common variety of jasper actually. I sort of reclassified it as terracotta jasper. That's not accurate, but it just gives you an idea of the colour tone you're going to get there, that sort of Mediterranean feel, rather than that deep sort of ruby red. It's got more of a, I think, terracotta tone. I think that's quite appropriate. So these are your regular nuggets. They range in size from 9x8 to 13x8. Again, very slight variation, but it's actually the variations in the size, in the shape, sorry, rather than the size. So again, you've got a very organic feel here from this particular strand. Then I've got your sky blue quartz in your faceted rounds. These are 4mm rounds, so very, very versatile. Perfect for some of our most popular disciplines here at JewelleryMaker. So your soutache designs, your bead loom, your kumihimo, your macrame, Viking knit, French knitting, and traditional beady beads as well. So very, very sought after, the 4mm rounds, particularly in this beautiful sky blue tone. They've been faceted to perfection. Then we've got this beautiful gemstone, white moonstone. Very, very popular because of course you've got that optical effect that's associated with the gemstone, that beautiful agilurescence where you get that little shimmer inside the gemstone itself. Irregular plain drops ranging in size from 8x3 to 12x8. Have a look at this, sort of mirroring the cut of the gemstones here, but bringing you lots more vibrancy. Gorgeous carnelian, real sort of fiery tones there, ranging again from the sort of peach and apricot tones through those golden hues into those rich tangerine tones. Then you've got your multi-coloured quartz. These are faceted rounds again. These are 6mm rounds. Again, really what we're talking about here is, for me, clear quartz, amethyst, rose quartz, and beautiful prainite, I think. Absolutely gorgeous. Being classified as a multi-gem strand, but you can see there you've got a lot of those pastel shades coming through. So the pinks, the purples, the greens. Very, very versatile once again. And then for anybody putting together their summer collections, have a look at these beautiful black shell donuts. And this is something you could consider. Yeah, you could set the 4mm quartz inside those little donuts. That would look beautiful. And from the nacre of the shell, you've got this almost pearlescence there. So you've got this sort of oil on water effect, the lime greens, the fuchsia tones coming through from these shell donuts, which are 10mm in size. And I'm guessing you've got a 5 to 6mm hollow centre. And I can tell you right now that these tend to be some of our most popular bundles here at JewelleryMaker. Whenever we're giving you a little bit too much for the value we're offering you, people are flying in. Now I started with just 31 available. I can tell you I haven't got 31 anymore. In fact, around about a third of the stock has already been allocated. So if you want to get hold of this, if you want to maximise on the value we offer you here at JewelleryMaker and get hold of, well, pretty much a whole new stash of gemstones, then start dialing that free phone number right now, because I can tell you we're about to take 8 strands of gemstones under £20 this evening. That's your action to call. Start dialing that free phone number right now. Here it comes. Your exclusive star buy price, $17.95 this evening for 8 strands of gemstones. A phenomenal deal. If you want to add these to your order, start dialing that free phone number right now. Congratulations to Karen, Deborah, Julie, Jane, Nicola, Jill, Nazreen. New buyers coming through as well. Diane, you're there at jewellerymaker.com. And you know, whenever we're bringing you, the individual strands of gemstones, and we see these incredible price points for the carat weights that we offer you, I'm always a little bit, well, perturbed really, because my background is in selling jewellery for our sister channel Gems TV, and I'm always shocked at the carat weights we can offer you for the price points when we're bringing you, for example, 490 carats of amethyst and citrine, which I think we were able to actually lower in price earlier today. What was this particular show? Did we take it down to $9.95 something? $11.95? $9.95. So we're able to offer you nearly 500 carats of gemstones for under £10. Absolutely phenomenal. But when we take 8 strands of gemstones and we bring it to you for under £20, the value is there for everyone to see. Especially if maybe you've been looking down at your particular collection of gemstones and feeling a little bit uninspired recently. I think most people's sort of creative process starts with the gemstone. Would you agree with that, Sarah?
Oh, definitely. I look at my gemstones first and lay them out. So I might just pick a couple of colours or a couple of shapes, and then I put those together, and then I'll think, right, what do I want to work with that? Do I want to work with it with chain, or is it going to be a piece where I use chainmail, or is it going to be a piece where I use some cords? And then that's where it starts. It starts with the gemstones, though, because they're the main feature, if you like, of any piece of jewellery.
Of course, yes.
And it's, you know, they're the bit that you need to have right to start off with. So having new gemstone strands in your collection allows your creativity just to be kick-started again.
Yes, exactly, yeah.
And a lot of people, you know, struggle sometimes. You know, they might have a couple of strands at home that they don't really know what to do with. They get one extra strand and they put it with it, and that's it. It just opens that door of creativity. I
can see that.
And it's just amazing. I love it.
I can absolutely understand that. And actually, the interesting thing you said there was a couple of gemstones, different colours, all different shapes. I find that quite interesting. So the shape of the gemstone can actually influence the sort of the piece you're going to include them in.
You've got those cubes there, and when I see cubes, I automatically sort of start thinking, what can I do with those, because they're different from having a round, but you can do sort of the same techniques that you would do with a round. So some of your ladder
but a bit more texture, I suppose.
Yeah, and because you're using the squares, it just gives you that edgier look.
Yes, that's really on trend right now. I've been mentioning that recently because I did a little bit of research. You know me, I'm a fashionista. So I've been checking out the more contemporary jewellery designs, and it does tend to be all about these dynamic edges, and the cubes tend to be a big part of them. Actually,
there's a lot of sort of, you know, you've got your sort of always going to have your realm for your traditional jewellery, your traditional standards, but then the sort of what comes and goes with the fashion is completely, and sometimes it is, you know, it's using different shapes of gemstones, or just using particular gemstones in a different way.
I'm thinking that the combination of the Carnelian and the Moonstone look quite good together. For a start, the colours are really complementary, but then the shapes sort of mirror one another, don't they? And they give you an organic feel. They
do, and having those sort of shapes where they mirror each other allows you to do, you know, you can do like lots of waterfall type neckline pieces and things like that quite easily, but you've got two different shades of gemstone there, two different colours and two different tones. And it really just allows you to just really get that creativity going, create those pieces. I love using those drops in earrings anyway. I love the chandelier type earrings, and to have two
they're really popular, aren't they?
Two different gemstones in those is brilliant. But you've got those donut shapes as well, and I always love using those. They're great if you want to weave wire through them, or if you want to take some of your satin cords or possibly leather and weave it through. They look amazing like that.
So that's the other thing that investing in like a huge number of gemstone strands allows you to sort of experiment really and try a number of different disciplines, different looks.
Well, some designs will only work with certain shapes of gemstones, and other designs will work with lots of different shapes of gemstones. So, you know, if you're doing wire work, you can use lots of different shapes. Whereas if you're doing a weave, you need that whole of the donut to be able to sort of get those pieces going in and out. Or if you want to put a smaller gemstone in the middle, or even a spacer bead, they're ideal.
You've got the 4 mil rounds here as well, so those will sit in there perfectly. And also then you've got the dramatic nature of the sort of storm cloud feel from the shell, and then the sky blue tones.
Yeah, and it's a really, you know, sort of eye-catching combination, because it's really going to draw the eye in.
Absolutely. I'm going to have to leave that one with you, even though Sarah and I have fallen in love with the collection of gemstones. We only have single figures of availability remaining in stock now. It's proved to be very, very popular. Whenever we provide you with that kind of value for genuine gemstones, you know what to do. Dial the free phone number or click to buy now on JewelleryMaker.com. Don't forget the premiere launch of this strand of Iolite coming up in 15 minutes time. I'm going to be honest, I think this is the finest quality strand of Iolite I've ever seen here at JewelleryMaker. It's absolutely exquisite, and it's not just about the colour tone, which is, well, pretty much perfect. Have a look at the cut. You can see there that you've got your faceted table on this side of the gemstone, and actually a concave cut on the underside, making it perfect for setting into very traditional jewellery looks. I mean, this is gem quality Iolite. This is some of the best Iolite I've ever seen here at JewelleryMaker. It's coming up in 15 minutes time as a premiere launch. But before that, we're going to try and fit in as many deals as we can, and we're going to move on now to this graduated strand of lapis lazuli, another very, very popular gemstone here at JewelleryMaker. And the reason I think it tends to be so popular is because it offers you a very traditional play of colour tones, because with your lapis lazuli, the base tone is this rich royal blue tone, but then you've got these little flecks of gold in the centre of the gemstone. And this is the inclusion of pyrite and iron, which form these little flecks of gold within the centre of the gemstone. I'm not sure if you can pick that up here in our studio, but actually I think that it's this gemstone for me which is responsible for creating this very traditional colour combination, because it was, of course, I think the ancient Egyptians who made that colour combination so popular, and it was the ancient Egyptians which made the use of lapis lazuli so common as well. It's originally thought that the first civilization that started trading in lapis lazuli happened in about 4000 BC. So whenever you're dealing with a gemstone which offers you this level of history and prestige attached to it, you know you're onto a winner, particularly because it's going to suit so many different designs through those classic colour tones. And interestingly, even now, this particular gemstone tends to have a very regal and prestigious aura surrounding it, because our new Pope just gave the Queen of the UK a lapis lazuli gift. What was it? A ring? Was it a ring? Oh, a globe. Ah, a little globe created out of lapis lazuli. Was that a little present for the newborn? Oh, it was. Yes, there you go. So there you go. So we're talking about, you know, the Pope and the Queen of this country trading gifts, and it's lapis lazuli. That is really proving the way this gemstone is perceived. It has a real feeling of, well, you get a historical feeling from the gemstone, and that level of regality and prestige. Really, really interesting. With this strand, the graduation is very, very uniformed. They range from 6mm to 10mm, and actually, you can quite easily restrand this, add a beautiful clasp, and you'd have a very wearable necklace design. Or more importantly, sellable necklace design if you are selling your designs. 175 carats in total. If you want to get involved, you need to start dialing that free phone number right now. Only have a limited number of this strand. Here comes your price this evening. £9.95. Wow, I didn't expect to see this going under £10. One of the reasons is that I know how popular the gemstone is here at JewelleryMaker, but also this comes from our Gems of Distinction range, and just have a look how many gemstones you actually get on this strand. It's going to go an awfully long way. And you could technically, again, create just pairs of earrings using this strand. And all of a sudden you're absolutely maximising on the amount you can make from this strand. And my producer's just given you an exclusive price reduction. He's taken this down to £7.95. How many of these do we have in stock? Quite healthy. Under 50. But still quite a healthy quantity. But at £7.95, I can see these quickly flying out the door. Congratulations to Dorothy, Anne, Linda, Jessie, Carol. If you want to get involved, start dialing that free phone number right now. This is a Gems of Distinction strand of lapis lazuli. It represents the best quality we can source for you, and we've just taken it to the lowest ever price and add it to your order price of £7.95. If you want to take advantage of this deal, dial that free phone number right now or click to buy now, but you've got to do it in the next 60 minutes or you're going to miss out on that incredible price reduction. And of course, you've still got your 30-day money-back guarantee, so you can get it home, see it in the flesh, make an informed decision once you've matched it up with maybe your precious metals or of course different gemstones, and that is when the decision-making process begins. Right now, this is available for £7.95, but they're quickly flying out the door, so if you do want to get involved with this deal, dial that free phone number right now, or alternatively, click to buy now at JewelleryMaker.com. Make sure you check out to avoid disappointment. I'm going to leave that on with you. I've got lots of people multi-buying that strand right now, and we're going to move on because I've got this very comprehensive findings collection to bring you. Now this is rose gold plated copper, and you actually get 480 pieces. So just like we were talking about with our 8-strand bonanza, this is the way to really stock up on essential items and of course to get a wholesale deal, a trade show style price if you like. Have a look at these. So you've got your fancy earring findings, really, really useful because you've got those 4 individual loops here. And that will allow you to create that sort of chandelier look that we're discussing. So you get a pair of those, you get your detailed little slider clasp, which is heart shaped. Let's have a look at this. These, again, kind of little bits of character that you get from these findings, which elevate your design onto that next level. Yeah, you can see. So that's, again, because you've got that brushed finish, you get a little bit of texture, and of course you get a unique fastening to your necklace or bracelet design. Then you've got your floral spacers as well. Have a look at these as well, textured beads. Another really interesting thing about these kind of items is actually allow you to have multiple strands within your designs, multiple weaves. Really, really interesting. Those are gorgeous, those little flower spaces. We've got so many items here. Let's have a look at everything you get as part of this particular findings pack. I'll take you through it because you've also got 5 pairs of your shepherd hooks. You've got your fancy earring findings. You've got a metre of chain as well. Is that right? Oh yeah. No, that's not right. No, you've got 2 meters of chain. You've got one with the larger links, one with the smaller. You've got your jump rings. You've got 5 beautiful lobster clasps. Look at these. Look at the finish on this metalwork. Fantastic. This is actually rose gold plated copper, but just look at that. Gorgeous. As well as your toggle clasps, your fancy earring findings, your little S-shaped connectors as well. 480 pieces all in all. One of the reasons you're getting so many items is that you've got 50 of your rose gold plated copper beads, which are 4mm, and 300 of your rose gold plated copper beads, which are 2mm. So these are, again, the kind of items which are going to allow you to make your gemstones go that little bit further. They're going to allow you to include precious metals within your designs and basically allow you to create handmade boutique style jewellery. The beauty of working with rose gold for me is that it maybe takes your designs in a couple of different directions. It could add a little bit of warmth depending on what you work with it, or of course it can provide you with a little bit of femininity because you've got that sort of pink tone to the precious metal, that beautiful rose gold. If you want to get involved with this, I can tell you I only have a limited number available now. It has proved to be very, very popular here at JewelleryMaker, and it actually works out at 5p per finding for rose gold plated copper. Quite interesting actually when you're working with the rose gold plated copper, because of course the copper, the base metal, is quite lightweight, quite malleable, easy to integrate into designs, but when you have a look at the completed piece, you've got that high-end finish from the precious metal. I mean, is this the kind of findings pack that you would invest in?
Oh yeah, definitely. I love those connectors, those triple connectors. I've used those before with the strands, like the sapphire.
A few different ones, actually.
Like the sapphire we've got coming later on. They make the most beautiful, high-end looking neckline pieces where you've got those 3 strands, a few spacer beads in between, your high-end gemstones. Well,
you've got your spacer beads as part of this as well, haven't you? Because you've got 350 of the individual beads.
And that tone with the sapphire, I think.
Oh really? The rose gold and the green sapphire?
Yeah, I really think
okay, that's a great idea.
Two would look beautiful together.
And actually, because you've got 2 meters of chain, you've got plenty of options.
You've got that richness and that opulence that goes with that, and that those triple-stranded necklaces or bracelets look amazing.
They do, don't they?
And with the
so
spacer beads, you can make that strand into a really substantial neckline piece. So if you're looking at the strand and thinking, actually, you know, they're a little bit more petite on that strand, don't be fooled, they'll go a long, long way.
That's a great idea. So it's all about maximising the potential of each and every gemstone strand.
Definitely. I always look at my findings as a way of doing that. They're the way that you can make things last longer, that you can make them look different and be spread out. So, and with gemstones, you don't always want them right next to each other, crammed next to each other. You want to give them that space to be themselves, to have the beauty.
Almost as well, when you give them a little bit of space, it allows the light to pass through the gemstone itself, and it allows them to sort of, I want to say it allows them to breathe, do you know what I mean?
Well, it is true, because if you allow space around a gemstone, it gets more light into it, therefore it gives it more of a sparkle. It does give it a chance to breathe in respect. Because
it just comes to life, doesn't it? Yeah. It's given a little stage of its own.
Whereas if you enclose them too much around each other, or some gemstones need that light to bring out the inequality of the gemstone.
Absolutely.
If you enclose them a little bit too much, sometimes they lose a little bit of that quality. So having the findings to spread them out and to let them shine in their own right is a great way of maximising your gemstone strands.
Fantastic. So pretty much an essential investment for most jewellery makers, especially when you're getting a wholesale price and a huge number of rose gold plated copper findings, and they're available right now for $21.95 for 480 pieces. As we said previously, that works out at 5 pence per finding. Or more like 4.5p actually. So less than 5p a finding. Can't say fairer than that. Congratulations to everybody coming through at JewelleryMaker.com. If you want to get involved, you can dial that free phone number and click to buy now at JewelleryMaker.com. If you do place this in your basket, make sure you check out to avoid disappointment. We only have a limited number available, and at $21.95 for this huge array of findings, this is going to elevate your designs to that next level. I'm going to leave that on with you, and we're going to move on. We're going to move on to beautiful variety of gorgeous aquamarine. One of the premier stones of the beryl family. And just have a look at the colour tones you've got on this particular strand. Lots of those very versatile icy blue tones. Now I know that lots and lots of gemstone enthusiasts, jewellery buyers as well as jewellery makers love the blue gemstones. Tends to be most people's first purchase of a coloured gemstone, tends to be a blue gemstone. And of course, when you're dealing with a gemstone like aquamarine, it's very, very well respected in the jewellery industry. And of course, when we're working with this gemstone, we're looking for these icy blue tones, those sky blue hues coming through. Here you've got your top drilled drop, so very easy to incorporate into your designs because you can create those matching sets of earrings and pendants, and they range in size from 6x3 to 12x6. I should say that this particular strand of aquamarine actually comes from our Gems of Distinction range. So once again, providing you with the best possible quality we can bring you here at Jewellery Maker. Gorgeous aquamarine, very, very well regarded gemstone, being used by high street jewellers, but some of the biggest design houses in the world will have aquamarine collections, in fact. So again, here at Jewellery Maker, we're able to provide you with the same opportunities that you would find from some of the biggest jewellery designers in the world. Beautiful examples of aquamarine, 80 carats in total here. And we're going to provide you with an exclusive price reduction this evening. It will only be available for the next 60 minutes. Let's have a look at our current price on the website. $11.95. This is a Gems of Distinction strand, don't forget. Highest possible quality. Currently available for $11.95, which already represents the best value on the market. But we're not staying there. We're going even lower, down to $8.95. My producer, Liam, has just handed you back the equivalent of your P&P. A risk-free shopping experience from us here at Jewellery Maker. The opportunity to add actually jewellery quality aquamarine to your order, but for $8.95. And if you've already paid your P&P today, then what are you waiting for? It's an add it to your order price. This kind of price point allows you to take advantage of the value we can bring you here at Jewellery Maker. $8.95 for gems of distinction quality aquamarine. I'm going to leave that on with you, and we're going to move on. I'm going to fit in one more before we bring you that beautiful Iolite. And look at this. Another essential item for many, many jewellery makers. Beautiful hematite. Hematite, I think, offers you a few different options as a jewellery maker. One of which is they're quite weighty, they give you quite a solid feel, so if you do want to create a more gem heavy piece, hematite can allow you to do that without having to pile all of your large gemstones into a design. The other beautiful sort of aesthetic that they offer you is this metallic shimmer. So again, it allows you to create that look without having to invest in, you know, precious metals like your silvers, your golds. And this particular strand has this sort of gunmetal finish to it, so it's going to be very, very versatile. It's going to work in so many different designs, will virtually go with any other gemstone actually. And we're giving you over 400 carats on this particular strand. These are 10mm faceted rounds, and when we're talking about that shimmer that you get from your metallic components, that's exactly what this strand's offering you thanks to that beautiful faceting. 10mm rounds, again, very, very popular, very easy to work with. And actually, these would look rather fantastic in masculine jewellery designs. The 10mm rounds would work really well in, for example, a braided bracelet. So if you, I mean, you yourself do a lot of braiding techniques, don't you?
And the great thing with hematite is that you don't get with a lot of other gemstones is normally the holes that are drilled in them are a little bit bigger.
Larger, right, okay.
So you can normally get your
so
1mm satin through the centre of those.
Looking here at this, you can see that it is a little larger actually.
Yeah.
So you can get your cords through.
You can get your cords through. So if you want to use, you know, if you're doing your macrame pieces and you want to have a satin lazy strand, you can with these because you can get them through. You may need to just make a little beading thread needle just to hook the satin through.
But then it'll all go through.
It just goes through beautifully. Also, if you're doing things like Hema, where you're doing cage beads, you need to have something quite substantial in the middle. Like these gemstones are brilliant for doing that, because you can put a larger lazy strand through that as well. So they're just brilliant. I love hematite. I love the sparkle of it. It's got a real mesmerising quality.
Yeah, they're like little disco balls, aren't they?
Yeah.
And it's available right now. They add it to your order price of $6.95. If you want to take advantage of this deal, then dial that free phone number right now or click to buy now at JewelleryMaker.com. I'm going to have to leave that one with you, mainly because Zena just came in and bought 8 strands of that. We've got to move on because it is now time for a star buy. Woo! Welcome back to Jewellery Maker. Very, very exciting star buy opportunity because we are going to launch a premiere strand today. And for me, this is probably the highest quality strand of Iolite I've ever had the privilege of bringing you here at Jewellery Maker. And it's not just about the colour tone. Have a look at this rich violet hue that you're getting from your Iolite. But then have a look at the cut. A unique cut really, because you've got this concave finish to the gemstone. Now you can see the depth of the gemstone there. But then you've got this flat polished table. I mean, actually, if you're investing in the prong settings and you're doing the gemstone setting, this for me would work perfectly. They're 10 by 5 mil, so they're a very traditional marquise cut, twice the length as they are in diameter, 10 by 5 mil, the perfect marquise. But for me, all about the faceting combined with the depth of colour tone. Just have a look here, that rich violet tone there. And actually it's quite interesting with Iolite because it's known as the water sapphire. It's not related to sapphire in any way actually, but that's what it has been known as throughout the eras, and it's because of the unique way it was utilised by the Vikings, thought to be the Vikings gemstone, because what they used to do is take very thin cuts of Iolite and use it to navigate across the oceans. And the way they used to do this is that they take virtually they'd use it like a lens, effectively. So they'd look up into a cloudy sky and they'd be able to determine the polarization of the sky by the way the sunlight was dispersed through the iolite. So had quite an interesting use, but of course it's all about the beauty of the gemstone itself. It's a pleochroic gemstone, so depending on which angle you look at this gemstone, you're going to get different colour tones. So from one angle you're going to get your rich blue tones, from another you're going to get those purple violet tones, and from yet another you're going to get these sort of greyish green tones or even yellow tones coming through. In fact, you can see that just there on that recording there, those front through, you can see that little sort of golden hue coming through. And that's the beauty of this particular gemstone, because it is in fact thought that there are two different derivations for the name of this gemstone, one of which is Ios, meaning violet, so we think maybe it came from that iolite, but then of course diachroic is the word for two coloured gemstone. It sounds a little bit like that as well. So potentially some civilizations were thinking of this as a beautiful violet gemstone. Others were thinking, oh, I can see two different colours in that gemstone, and that's exactly what you can see. The one thing I'll say about that, yes, it gives you something very interesting about the gemstone. It offers us more creative scope as jewellery makers, but the other key thing is that it actually makes cutting the gemstone itself very difficult, because there's a bit of a compromise to be made, I suppose, by the lapidary. You have to try and maximise on those rich blues and violet tones without diminishing the overall carat weight too much. So it's a little bit of a compromise for the lapidarist. They're trying to cut it at such an angle that it allows those rich blues and the violet tones to come through without, you know, minimising the carat weight, because of course traditionally any jeweller will be looking for the maximum carat weight they can. You can get quite a consistent carat weight on these gemstones because they are very uniform in their cut. They're 10 by 5 mil. They almost look calibrated because they're almost identical, each gemstone on the strand. So you're getting to offer your customers something very, very special here, a gemstone that has a very prestigious history attached to it once again, and quite an interesting narrative that's attached to it, obviously with its association with the Vikings and ancient civilizations like that. I always think that sort of builds value into a gemstone, because that's why people want to invest in genuine gemstones. Otherwise, everybody would just wear, you know, glass or crystal, whatever it's called. But I don't think that's really what people are looking for when they're investing in jewellery. I think they want to know that Mother Nature's played her part in creating the mineral itself, and of course that they have, you know, a perceived value across the jewellery industry. They want to know that they're investing in something which is sought after, and that's exactly what you get with gorgeous Iolite. On this particular occasion, this is probably the finest cut strand of Iolite I've ever seen, and for me that tells me that it's the highest quality that I've ever brought you, because the lapidarist is going to have to be confident in the quality of the gemstone to attempt this concave marquise cut. Very, very traditional jewellery cut. Now they are top drilled, so it would be easy to create the matching sets of jewellery, but for me, I think you should try something different with these. Absolutely exquisite. We are going to have a little bit of inspiration from Sarah, because she's been working with this gemstone. But before we do, let's have a look at our premiere launch price of $17.95. Certainly a price point I wouldn't expect to see for a gemstone of this quality. Jewellery quality, Iolite, I'm confident in saying that. And at $17.95, this is something very, very special. We're going to actually go over and have a look at what Sarah's been working on. I mean, were you excited when you got hold of this strand?
Just so phenomenal. Lovely. It's just a beautiful cut, and I love the way that it's got like a bezel back, you know, it's got the coulis on the back Absolutely. Of it, so you get it sitting in two different directions, and depending on which way you set it, the light catches the gemstone completely differently. I
never thought of actually setting the concave cut outwards to get that play light, but that's exactly what you've done here.
Yes, I've done one down and one two up, I think, just the way that they actually sat, and I didn't realise when I was making it that they had that until I looked at it and I thought, oh, I've done it the other way.
It's really interesting actually, because you've got a very traditional jewellery cup, but you've used it in quite an organic way. They're almost like little vine leaves in your design, aren't they?
Yeah, they are. They're just sort of, you know, sort of cascading down, and I love the fact that with leaves, I mean, it's very sort of obvious to make flowers with these top.
Yeah, well, because as well they've got that petal shape.
They do. They work beautifully when you have that. So I mean, I wanted to sort of do something a little bit different and show how easy they are to set. So, you know, if you're just a beader, you know, you're not really into your wire work. The silver one hasn't really. You could just bead them and make your little links with the extra fine head pins if you wanted to. And if you want to do a little bit more wire work, there's just a little bit of a pendant made with the jig.
I love the way you've created almost like little bead caps, little settings for them, because it also highlights the fact that the rose gold and the copper tones work really well with these purple colours, don't they?
Could have done with it on a white background.
Do you want me to get you one?
I'll go.
What I was going to say is, right, I happen to believe that this is the best quality Iolite I've ever brought you here at JewelleryMaker, and I want you to be able to experience that as much as possible. We're trying to make genuine gemstones as accessible as possible. That's what we want to do here at JewelleryMaker. So I'm going to make a little request to my producer and get myself in loads of trouble. How about this? Because of course we offer a 30-day money-back guarantee here at JewelleryMaker, that means that the decision-making process doesn't start till you get it home. So the only part you really need to worry about, therefore, is the P&P. Yes. How about if we reduce the price of this strand down to $14.95? That gives everybody the equivalent of the P&P back in stock.
That's an amazing price.
He pretty much has to do it now because I've just said it. And that's why the air just went blue in the gallery.
Luckily, I can't hear that.
He's gone down to $14.95. You have producer Liam to thank for that. And it will only be available at this unique launch price for the next 60 minutes. We've only done this to give you the opportunity to get it home and see it in the flesh. Have a look at these gorgeous Iolite tones. I mean, you can see that it's almost ranging from like tanzanite blues to those rich Ceylon sapphire blues as well. So it's virtually offering you 3 different gemstones in one here. 20 carats of Iolite in those beautiful Marquise cuts. And when you experience these for yourself, when you see them in the flesh, there's no way you're going to be using that 30-day money-back guarantee. Certainly not at that ridiculous price point. That price is only available for the next 60 minutes. So I'm going to leave that on with you. We are going to go to a quick break. When we return, yet more incredible late show deals, and we'll be getting even more designer inspiration. Don't go away.
Come and join guest designer Natalia Coleman and learn how to use fashion leather to create stunning pieces of jewellery. Natalia will guide you through the process of working with the leather to create 4 unique and different designs. This workshop is perfect for beginners. No previous experience of jewellery making is necessary. The full course includes a selection of leather sheets, a variety of leather findings, use of gold, silver or copper coated wire, a bead scoop, use of all relevant tools, a buffet-style lunch and refreshments, a tour of the studio and museum, and a chance to visit the shop. All of this for just £99.95. For further information, contact our call centre on 0800 644 655.
Join guest designer Louise Jacobson for our Wirework Rings DVD. This DVD contains a step-by-step guide on how to use a ring mandrel, create single and double stone rings, cluster rings and much more. Get the inspiration and help you need to create your very own handmade jewellery. To get your hands on a copy, contact our call centre. Get creative with JewelleryMaker. When shopping with JewelleryMaker, you can add as many items to your order in one day and only pay 1 postage and packaging charge. We have 2 delivery options. Standard delivery at just £2.95 and you'll receive your parcel within 4 to 6 days. Or opt for our premium delivery at just £4.95 and you'll receive your parcel within 3 to 4 days. Happy shopping with JewelleryMaker.
If you love classic jewellery, then why not come and join guest designer Gemma Crow on our vintage workshop. Gemma will guide you through various beading and wirework techniques which will inspire you to create timeless designs from a bygone era. The full course includes a selection of wire, a selection of findings and charms, a bead scoop, use of all relevant tools and equipment, a buffet lunch and refreshments, a tour of the studio and a visit to our gemstone museum. All of this for just $69.95. Have a blast from the past and take home some amazing designs. For further information, contact our call centre on 0800 644 655.
Join guest designers Debbie Bulford and Rachel Norris to explore the endless possibilities of combining polymer clay and wirework. This DVD guides you through a variety of projects and will give you the inspiration you need to create your own designs. Advance your jewellery making and fuse your talents together with this amazing DVD. To get your hands on a copy, contact our call centre. Get creative with JewelleryMaker.
Are you looking to create bespoke bridal jewellery? Then come and join guest designer Sheila on our bridal workshop. Sheila will guide you through how to design stunning accessories, including techniques using headbands, hair combs and tiaras. The full course includes a selection of hair combs and headbands, a selection of findings and wire, a generous scoop of mixed gemstones, use of all relevant tools, a buffet-style lunch and refreshments, a tour of the studios and a trip to our gemstone museum. All of this for just $69.95. For more information, contact our call centre on 0800 6444 655.
Welcome back to the Late Show here on JewelleryMaker. My name's Ed. Thank you so much for joining us. I'm of course joined by the wonderfully talented Sarah. How are you? You right?
Good, thank you.
You've really created some gorgeous piece of jewellery, haven't you?
I have.
I'm looking over there.
I know.
And you've been working with the bridal jewellery kit, haven't you?
I have. This kit's gorgeous.
It's beautiful, isn't it?
It's so easy to work with.
4 strands of gemstones, is that
Four
correct?
strands of gemstones, a reel of wire. You also get in there all your findings and your combs.
The hair combs.
Yeah.
I saw those.
Yeah. Amazing.
It's going to be very, very popular. What time are we bringing our jewellery kit? Ooh, in about an hour's time. So about 7:30. We're going to bring you our jewellery kit, and Sarah's working with that right now to create some gorgeous designs. I can already see one which is absolutely out of this world. If you love to put together bridal boutique style jewellery, which I know so many people do, in fact we've had a bridal workshop going on today hosted by resident designer Sheila, so I know it's a very popular sort of genre within jewellery making. It tends to be where most people start to sell their jewellery designs, where they get their first commission, and it's certainly the time of year to be investing in a bridal kit. In fact, next month it's absolutely chock-a-block with weddings for me, just on a personal level. On the one weekend I've got to go on my brother-in-law to be stag do. The next weekend I've got to go to one of my very close friends' birthdays. Then it's my sister's wedding.
Oh wow, so you've got a full calendar.
Absolutely. May is May the month for weddings. It must be, mustn't
I
it?
don't know. We got married in September, so I don't know.
Maybe not then.
It just depends whether you want a sort of early summer wedding, I suppose, because it's just where the weather's starting to get really nice, isn't it?
That's
yeah.
what it is. Oh, and I suppose right in the depths of summer, the prices go up even further, do they?
Well, also a lot of people are away in September, August.
Of course, that's what it is. People on holidays.
Yeah, so it's a difficult time if you've got people with young families. They might be away on holiday at that time, so it's a really good time because everyone's around.
There you go. So we're definitely approaching wedding season. So if you want to invest in our bridal kit, it's coming up at 7:30. And don't forget, coming up as our superstar buy at the close of the show tonight, around about 8:45, this beautiful strand of Green Sapphire. Very, very high-end strand. Absolutely out of this world. One of the big 4. and your opportunity to invest in one of the most high-end strands of the evening, coming up at 8:45. Now I'm going to move on though, because we've got so much to fit in before our next star buy, and we're going to kick off with this beautiful strand of amethyst. And I can think of one lady whose eyes are going to be lighting up right now. Any jewellery maker that loves these beautiful purple tones. Can you think of anybody, Sarah?
No, not to hand.
Do you know what? This would go with our outfits.
It would, wouldn't it?
Perfectly.
Oh, it's a lovely deep purple as well. And you've got those light tones coming through as well. It's just amazing.
That's true, actually, because you have got some of them that have got a little bit of banding, haven't you? You've got the lavender hues coming through, but then you've still got that regal tone.
Really sort of clear from here. I'm seeing right through, so I'm getting the light coming right through those gemstones, which sometimes with amethyst it can be quite deep and dark, and you don't get
intense,
so much light.
But you have got a lot of clarity here, absolutely. It might be because of the way they've been polished rather than sort of faceted, so the light's not sort of bouncing around inside the gemstone.
They almost look like little purple raindrops, don't they?
They do, absolutely. That's exactly what it is. I won't sing Purple Rain. 75 carats in total. Again, you have got the graduation of sizes on this particular strand, ranging from 7 to 13 mil. I think amethyst, for me, is one of the most recognisable and familiar gemstones available on the open jewellery market. I mean, this particular gemstone sort of allows you to do your own price comparisons, because if you do go down the high street, you're going to see lots of amethyst jewellery in the windows. They don't just sell it into silver, sell it into gold, of course. It's quite a competitive market, actually, because you know, some of those big names, those big jewellery designers out there will be using amethyst because it is well known. And I think if people have a personal association with the gemstone, they're more inclined to invest in your designs. That's true of, you know, the likes of Chopard's and Cartier, as much as it's true for bespoke jewellery designers. So, you know, if you're creating your own designs, still probably more likely to sell those pieces if people already have an understanding about the gemstones, I would say. Do you agree with that, Sarah?
Yeah, and amethyst is a really well-known gemstone. It's one that some people buy as their first gemstone.
Yeah, absolutely.
It might be their first, you know, sort of real set piece of gemstone into sort of what I would call proper jewellery, high-end jewellery. So it might be a ring or a pair of earrings. This might be the first piece that you might buy, and it certainly was mine. I remember, I've still got it. It's a 3-stone gold amethyst ring, and it was the first piece of jewellery I actually bought with my own sort of paycheck. And it was really, that was what I wanted to go and buy. And I saved up for it, and I think I was only probably about 15.
That's actually a nice story, actually, and that's sort of the way I envisage people feeling about gemstone jewellery, you know, like something special, and also like your first ever paycheck. That's a nice little keepsake as well, isn't it?
I think it took me a little while, I only had like a weekend job, so it took me a little while to save up for it, but it was something I really wanted. It was something I wanted to invest in, and these are just amazing.
Oh, it's better than buying sweets and computer games, which is what I used to buy in my first job. If you do want to get involved with this Gems of Distinction strand of amethyst, then here comes your price. $9.95, another added to your order price, and on this occasion we are looking at, well, real intense purple tone from this gorgeous strand of amethyst. And actually, because they're sort of polished and domed, they have almost a cabochon-like feel to them. Really interesting strand there. Very traditional colour tone. If you do want to add this to your order, it's available right now for $9.95. 75 carats of amethyst there. I'm going to leave that on with you. We're going to move on. We're going to move on now to, wow, really interesting variety of tourmaline. Now, tourmaline is a gemstone known as the rainbow gemstone for this very reason. It comes in more colour varieties than any other gemstone. And have a look at what you've got here. This is known as petro tourmaline. Absolutely good. It's almost like, well, for me, I'm looking at that, I'm seeing sort of honeycomb tones. You know what I mean? Because of the texture as well, I suppose, feeding to that. Yeah. Absolutely gorgeous. And as a result, it would make it very versatile, because you've got earthy colour tones here. You've got your chocolate browns, you've got those golden tones, even ranging into sort of green hues coming through. I'm starting to think I And maybe you wouldn't want to incorporate your faceted sapphire with your organic nuggets, but I actually think it looks rather fantastic. Really great combination of colour tones, and I think working with your faceted rondelles with those irregular nuggets brings you so much texture, really dynamic feel. The other really impressive thing about this particular strand, apart from the fact that in a completely different light source it's gone almost an amber tone, there's almost like a colour change there, but apart from that you've also got an 86 centimetre strand, so probably about, well, over twice the length of a traditional strand here on JewelleryMaker, so you're getting a lot of gemstones, a lot of bang for your buck.
Yeah.
I mean, again, with these kind of gemstones, could you use these as sort of spacers in your designs, maybe to make the gemstones go further?
And you know what I love doing with the nuggets is I love using maybe 2 or 3 strands and then bring them through another gemstone. So take all 3 strands and maybe thread through another gemstone, then let those 3 strands open out again with my nuggets on there, and then bring them back through another gemstone. So you almost end up creating a chunkier look.
Yes.
And I think these would look amazing with smoky quartz because they've got those tones going through them.
Absolutely. So I can see that combination.
But if you wanted to add more light, a lift to it, a clear quartz or something like that, or even a pearl would just really add a lift and light to it.
Oh, that's maybe something that people don't generally consider. But actually, I've seen a few designs on, for example, the Chips and Nuggets DVD where you've got the mixture of pearls with the nuggets, and it does look fantastic, doesn't it? It's a lovely contrast between the sort of nacre of a pearl with this sort of erratic
it's almost like
texture.
Sort of a full stop in the sentence almost.
Absolutely, that's a great way of describing it, 100 carats here of petrotourmaline with your sort of organic nuggets here, ranging in size from 2x1 to 6x1. And here comes your price this evening. $9.95 for 100 carats of petrotourmaline here. As I say, this would be a very, very versatile strand because, like Sarah was mentioning there, the colour tones lend themselves to so many different gemstones. So I could absolutely relate to the smoky quartz feel because you do get some of those chocolate brown tones in there, but actually this would work with virtually any other gemstone, wouldn't it? You've got almost cognac or tones coming there from in the different light source. We're going to leave that on with you at $9.95 for 100 carats. Really impressive deal. And we're going to move on to this beautiful strand. Have a look at these. Again, just like the amethyst, one of the most heavily used gemstones in the jewellery market, and probably the most popular variety of topaz being used right now. This is beautiful Swiss blue topaz. Now, sometimes when we see varieties of topaz like this, you get some of those paler sky blue tones, which are, you know, sought after for many jewellery makers, but have a look at this particular strand. Real depth of colour, real saturation of blues, almost bordering on those London blue topaz tones in some gemstones. Now, if you actually write topaz jewellery into a search engine right now, virtually every design that's going to come up is going to be this colour tone. It is easily the most popular colour tone for your topaz being used by jewellery designers. In fact, producer Liam for Mother's Day bought his mum a Swiss blue topaz bracelet from our sister channel, Gems TV. I went for black spinel for my mum, yes.
No, I got a little elasticated bracelet my son made me.
Your son made you a bracelet for Mother's Day?
Gemstone bracelets. With
Being
all
outdone here, Liam, by an 8-year-old. That's beautiful. That's such a lovely sentiment as well. Then.
And you know, he gives me little sort of things. I've run out of these in my box of gemstones, Mum. Can you get me some next time you're at JewelleryMaker? And
there you go, that's it.
I get a little
bit of
shopping
an entrepreneur.
List. Yeah, I get a little shopping list. He makes jewellery for lots of little gifts for people at school and stuff. But this is beautiful.
I mean, this for me is jewellery quality topaz, faceted to perfection. Just have a look at these. I mean, you could just take one gemstone and use that as a pendant. Again, it's going to be a massive profit maker because you're now offering your customers the same quality that they're going to see on the high street, the same colour tone they're going to see on the high street. Of course, because you're buying from us here at JewelleryMaker, you're able to offer even more affordable prices than the high street because of the value we can bring you. 30 carats of Swiss blue topaz. Now, we did a little bit of research into this gemstone towards the end of last year. We were seeing certain designs, even from our sister channel, of this particular gemstone being set into gold designs accented with diamonds. I think one of the designs we found had a 5.6 carat Swiss blue topaz set into white gold, and it was coming in at £277, and that, of course, is the best value on the market when you consider the quality of the gemstones, the gold weight, the accent gemstones being diamonds, for example. I mean, you can actually pay four-figure sums for this particular gemstone. Now, I'm not trying to make a direct comparison between those pieces of jewellery and what you could create, but what I will say is that goes to show you that people will part with, you know, hefty sums to get hold of this gemstone if the design is right. And you can offer your customers the exact same privilege, but of course we are going to give you an exclusive price point only available for the next 60 minutes. We're about to take this Gems of Distinction strand of Swiss blue topaz to a pretty ridiculous price. I've just heard the price in my ear, and it is a serious reduction we're about to offer you. We only have a limited number available. You are not going to be disappointed, and this is the way to use your 30-day money-back guarantee. I assure you, get this home, see it in the flesh, actually experience the quality of these gemstones, the saturation of the colour. Look at the sparkle you're getting from the way these have been faceted. I mean, if that was simply placed on a length of chain, you would have a sellable piece of jewellery there. People are, again, are going to be aware of beautiful topaz, particularly in this colour tone. Let's have a look at our current price point on the website. It's already down to £49.95, under £50 for jewellery quality topaz. Do your own research right now. Put topaz jewellery into your search engine, see what comes up. You're going to be looking at examples of topaz which look identical to this. And then you can enjoy this incredible price reduction. We're not messing around tonight. Producer Liam is about to be very, very generous. But of course, this reduction is only available for the next 60 minutes. We've taken this to close to, well, just over £1 a carat, $34.95, and it's only previously been seen at this price once before during our January sales. So this is the lowest ever price for this particular strand. If you do want to take advantage of this deal, you need to be dialing that free phone number right now. Dial that free phone number or click to buy now on JewelleryMaker.com. Lots of people taking advantage of this. That is very, very encouraging. I mean, when we first launched the channel, we were predominantly bringing you traditional crafting gemstones. So, you know, some gemstones which are denser, more readily available. So lots of agate, lots of jasper, perfect for getting started with the hobby. But as we've developed as a channel and as you have evolved as jewellery makers, you're now demanding jewellery quality gemstones of the highest possible calibre. And of course, here at JewelleryMaker, that's exactly what we bring you. Beautiful Swiss blue topaz. I mean, you can see there from the way it's been faceted once again. That is all the testimonial you need as to the quality of the gemstone, because the lapper just wouldn't even attempt to create these beautiful faceted droplets if he wasn't 100% sure the gemstone could take it. Now, whenever you get hold of beautiful topaz, it will go through some heating processes in order to enhance those colour tones. That's known as irradiation, and actually it is blue topaz which requires the lowest temperature for irradiation. That's probably one of the reasons why commercially you're going to see more Swiss blue topaz than other colour tones, because it's easier to enhance those blue tones at a lower temperature than other forms of topaz. I mean, you may even have seen those mystic topazes, for example, where you get the play of colour, those peacock tones within them. Those require a lot of irradiation to create that play of colour. Swiss blue topaz tends to be enhanced at a much lower temperature, and I would say around about 90% of all gemstones, when they're jewellery quality gemstones, are going to go through some sort of irradiation or heating process to enhance those colour tones. Otherwise you're going to get those little sort of earthy colour tones running through the gemstone, and this process of irradiation sort of eradicates those sort of host rock inclusions, if you like, and allows this solid blue tone to come through. As I say, all topaz that you see on the jewellery market is going to have gone through some irradiation, and that's why this particular strand is exhibiting that in the specifications. Here at the Genuine Gemstone Company, we pride ourselves on being able to provide you with this kind of information about the gemstones, and that's because we go direct to the mines to source our gemstones, and of course any treatment or cutting process that you see on these gemstones has happened within our own company. We have our own factory in different locations across the world where we source the gemstones directly. It's handed over to one of our lapidarists, and they will be responsible for the heat treatment, the cutting, the faceting, and that's why we can bring you this incredible value. 30 carats of Swiss blue topaz available right now for $34.95, only available at that price for the next 60 minutes. I'm going to have to leave that one with you because it is now time for yet another Star Buy. Welcome back to JewelleryMaker. Time for another Star Buy, and on this occasion we are going to bring you a bundle, so a wholesale deal on genuine gemstones. And when you have a look at the gemstones we've got here, once again a very apt name for this bundle, Maker Statement. These are statement sizes of gemstones. Again, perfect for wire wrapping, for example, but actually each and every one is going to be a perfect pendant, or maybe if it's not a pendant, the focal point for your jewellery design, because look at the size of the gemstones you've got here. Nice combination actually of colour tones, because you've got your earthy gemstones and your feminine gemstones as part of this particular bundle in the form of tiger's eye. And you've got these twisted rectangles. They're 30 by 15 mil in size, but they've got this little twist. And look at that little twist again. The lapidarist enhancing the gemstone, because that chatoyancy, that schiller that we see on the surface of the gemstone, really coming to life thanks to that twist that's been created when the gemstone itself has been cut. 350 carats of tiger's eye here, and then we have got over 750 carats of beautiful rose quartz. We're talking about 1,000 carats of gemstones in this particular bundle. Now the rose quartz are even larger. They're 31 by 22, and again, the lapidarist has created this little twist, but because the table of the gemstone is wider, in order to create that twist, we've actually got that extra facet on the table of the gemstone. Can you see that? Absolutely beautiful. Again, it allows you to incorporate those sort of dynamic edges into your designs, but they're sort of softened up, I suppose, by the little twist in the gemstone itself. Absolutely beautiful. Now, real sort of femininity from the pastel tone of your rose quartz there. The gemstone of true love. Again, another very popular gemstone, both on the high street and with people searching out, you know, handmade, bespoke piece of jewellery. Rose quartz, always a very popular gemstone. Tiger's eye, it's always been popular here at JewelleryMaker ever since day one. We've actually been quite successful in sourcing, well, a massive variety of tiger's eye over the last 4 years, and this for me is probably the more traditional colour tone, what most people associate with tiger's eye. They think of those golden tones, and as a result feeds into your designs once again, allows you to work with some of those earthier colour tones, which actually I think for some people makes the design process easier. Some people concerned about which colour tones go together, what clashes. When you work with the earthy colour tones, sort of eradicates that part of the design process, makes it much easier, and it'll go with any metal tone as well, won't it? Over 1,000 carats here with your Maker Statement bundle. And actually, if you think about it just in real simple terms, in terms of the value that we can offer you, just count the gemstones, each and every one large enough to be a pendant. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10, 11, 12, 13. That's an estimation. Again, you're getting 780 carats, so it might be that you get 12, might be that you get 14. Of course, if you only get 12, they're going to be larger. If you get 14, slightly smaller. They're going to be a significant size, either way. And 780 carats, 350 carats of tiger's eye, and you get 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10, 11, 12, 13 tiger's eye as well. So that's worked out rather well, hasn't it? So 26 pendants potentially, and here comes your start buy price. Or rather, here comes the price you should have been paying, $11.95, and we're going to give you an exclusive reduction on that. Here comes your start buy price, $9.95. We've taken these two huge strands of gemstones, giving you that massive carat weight, these massive impacting gemstones, and it's available right now for $9.95. Actually, until I saw the recording, I hadn't considered combining the two, but actually they do look rather complementary, don't they? Definitely work together, although the gemstones are very large, so it would probably be quite a gem heavy piece.
You probably want to be looking at sort of, you know, maybe an asymmetric design with just 2 or 3 of those, or, you know, your wire worked pieces, adding those into your wire work pieces as a focal point. But they're beautiful, even if just one on a piece of chain, or even on a leather neckline piece.
You know that you've seen those very fashionable sort of down to the navel pieces, the really long chain, and they just have one gemstone on. These would be perfect for those designs, wouldn't they?
Indeed, and you know, if you wanted to incorporate them maybe into something like, you know, I was saying today we had a load of quartz, and we had some suede cord on there, the new glittery suede cord, and I said I really wanted to make a belt out of it, but I'd want one of those rose quartz or tiger's eye just as the focal point in the centre of the belt.
Almost like the buckle.
Yeah.
Yeah, that would look fantastic. That's a great idea, and when you've got gemstones that are this size, they are going to make a massive impact, aren't they? Absolutely phenomenal deal. Shouldn't even have been $11.95, but today we've taken it under £10. This is the way for us to make a statement, and these are the gemstones that you need to make a massive statement within your jewellery designs, or of course any ensemble. That's a nice idea you've just come up with, because you could actually sort of upcycle certain pieces of clothing or belts or shoes, I mean, using these larger gemstones, couldn't you?
Always nice to be able to sort of incorporate real gemstones into sort of, you know, your clothing or your accessories, you know. So even if you wanted to, you know, make handbag charms with these, they're really substantial, so they're going to be a really nice piece for that.
Yes, that would be really significant look, wouldn't it? It's available right now for $9.95, but only while stocks last. It's a start buy deal, and I've got lots of interest on the phone lines and at JewelleryMaker.com. So congratulations to Pat, Doris, Anne, Karen, Jane, Jean, Cheryl, Dorothy, Sharon in Essex, Sharon in County Durham. Lots of new buyers coming through as well. If you want to get involved, then dial that free phone number right now, or click to buy now at JewelleryMaker.com. A phenomenal deal, but one that is only available for the next 60 minutes. So congratulations to everybody coming through on the phone lines. I'm going to leave that one with you, and we're going to move on. What have we got coming up at the top of the hour? Because that's only 20 minutes away. Now I saw this earlier today, and this even had floor manager Pete saying how beautiful it was. He said this one's really gorgeous. Have a look at these. Again, it's almost like the dainty version of the Maker Statement bundle.
Yeah.
Because again, you've got the earthiness, this time from Bronzite, and you've got the femininity from this coated quartz.
They'd work really nicely together, those two bundles.
They
would work beautifully. So you've got the impact pieces there, and then you've got your smaller gemstones to be able to create all your beadwork pieces.
That could almost have been a 4-strand pack, actually, couldn't it?
It could.
So if you did invest in this, stay tuned, because in 15 minutes time we're going to bring you the perfect accompaniment to that particular bundle, coming up in 20 minutes time. Before that, we're going to move on, and we've got this beautiful pink coated quartz. It almost, topaz, sorry. The reason I said that, do you know why? I was just about to say it almost looks like signetic quartz. That's what I was going to say actually. So this is your pink coloured topaz. Very, very popular gemstone, as we've just been discussing. And actually, now that I think about it, what a fantastic combination they would make. Like that?
I was thinking that.
Yeah, I'm having some creative ideas of my own. I can't do any of it, but I can have the ideas. That works perfectly. So if you got hold of the Swiss topaz, which we gave you a huge saving on, didn't we? Beautiful pink topaz. Love the way the coating has sort of brought out a few of these sort of poppy-like inclusions, so it does look like signetic quartz. Hot pink tones here. I always think that the hot pink colours actually give you a little bit more design scope than the more pastel shades, because you can always tone it down, can't you?
You can.
But if you're looking for that pop of colour, then it's there as well.
These
so you've got two different options.
Works beautifully against black gemstones, something like a black spinel, if you've got a small sort of black spinel, or you know, even an onyx or something like that, or even that hematite we had earlier, that sort of real dark midnighty feel.
Is that to sort of enhance a monochrome look, would you say?
It just gives, it really makes the pink pop.
Right.
And it makes it just really come out of itself. If you want a slightly more toned down version, go for something like a smoky quartz. That will really just give it the same sort of impact, but it's just a little less dramatic.
Yes.
But then you can, you can change it on a different direction, inject your clear tones in there, and your pearls and things like that, just really create lots of light and lift. Or even your rose quartz in there with that as well. So
yes,
lots
that's
of
a good idea, because then that will almost tone it down a little bit, because you start to get the play of the pastel tones.
And I just love the fact that
pinks.
A gemstone that's got so much about it, so much colour and so much pop, you can do so much with it.
Yes.
And even if you're not a real pinky person, you don't have to have lots of this. You could just be an accent, maybe just 2 or 3 of these, and then you're going to bring in, maybe your clear quartz and your pearls and your rose quartz.
This is one of the things that I've actually learnt recently, that obviously when I look at a gemstone, I'm looking at that gemstone. From a traditional standpoint, I'm looking at the colour, the clarity, the carat weight.
Yeah.
But actually, as a jewellery maker, you need to see it in the flesh. You need to match it up with other gemstones to see how it's going to work within your designs, don't you?
That's why I have my gemstones at home colour-coded, colour-toned.
Right.
Because I know what I'm looking for. I'll pick a strand up and then I'll go, right, I know I want a pale pink gemstone to go with that, or I want a cream tone, or I want a brown tone, and I'll pick those boxes out.
That's a top tip, actually, really, isn't it? Colour graduating or colour coding your gemstones, because then that allows the creative process to be much more streamlined, doesn't it?
It does. And also, if you have a customer there and they'll say, I want a piece of blue jewellery, I can just go get all the blue boxes out for them. So it's really easy.
That's the other one. That's the other thing. It makes the sell a bit easier as well.
It does.
That's good.
It does.
Well, these particular pink coated topaz range in size from 6x5 to 13x8. Again, giving you the possibility to offer your customers those beautiful gemstones that they see on the high street, and it's available right now for £19.95. It's another massive profit maker, really. We're talking about, what, 33 pence a carat here. £19.95 for 60 carats of beautiful hot pink topaz. Very recognisable gemstone, and of course, very popular colour tone within your jewellery designs. We're going to leave that one with you, and we're going to move on. Moving on now to you still want to do it? Sorry, we've got your coated chalcedony here, and it's really interesting because you get this sort of natural water-like or wax-like luster from chalcedony, but again, this particular strand has almost been enhanced in a way because it's had this coating, which really brings out the sparkle from the gemstones. I mean, they've been faceted to absolute perfection. They are rondelles, which range in size from 6x4 to 9x5. So again, you can choose the larger ones to make more of an impact, or you could use them all together because the graduation lends itself really nicely to certain designs. Love the colour tones you've got here. It's almost like a sort of pearlescence because of that opaqueness, that water or wax-like lustre. Really, really enhanced by the coating, which is just allowing it to sort of spark. It actually looks like, you know, on a real sunny day, when you look at a pool of water and you see that little sparkle on the surface, that's what you've got here from this gemstone. Almost, and this doesn't sound romantic, but I hope everyone understands what I'm calling, almost like swimming pool blues. Do you know what I mean?
I know what you mean. It's that sort of really bright, lustrous blue.
Sort of aquatic tone to it, hasn't it?
You know, it's got a Caribbean sea feel to it as well.
Absolutely.
You know, when you get those really, really deep blue seas.
Do you know what I'm thinking of now? You know, the infinity pools. That's what I'm thinking. You know, a swimming pool in like the Caribbean where it sort of drops off the edge, so it looks like.
Yeah, it looks like you can swim on forever.
Yeah, you can swim to the horizon. Yeah, absolutely. That's the kind of colour tone. Those are the emotions it's evoking for me, because it's got those tropical blue tones as well as those sky blue tones, but it's just that sparkle, really.
It is, and I can see that working really well with that strand of lapis you had earlier.
Absolutely, that's
that real sort of midnight blue and the sort of sea blue
gorgeous
together.
Combination, isn't it?
And rich gold findings, which really bring out the opulence.
Now we're starting to build a piece of jewellery here, aren't we? Beautiful lapis lazuli combined with your blue colour coated chalcedony. That would be a fantastic combination. If you want to get involved with this particular strand, it does come from our Gems of Distinction range. It represents the best possible quality we can bring for you, and it's available right now for $10.95. We're looking at 90 carats of chalcedony here, and when we can bring it to you for those kind of prices, that is what we're all about here at JewelleryMaker, offering you the best value on the market. Now, when I say the best value, I'm not just talking about the price point. I'm talking about paying those prices for this kind of quality. Because I'm sure if you were to look elsewhere, you might be able to find examples of chalcedony at that price point. Would it be faceted? Would it have this beautiful coating? Would it come to life in this incredible way? $10.95 for 90 carats of beautiful chalcedony. If you do want to get involved with that deal, you need to start dialing that free phone number right now and add this to your order. I'm going to leave it on with you. We're going to move on. Sorry, number 2. Yes, yeah. Have a look at this. Again, very, very popular gemstone, very well known. And we've got those, well, we've got the traditional colour tones, those sort of Santa Maria aquamarine blues, as well as your icy blues, and even a few of those sort of lagoon green hues coming through as well. So a real variation of colour tones, but just look how many gemstones you've got on this strand. It's a 34 centimetre strand, and once again very on trend, because these are actually cushion cut, so corner drilled little diamonds or squares, again giving you those sort of dynamic edges, which is going to feed into your design. It's going to provide you with texture, character, and it's going to make your piece of jewellery on trend. It's going to make them fashionable pieces, and that is always going to make them more likely to sell. Now, as I say, what we've done here is we've actually stranded this on both sides. So it's almost like you've got twice as many gemstones as you'd expect to get on a strand of gemstones. They range in size from 6mm to 11mm. And my producer said this 3 times in my ear now, so I know he means business when he says, I'm giving them a serious price reduction on this one. You know what that means. Start dialing the free phone number now. Put yourself to the front of the queue if you want to take advantage of this deal. Let's have a look at the current price for this Gems of Distinction strand of aquamarine. Wow. Already down at $39.95. I mean, just look how many gemstones we've got here. I mean, you could, ideally, make millions of pounds of earrings because you've got so many, and they're actually already size matched across the strand because they're stranded on both sides. So you could just literally go 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10, 11, 12, 13, 14, 15, 16, 17, 18, 19, 20, 21, 22, 23, 24, 25, 26, 27, 28, 29, 30, 31, 32, 33, 34, 35, 36, 37, 38 pairs of earrings, and you'd have one left over to make a little pendant. I mean, if you were selling a pair of aquamarine earrings, so what kind of price point are you looking at?
Well, my earrings start at £10, but aquamarine ones would not be £10.
Okay.
They would be probably 12, 15, maybe more, because they are what they are. They're aquamarine and they're beautiful, and there's so much history around aquamarine.
Of course. From the beryl family and association with morganite, emerald.
And you know, the traditional, original engagement ring gemstone.
Yes, of course.
So that's a great one.
Before marketing campaigns came along and told you had to buy a diamond, most people had an aquamarine, didn't they?
So, you know, it's a really nice one to give to somebody if they are getting married, because it is something blue.
Yes. And of course, it's March's birthstone, so that might be some people's association with the gemstone.
And I was having a discussion, I think it was with Carol, about possibly, you know, saying to somebody, you know, we could sew something into your wedding dress, and then if you give it back to me after the wedding, I'll make it into a charm or something for you to keep on.
Nice.
A piece
Then
of
you've
jewellery
got a little
forever.
keepsake from your big day. You did wear it on the day, but of course, not many people go around in their wedding dress. I can tell you, we are going to give you a really, really impressive price reduction here. And our producer's desperate to bring this on screen because it is so significant. Of course, we were talking about maybe timesing your investment by 10 there at $39.95. We've just taken it down to $24.95, a huge saving. And let's say you were conservative and say £10 a pair, even on aquamarine earrings, you could potentially make what, nearly £400 with this strand if you did that. Set you back $24.95. Well, there's loads of gemstones on it. That's the thing. We counted 38 pairs, so £10 a pair. Talking about £380 for a £25 investment. In fact, our producer's quite right. He said, "Why don't you give everybody a deal and just do them at £5. You still make a huge amount of profit." And of course, if you've got aquamarine on your store for £5, people are going to be flying over to your store. The only thing I'll say about that is that sometimes your price point provides you with a little bit of authority. So if you're charging as little as £5 for genuine aquamarine, some people might question whether it's authentic, mightn't they?
Well, that's where your authenticity cards come in to their own right. And I have, you know, when people say, you know, how can you get your, you know, sell gemstones on at this price? And they said, well, I purchased my gemstones at a really good rate, therefore I can pass that on to my customers. And I think they appreciate the honesty. If you are honest with them about that, that's absolutely fine. And then you can show them the authenticity certificates and say, look, this is the real deal.
So potentially somebody could question it and say, there's no way that can be real aquamarine, because you wouldn't be able to sell it for £5 to £10, but you can say, well, here's my authenticity card, and I can tell you, I get wholesale prices.
Exactly, that's it. And they think, you know, if they buy a piece of jewellery from you today and they get it home and they really enjoy it, then that's a repeat customer coming back, especially if you
that's
can
the key
catch them.
thing, I suppose, when you're selling, being honest with your customers, explaining that, you know, you can provide them with incredible value. That attracts, as you say, repeat purchases.
And these would be great. I've just had another little thought. If you are doing wedding jewellery for a bride, just to throw in a little something blue, just as a freebie, if you were making their tiara, or you know, if you were making something for them, because that's a big investment. But at this price, you could afford to make them a little pair of something, you know, a little pair of earrings or something. Just say that's from me for commission. Actually,
this isn't you know, an uncommon ideal, actually, because I know that one jewellery maker that watches owns a bridal shop, and she snaps up our strands of pearls, and she creates pearl bracelets for bridesmaids or maids of honour, just as a little thing to say, oh, thanks.
Definitely.
You know that, of course, that kind of word of mouth is going to spread, isn't it?
It does. And you know, brides typically know lots of other people who are going to be getting married, you know, so it's the sort of right age group, you know, so the people who are getting married know lots of their friends are either just got married or are going to be getting married, and they all know other people who are getting married as well. So if you make one piece for a bride and she loves it and tells all her friends about it, that's your advertising done.
All your personal commission is going to be flooding in there. Well, if you want to take advantage of this deal, it's only available for the next 60 minutes. Congratulations to Jane, Alison, Ria. You've just saved yourself £15. Of course, we've got a 30-day money-back guarantee. My advice, get this incredible strand of aquamarine home and enjoy that incredible reduction. We're going to leave that one with you. We're going to move on. And we're going to bring you... Ooh, do you know what? I'm just thinking, how about this as a combination? We're now bringing you beautiful blue fluorite. How well does that go with the icy blues of the aquamarine? Then you've got this, I would say, is a sort of lagoon blue, if you like. Somewhere in between a royal blue and a sky blue. It's sitting right in the centre, almost turquoise-like tones coming through. That would be a fantastic combination. Of course, here at JewelleryMaker, we're only ever going to charge you 1 P&P per day, so if you have invested in your gorgeous aquamarine, you can get this home on the same postage and packaging and see it in the flesh. Blue fluorite, probably the rarest variety for us here at JewelleryMaker, because we traditionally can find the pastel tones, the purple fluorite, the green fluorite, the yellow fluorite, but the blue fluorite isn't quite as easy to get hold of, and it doesn't appear on the show as often as we would like. Just have a look at the colour tones. Interestingly, fluorite is one of the gemstones which doesn't belong to a gemstone family. It's just a certain variety of a gemstone, and it's actually related to the only gemstone we mine for in this country. Regular collectors out there and regular jewellery makers will already be aware of the gemstone we mine for in the UK. Do you know what it is?
Blue John?
Yes, Sarah as well. Well informed. So Blue John is found in a mine in Derbyshire actually, and it's the only gemstone we mine for in the UK, and it's related to this particular gemstone, beautiful fluorite. The current price for this particular strand is $9.95, but once again we're going to give you an exclusive reduction this evening, and we're going to give you the equivalent of your P&P back in your pocket. A Gems of Distinction strand of blue fluorite available right now. They add it to your order price of $6.95. This is what we aim to do here at JewelleryMaker, make genuine gemstones as accessible as possible. $6.95. Completely unfathomable when you consider the fact that these are jewellery quality examples of beautiful blue fluorite, probably the rarest example of fluorite. If you want to add this to your order, it's available right now at $6.95, but only for the next 60 minutes. Congratulations to everybody flying through at JewelleryMaker.com, and ensure that you do check out your basket to avoid disappointment. That price point available for 60 minutes. Right now it's time for another Star Buy. Welcome back to JewelleryMaker. Time for a really popular combination here. Maybe something that not every jewellery maker's considered, but just have a look at this. I mean, it's got a real sort of romantic feel to it, this particular bundle. So the combination of the sort of feminine tones and the earthy tones, again, like we saw with the rose quartz and the tiger's eye, and anybody who did get hold of this bundle, 1 P&P per day, you've got to be getting hold of this as well, I would have thought. But here we're sort of looking at the more dainty varieties. These are actually heart-shaped bronzite. So 10 mil in size, and if it didn't look like a heart, you know, I'd tell you, but it really, really does. You can see these hand-carved bronzite hearts, checkerboard faceted as well. So you get that play of light, but you've got that earthy tone. You can almost see the little golden flecks coming through on the surface of the bronzite. And then you've got the perfect accent gemstone. Gorgeous variety of clear quartz, faceted rondelles, but with a really interesting coating, which is allowing the sort of purples, lilacs, fuchsia tones to play across the centre of the gemstone. But I'm wondering whether it's actually picking up on the colour tones from my shirt and tie, and whether if you matched it up with other colour tones, you might see different colours coming through. Right now I can see that these beautiful feminine tones, I'm not sure if it's coming across on screen, but you can certainly see it when you get hold of this particular gemstone. You do have a 30-day money-back guarantee, so you can get this home and experience that for yourselves. But it really is interesting because, once again, sort of like enhancing Mother Nature's hard work by creating this slight colour play on the surface of the gemstone. Also, you're getting that clarity. That's what you're looking for from clear quartz, and actually this would go really, really well with your bridal commissions, perhaps. I mean, you can see how easy it is to create really romantic and beautiful pieces of jewellery, very sort of everyday in many ways, because, you know, they're not going to make a massive impact, but they're just going to attract attention to your jewellery designs. Just have a look at this. You can see how the gemstones work so perfectly together. 130 carats of bronzite along with 80 carats of your coated quartz. That's beautiful. I love that combination of the earthy colour tones with that clarity. Of course, you are going to get that little play of colour from the coating on there. It's almost like sort of bubble-like feel. If you want to get involved with this particular deal, 2 strands of some of our most popular gemstones here at JewelleryMaker, you know what to do. Start dialing that free phone and put yourself to the front of the queue. You can always hang up, but if you miss out, you miss out. Here comes the incredible star buy price this evening. $11.95. I mean, this is a Gems of Distinction strand of coated quartz, and you can see again the faceting really highlights the quality of the gemstones here, and that's actually true of the bronzite as well. You can see how the bronzite's got a lot to say for itself thanks to that checkerboard faceting on the surface. I love this combination of earthy, opaque colour tones with the sparkle that you get from your clear quartz rondelles, especially when you're getting that gorgeous colour play from the coating. It's available right now for $11.95, and once again, I mean, you only need 4 gemstones to make a beautiful pair of earrings for me. Another £10 pair of earrings. You can invest in both strands for $11.95. A huge amount of profit to be made. I mean, anybody would be happy to part with £10 for a pair of earrings like that. You're going to make your money back off, well, you're going to make profit of 8 gemstones. The rest is, maybe you want to create a piece of jewellery for yourself, or maybe you want to maximise on that and just create lots and lots of pair of earrings out of these because that design's inspired you. I would say that these are going to lend themselves to lots of different designs. I mean, the heart-shaped gemstones, for example, can become the wings for a butterfly, can't they, or a dragonfly perhaps. So some of those more popular motifs within handmade jewellery are made much, much easier thanks to these heart-shaped gemstones. If you want to get involved, the price point this evening is just $11.95. That's a star buy opportunity only available for the next 60 minutes. I'm going to leave that one with you. We're going to go to a quick break. When we return, we will start to have a look at our bridal kit and, of course, the designs that Sarah's put together. We'll be back in a couple of minutes. Don't go away.
Come and join guest designer Natalia Coleman and learn how to use fashion leather to create stunning pieces of jewellery. Natalia will guide you through the process of working with the leather to create 4 unique and different designs. This workshop is perfect for beginners. No previous experience of jewellery making is necessary. The full course includes a selection of leather sheets, a variety of leather findings, use of gold, silver or copper coated wire, a bead scoop, use of all relevant tools, a buffet-style lunch and refreshments, a tour of the studio and museum, and a chance to visit the shop. All of this for just £99.95. For further information, contact our call centre on 0800 644 655.
Join guest designers Debbie Bulford and Rachel Norris to explore the endless possibilities of combining polymer clay and wirework. This DVD guides you through a variety of projects and will give you the inspiration you need to create your own designs. Advance your jewellery making and fuse your talents together with this amazing DVD. To get your hands on a copy, contact our call centre. Get creative with JewelleryMaker.
Are you looking to create bespoke bridal jewellery? Then come and join guest designer Sheila on our bridal workshop. Sheila will guide you through how to design stunning accessories, including techniques using headbands, hair combs and tiaras. The full course includes a selection of hair combs and headbands, a selection of findings and wire, a generous scoop of mixed gemstones, use of all relevant tools, a buffet-style lunch and refreshments, a tour of the studios and a trip to our gemstone museum. All of this for just $69.95. For more information, contact our call centre on 0800 6444 655.
Join guest designer Sarah Elvin and get creating stunning designs in no time with this Kumahimo introductory DVD. The easy-to-follow steps shown on this DVD will make you feel like you have your own personal tutor and will guide you through a variety of techniques to get you started. To get your hands on a copy, simply contact our call centre. Get creative with JewelleryMaker.
Welcome back to the Late Show here on JewelleryMaker. My name's Ed. Thank you so much for joining us this evening, and we're entering a very exciting time because in this hour we are going to bring you one of our jewellery kits, and Sarah is tomorrow creating beautiful jewellery designs. Are you enjoying working with the kit?
Dream, an absolute dream. Lovely, really easy to work with, and the shapes are brilliant for all your bridal things. But even if you don't want to be making bridal items out of it, it's a beautiful kit. It's just so easy to work with, and the gemstones in it are amazing.
I've pinched one of the pieces you've created already, and you can see how complementary the gemstones are to one another. You've got these. Are these shell marquise cuts?
I don't know if they may well be shell.
I think they are. They are, in fact. My producer's confirming it now. And then this looks like just clear quartz rondelles. Yeah. Absolutely beautiful. And of course you get these hair combs as part of the kit as well, so it is perfect for the bridal commissions that you've got. That is coming up in about 15 minutes time, so not long to wait at all if you want to get hold of that kit. I am going to warn you right now that we only have a limited number available, and I envisage that it's going to be extremely popular. Don't forget, coming up at the end of the show, this premiere strand of gorgeous sapphires. Faceted rondelles of green sapphire here. Absolutely phenomenal. You can see there how that gemstone absolutely comes to life thanks to the faceting, the way it's sparkling. Real vibrancy of colour tones there from the green sapphire. If you want to get involved with that deal, again, it's going to be a limited edition strand, and it's being launched at around about 8:45 this evening. But before that, we are going to attempt to find and add it to your order price for each and every person out there, and we're going to kick off with these lime green quartz. Have a look at this. Faceted rounds, and they're quite a significant size. They range from 8mm to 11mm in size, giving you 90 carats. They almost resemble peridot, don't they? And it's partly because of the coating they've received, which is just bringing out those vibrant lime green tones. So many of you out there will be looking for these kind of tropical or fresh cut grass hues as you put together your spring and summer collections. If you want to get involved with this particular item, then all you've got to do is dial that free phone number right now. Put yourself to the front of the queue because I only have a limited number available. It does come from the Gems of Distinction range, and you're getting 90 carats in total. Let's have a look at our price this evening. or should I say, the current price on our website, down at $9.95. We're not staying there tonight. We're about to go even lower. $7.95, and add it to your order price for what I think most people consider an essential colour tone to have in their gemstone stash. $7.95 for 90 carats of beautiful green coated quartz. And as I say, this is the kind of colour tone which I think most people sort of imagine when they think about the summer months. Those sort of lemon and lime hues coming through, that real vibrancy, that real pop of colour, which is going to maybe lift some of your summer outfits. $7.95. Lots of people flying through at JewelleryMaker.com. Congratulations to Abby, Joanne, Sharon. If you want to get involved with this, don't forget the price reduction is only available for the next 60 minutes. This, for me, is an essential colour tone and an add it to your order price. It could be that this particular strand sells out this evening. We only have a limited number available. So if you are umming and ahhing, my advice is to utilise your 30-day money-back guarantee. See this in the flesh and then make an informed decision. 90 carats of green coated quartz available right now for $7.95. I'm going to leave that one with you and we're going to move on. Where did I get this from? Oh, there it is. Here we go. We've got some gorgeous silver Baroque pearls. Now, I saw a very similar strand to this at the weekend. It was described as pale blue, but actually what you've got is a sort of powder blue or a lavender base tone, but because of the pearlescence, they appear silver to me. That's how I would describe them. These again would fit in rather perfectly with your bridal wear, wouldn't they?
They would. I always think that these possibly fit Mother of the Bride as well.
Absolutely.
Because that's quite a common colour for a Mother of the Bride to wear, sort of a duck egg blue almost.
Yeah, pale blues,
beautiful
yes.
colour. And this has got a blue tone to it, but it is a sort of grey, silvery blue tone. It's not a real bright blue. It's
absolutely.
It's sort of you know the colours you get on duck eggs.
Yes,
that
duck egg blue. That's exactly what it is. Yeah, if you are going to go in the blue, but I mean you do see that silver tone from the pearlescence, don't you, as well? So just to give you an idea, just an accurate idea of what you're investing in, that's the kind of colour tone you're working with. I mean, you can imagine how this would combine with the gemstones in the kit quite well. I mean,
oh yeah, definitely.
That looks fantastic. And the interesting thing about this particular strand is that you're working with Baroque pearls, so you've got a very organic feel to these. That slight irregularity in the size and shape. They actually range from 9x8 to 11x10. But again, that feeds into your designs. It provides you with texture and, again, provides you with authority. People are going to understand that you've managed to source genuine gemstones. And we're going to give you another price reduction. We are feeling very, very generous this evening. Already people flying in at JewelleryMaker.com, so congratulations to you. Let's have a look at our current price. So it's already down at $7.95. We're not staying there. We're about to take these to an add it to your order price this evening. Congratulations to everybody getting involved, particularly people who have multi-bought this strand. We're about to make it worth your while. Should be $7.95. In 60 minutes it will be. We've taken them under £5. These are genuine cultured pearls. And to be honest, they're a luxurious size, aren't they? Anything over around about 8.5 mil is generally considered to be a luxury pearl. Of course, traditionally we're looking for perfect rounds, but here we've got the irregularities in the shapes. They're available right now for $4.95. All of a sudden, the website has sprung into action as people add these to their baskets. So congratulations to Elaine, Catherine, Patricia, Vivian, Meg, Stuart, Kaylee, Dawn. Lots of new buyers getting involved. If you want to add these to your order, all you've got to do is dial that free phone number right now. It's an add it to your order price, and maybe some people have been investing earlier on today with us here at JewelleryMaker. This is the way to maximise on your 1p&p per day. $4.95 for genuine culture pearls, but of course that price point is only available for the next 60 minutes. How many of this particular strand do we have in stock? Oh, it's a sellout. Just as I asked the question, they actually sold out. There you go. Do you know what?
Snapping that up.
I already let them know about the bridal kit, and they were all very, very concerned that they weren't going to be home by 7:30.
I know one of the ladies has a horrendous journey. I think she's staying over in a hotel tonight. She's got 6 hours of travelling or something.
I do believe that the majority of people are back tomorrow. I think they were saying like 7 of us are back in here tomorrow.
Yeah, because I know that Gemma's got a workshop tomorrow.
Is that what it is? Is it
yeah.
Gemma Crow? So those two sort of genres do marry up quite
definitely.
nicely, don't they?
Yeah.
And there you go. We're going to move on. And wow, I'll tell you what, if producer Danny was here, who's going to be the mid-show presenter, the Designer Inspiration Show producer from next week or so, if he was here, he would be very excited. This is his favourite gemstone. Just have a look at these colour tones. In fact, do you know what? If you did just invest in those pearls and you've got a P&P up and running, look at that for a combination. Really, really interesting gemstone boulder opal. And it's because of this sort of variation of colour tones, the banding, if you like. Again, it's almost telling a little story. It's like the variations are ranging from sky blue tones into those storm cloud greys. Look at that. I mean, this particular gemstone, really. Look at that. Gorgeous gemstone. Again, it will suit so many different designs. Because it'll work with virtually any other gemstone. And like we were saying about the powder blues and the lavender tones suiting lots of different occasions, it'll also suit your more masculine designs as well. Because the blues and the greys tend to lend themselves more to masculine jewellery. 80 carats of boulder opal here. And the really interesting thing about boulder opal, I suppose, is the fact that you're being able to offer your customers a variety of a gemstone they might not be aware of. So everybody's probably going to have heard of opal, probably going to have some sort of association with that, but most people will think about the traditional opal with the colour play. In this instance, we've got this alternative variety, boulder opal, which brings a completely different dynamic because of this banding and that play of colours. Absolutely phenomenal. The rondelles themselves range in size from 6x4 to 9x4, giving you 80 carats in total. And here comes your price point. $11.95. Now this particular strand of boulder opal does come from our Gems of Distinction range, the highest possible quality we can source for you. And when you see the finish that you have on these rondelles, you're going to be mesmerised. It's available right now for $11.95. Gems of Distinction strand. I've got people multi-buying this strand now. It could be yet another sellout this evening. We just saw those pearls sell out in seconds. If you want to add this to your order, then dial that free phone number right now. You have got a 30-day money-back guarantee, so you can get this home, see it in the flesh, and make an informed decision. I'm going to leave it on with you. We're going to move on. I keep forgetting where I'm taking these from. Oh, there it is. Yeah, got it. Have a look at this. How many of these have we got in stock? Okay, quite a healthy quantity. I was going to be worried otherwise that people are going to get disappointed. Basically, ticking every box with one strand here. Black tourmalated quartz, or rutile quartz, as we traditionally call it here at JewelleryMaker. And on any given day, black rutile quartz is going to appear to be one of the most organic gemstones available because you've got those beautiful inclusions, which I always think look like paintbrush strokes. And it's almost like Mother Nature has left her fingerprint inside each gemstone. It also allows you to create bespoke jewellery designs, because each and every gemstone is completely individual, and of course very, very versatile. You've got the monochrome tones here, that two-toned effect from one gemstone here. So when you're working with black rutile quartz, you're always getting an organic feel. But with this particular example, we've been inspired by Mother Nature to go that one step further and create these carved leaf beads. Can you see here? Hopefully, if we go a bit closer, I'll pick one of the paler tones so we can see the carvings on the surface of the gemstone. See that? A little bit of detailing. Again, it'll provide you with character, but it might actually lead the creative process. It'll allow you to create those very sort of inspired by nature designs, and the gemstones will be doing most of the work for you. So, I mean, can you imagine this design, for example, recreated with perhaps the black rutile quartz leaves in this section, just to enhance that floral motif? That would look incredible. They almost have a sort of vine leaf-like feel to them, don't they? And you can imagine this with a little bit of simple wire work really, really coming to life. You can really imagine the way that these kind of looks will be created when you're working with a gemstone that has this much character, that potentially is doing a lot of the work for you. I mean, do you work with the carved leaf beads? I know they're very popular.
I do, I love them. They're really easy to use. I love making sort of vine pieces that are made with beading thread. I made made one for this morning's show, and I made it with shell leaves and amethyst flowers beads, and they're just really organic and they're just so easy to use. I just love them, and you can do so much with them. You can make them into flowers if you want to. You can use them as wings for various different things. You make little butterfly wings out of them. You can do all sorts. Just think about them as leaves.
Yes, so it's really about sort of getting your creative juices flowing. Oh, definitely. So having a little experiment.
I always lay my beads out on a mat or a tray or whatever I'm working on, and not in my pink one so much, but maybe on a flat, like my macrame board, and then just mess around, putting them tipped together or different ways, and just seeing how they sit.
Okay,
and
that's
then
a nice
once you've
idea,
got them where you want them, then you can then.
Because of course, lots of people believe that gemstones actually have a sort of energy about them, don't they? And so maybe just by getting a feel for the gemstones and that, you might actually get a better feel for the sort of designs they will work within.
Sometimes the shape of the gemstone leads you on your design journey to a certain extent.
Well, particularly when you've got the detailing on the surface of the gemstone. So, like I was saying, the lapidarists done a little bit of the work for you there, haven't they? I mean, these are phenomenal, and I love the idea of working with not just a monochrome look within your design, but a monochrome gemstone. Real drama there from those sort of tourmaline inclusions, which give you this beautiful jet black feel. If you want to get involved, start dialing that free phone number right now, because we are going to give you another exclusive price reduction. Let's have a look at the price these are currently available for. $8.95. That already is way too low. That's the best value on the market from us here at JewelleryMaker, and we're not even staying there. For the next 60 minutes, we're going to take these down to and add it to your order price. I like it. Now, producer Liam is saying that he's been very, very generous this evening, and he loves the idea of selling these items out and giving everybody out there the best possible opportunity to invest in these gemstones, making them as accessible as possible. And he hasn't decided how low he's going to go on this yet. And he's not going to make that decision until he sees how many people are interested. Of course, the more people we see on the phone lines, the lower we can go. Okay, nice idea. So Liam's saying you don't necessarily have to check out right now. Place it in your basket. If you do that, he'll start to see the level of interest that's being created by the idea of price slashing this strand of black rutile quartz in your carved leaf beads. Show us your interest right now, and we can potentially go even lower than we intended. We've already taken £1 off the price. These are down to $7.95. You're logged in at JewelleryMaker.com and you want to see this go low, start adding it to your basket right now. You can always throw it back out your basket if you're not happy with the price we end at. But the more interest we see on the phone lines, the lower we're going to go on this strand. 80 carats of black rutile quartz. It's an essential colour combination to have in your gemstone stash. You just took another pound off. We're down at $6.95. And of course, whenever we see the carved leaf beads, they tend to be incredibly popular. I think this could be a sellout strand this evening. And all of a sudden, we're starting to get more and more people on the phone lines. There is the potential to take this even lower if we see enough people on the phone lines. Right now, we're down to $6.95. It's easily the best value on the market for a gemstone. Whoa, just a little influx on the free phone number, and we're down at $5.95 now for 80 carats of black rutile quartz carved leaf beads. I mean, consider how labour intensive it is for us to source this particular variety of this gemstone. It has to be jewellery quality. Then it's been cut into these little leaf shapes and then hand carved on the surface to enhance the look of the gemstone, but also to provide you with creative scope, texture. They're basically ticking every single box. Okay, the phone lines are absolutely chock-a-block, and we have taken it under £5. Now, we did have quite a healthy quantity when we first started this. 80 carats of black rutile quartz now at under $4.95. They're quickly flying out the door. If you want to take advantage of this, maybe you know somebody who's out for the evening and they're not around, they're not going to see this deal. If you want to make a very close friend, add this to your order. $4.95. Congratulations to Alice, Elizabeth, June, Rachel, Carol, Karina, Nazim, Rona, Sharon, Stewart, Susan. You're multi-buying this strand, and you're there, Diane as well. If you want to take advantage of these deals this evening, we have taken this strand of carved leaf beads in your black rutile quartz down this evening to under £5. That is an added to your order price. If you do enter a short queue on the phone lines, don't panic. It's a free phone number here at JewelleryMaker. You will, of course, be answered in the order in which we receive the calls. $4.95. It's a complete no-brainer. Maybe you're watching at home and you've never made a purchase from us here at JewelleryMaker. This is the perfect way to test us out. Set up an account, add this to your order. You're only going to pay $2.95 for your P&P. Get these home. Experience the quality of the gemstones, the beautiful natural feel that you get from working with some of Mother Nature's most beautiful creations. And then you can make an informed decision. Right now they are available at $4.95, but we're already approaching limited availability on this strand. If you want to add this to your order, it's available right now at $4.95, a little bit lower than my producer wanted to go to, but thanks to you, you've pushed him that a bit lower because you've shown your interest in this strand. He said the more of you that got on the phone lines, the lower he'd go. We're now down to limited availability on this particular strand. 80 carats of black rutile quartz available right now for $4.95. It's an added to your order price for yet another beautiful gemstone. I'm going to leave that one with you, and we're going to move on because it is now time to launch our fantastic jewellery kit as a star buy. Welcome back to JewelleryMaker. Time for another star buy, and on this occasion we're going to bring you one of our jewellery kits. Now, this is the concept with which we launched the entire channel, and the idea is that we brought you everything you'd need to get started with the hobby. So your gemstones, your threading materials, and your essential findings. Now, as I said earlier, we have grown as a channel, you have evolved as jewellery makers, and when we first launched this concept as a jewellery kit, they were pretty standardised. You tended to get 50 metres of beading thread, some elastic, 3 strands of gemstones, and your findings pack, which tended to contain 25 pieces of sterling silver. Not anymore. Each and every jewellery kit now tends to have a very designer-led feel to it, tends to maybe even fall into a particular theme or genre. That's exactly what you've got here. Your bridal elegance jewellery kit, and when you see the piece of jewellery which Sarah's created, and of course I know that lots of jewellery makers out there are already very in tune with bridal jewellery, this is going to be a must-have tonight. Let's start by looking at the gemstones. I know lots of people like to decide based on the gemstones they're going to receive. I mean, such a feeling of elegance and sophistication from these gemstones. You've got these tiny little clear quartz. They're faceted rounds. It looks to me like they're going to be 2 mil in size. Yes, 2 mil clear quartz faceted rounds. Then I've got some clear quartz rondelles. Again, faceted to perfection. 70 carats in total, and they range in size from 4x3 to 6x3. Look at these beautiful shell marquee shapes. Perfect as petals, as we've seen from Sarah's design, but they could be used in so many different ways within your designs. They are 16 by 8 mil, so traditional marquise cut, twice the length as it is diameter. And then you've got your clear quartz barrels. They're faceted again, give you that lovely sparkle. They're 8 by 6 mil in size, and again they're going to lend themselves to so many different jewellery designs and disciplines within jewellery making. So those are your 4 strands. I mean, they're just screaming bridal, aren't they, because of that clarity and those pale white tones. That's not all you get. You also get, you do get your traditional threading materials in the form of your beading thread, your elastic and your monofilament. And I love the fact that we've given you this sort of 18 karat gold tone in your beading thread. Looks beautiful. But we also are providing you with 10 meters of your silver colored wire. That's 0.4 mil gauge, so perfect for use with your hair combs, because the 0.4 mil will allow you to do lots of your binding and weaving work. Quite subtle, but still solid enough to hold the gemstones in place on your hair combs. And you actually get 5 hair combs. Now, these aren't always readily available on our website. They tend to come in and the designers basically will snap them up for different bundles, and then we've got, how many, what have we got now? 6 producers creating bundles and kits. We've got project managers, we've got product strategists. Everybody's trying to grab the best stock to include in their particular product lines, and these hair combs are very popular. And the reason why they're so popular is because they're perfect for bridal jewellery, and that is one of the most popular genres within jewellery making. You can see that fantastic piece of jewellery from Sarah. We are going to go over and have a look at what else Sarah's created working with this kit. But first of all, let me just take you through the findings you get. Now, as I said, when we first launched, we had very limited findings options in the form of, I think it was 25 pieces. I'm bound to be correct on that if I'm wrong. Was it 20 pieces?
It started very, very, very beginning.
Maybe by the time I came over, it was 25, 26.
Yeah,
so you've been going for about 6 months when I took over.
Yeah,
so
they were quite small findings packs when we first started, but they were you know.
They were very high quality, but they limited what you could achieve, because
I think we got head pins, crimp beads, a couple of.
You got a pair of Shepherds, I always remember.
Yeah,
that.
a pair of Shepherds and a clasp, I think.
That's pretty much it, wasn't it?
Yeah, that was it. And so
but now you get over 100 pieces, and this just opens up the opportunities, doesn't it?
I can remember the first kit, a findings kit I got with chain in. It just blew my mind.
Really? Yeah. It gives you so many different design opportunities.
It definitely did, yeah.
Fantastic. Well, just have a look at everything you get here. 115 pieces of your silver plated copper. And that's everything you get in the kit. You get a metre of chain, you get 3 different kind of head pins, your ball head pins, your star-shaped head pins, and your fine head pins, which will go through the smaller drill holes. You also got your flower spacers, your ribbon cord endings, a metre of chain, 2 different kinds of toggle clasp, your jump rings and your slider clasp. 115 pieces in total. all available in this bridal kit. So you got your 4 strands of gemstones, 115 pieces of silver plated copper. You've got your traditional threading materials, as well as the addition of 10 meters of your 0.4mm gauge wire. If you do want to get involved with this, I can tell you, I've never seen this kind of uptake on a kit on the Lat Show previously. People are flying in on the phone line. So if you want to add this to your order, start dialing that free phone number right now. Here comes your price point this evening for your bridal elegance jewellery kit. $29.95. Consider everything you're going to get here as part of this particular kit, including those hair cones, which are very, very popular. And who knows when we'll see those again. Still people coming through on the phone lines. And without further ado, let's go and see what Sarah's created with this gorgeous kit. You enjoy this kit, Sarah?
I did. It was really nice to use. It was really, really fun. And I love the combination of the gemstones, the different sizes, and those CBs really just allow you to do something a little bit different.
Yeah, the sort of 2mm rounds are a little bit sort of intimidating, I suppose, for beginners, because they're thinking, oh,
but they fit on the 0.4 wire. So don't be intimidated by them. They actually fit. They'll fit on your beading thread. They'll fit on your 0.4 wire that's in your kit. So don't be intimidated by them. They are great fun to use, and that little butterfly's made all from them.
They give a real feeling of intricacy to the work as well, don't they?
They do, and it's really, you know, that was fairly easy to use, and I've still got quite a lot of the strand left, so I haven't used the whole strand making that butterfly by any means.
Absolutely gorgeous. This work is, well, it's ridiculous. I mean, you can imagine, you know, in a little flower girl's hair or something,
exactly.
That would be gorgeous, wouldn't it?
I know, they started off as petals though, the butterfly wings, and I thought, no, I'm not going to do petals, and it just turned into a butterfly very easily, and just a joy to work with, real joy. Beautiful work, and real nice finish to the wire work as well. Is that 0.4 really easy to work with? Very easy. So if you have any dexterity problems, the 0.4 is really malleable, it's really easy to use. What I would say is keep the length of wire good workable length, because then you can use the wire as a lever, so you're not having to try and get your fingers. You can always snip off too much, but if you haven't got enough, it's going to make it a little bit. But I always like to use the end of the wire as a lever, sort of to get the wire in place, so you're not having to use so much strength from your hands. So it's a lot easier. Tip, actually. Well, I can tell you that I've got some exciting news. Now, there's already people flying in on the phone lines. It looks like around about half the stock's already been allocated. But the idea behind our jewellery kits is that we make this hobby as accessible as possible. And as a result, we're going to provide you with another price reduction. Now, if you were to buy all of these items individually from our website any other time, it would cost you £45. So you're already making a massive saving. You're already taking advantage of the value we can bring you at $29.95. But we're about to save you a crisp £20. We're going to take these down to $24.95. Now, don't panic if you already got involved, because everyone's going to pay the same final low price this evening now of $24.95. So congratulations to Alice, Ria, Anne, Nazreen, Karen, Jacqueline, new buyers, galore, anonymous buyers as well. So many names I can't read them all out, but at $24.95, that is incredible value. Would normally set you back £45. Today we've taken it down to less than £25. I mean, even if you didn't want to create necessarily bridal wear, I mean, you might not classify that as a bridal piece, but it's very, very wearable. It's going to be very fashionable, isn't it? And the gemstones work so beautifully together, and it's really, there's nothing in the kit you couldn't put next to each other, because it's all a neutral palette. But this is a great kit even if you're not doing bridal things and you've just bought another couple of strands in different colours this evening, or you've got them in your stash. You can really bring them together. This is really another way to make your gemstones go further, because you know they're all going to work no matter what you team them up with. And my neutrals in my gemstone collection are the biggest part of my collection, because they're the ones I reach for commissions. They're the ones that I reach for to go with my other coloured gemstones. So they'd be my blacks and browns, or my clears and whites.
Yes.
Those are the biggest part of my collection of gemstones, and they're the ones I'm replenishing the most as well, because they get used a lot. So,
well, of course, your clear quartz offers you a very traditional feel, doesn't it? Because most jewellers will be looking for that clarity. If you think about the use of diamonds in jewellery, that's why, because you get that clarity, you get that sparkle, and your clear quartz offers you the exact same thing, doesn't it?
Yeah, you get loads of sparkle, loads of lift, loads of light, and just a real joy to, you know, especially when you're making hair pieces, sometimes you need that light and that's lift, because it's against, you know, your hair, so it's your hair's the backdrop to be in the piece, so it's really nice to have all those really light colours.
The pieces you've created look absolutely gorgeous. I mean, you've done this in a very short amount of time. You've made 1, 2, well, I count 1, 2, 3, 4, 5. So 6 pieces, but you've done that while you're on live TV in about an hour.
Yeah, and I've still got gemstones
still got plenty left, haven't you?
And loads of findings, of 3 combs.
Oh, so you've still got 3 hair combs there, so that's
yes.
another 3 pieces. So you could actually, say, conservatively make about 10 pieces of jewellery here.
Yeah,
So we're talking about less than £2.50 per piece. Even if you sold your jewellery at £2.50, you'd still make your money back, but I don't think any of these are going to be
No,
£2.50.
they're not.
I mean, how would you go about creating this sort of butterfly design?
The butterfly, all I did was take a length of my 0.4 wire and I made just little petal shapes. I literally added, I think the smallest one's 9 of the small clear quartz, the smallest and the tiniest, weeniest one in the middle. Yes, on the bottom there. And the outside ones of that are 15. And I literally just made 2 sort of leaf shapes with the wire. I just brought it together and twisted it with the tiara technique, and then put the smaller one inside the bigger one and twisted all the tails together. So they're all created separately. Then I twisted them, all 4 of the tails, up through the body, added a larger clear quartz on the top there, the faceted one, and all the tails then form the antennae.
I was just going to show the workings,
It'll
if you like, a little bit
yes.
at the back there. You can see that because that part's sort of hidden,
Yes.
then you can just be sort of
a little bit
as
more
fluid as you want, really. You just need to.
And if you didn't want to see that on the back, what you could do is attach something like a flattened out bee cap or something onto the back
That's
to
a nice
hide
idea.
the
So
working.
You could sort of create a little shield if you wanted to show.
Yeah, definitely. I'm all for hiding workings of wire work, because sometimes it does get a little bit frantic.
For me, I think it sort of actually works in the design. I think it adds to the intricacy of the look. But of course, it's about taste, isn't it? Everybody's different.
Definitely how you want to work with it. So some people wouldn't want the antennae the way that they're done, and you could take a couple of head pins and make the antennae out of a couple of head pins if you wanted to.
Absolutely beautiful jewellery, Sarah. We're very impressed. My producers eulogising about your designs there. And lots of positive feedback as well. Of course, if you want to get involved with us tonight on the Lat Show, if you've got any questions for Sarah, I'm sure you'd be happy to field any questions. You can text into 60777. Make sure you start your text with the phrase JM Studio. And if you do have any, maybe you're having a little bit of a problem with something, maybe you just want some advice, then text in and I'm sure Sarah will be able to help. You can see how wonderful her designs are from that kit, and of course we do still have some remaining in stock, and that is a little bit limited. If you want to take advantage of our jewellery kit, it's available right now for $24.95. Absolutely brilliant deal tonight. I'm going to go back over here. I'll see you later on. Thank you very much. And we're going to move on with a brand new strand. I'm just going to move this jewellery kit to one side, and we're going to give you a launch price on another premier strand this evening. Wow. I don't think I've ever seen this colour tone before on jewellery. It's basically like a lilac tone, I would say. Actually, I know somebody who wishes they were at home now. How much do you love this gemstone,
That's amazing.
Sarah?
I haven't seen that tone in a gemstone before. It's a real... Oh, it's a cerise.
I can't even place it. It's somewhere in between purple and pink,
purple.
isn't it? Yeah.
It is a sort of really sort of pinky purple. It's gorgeous, really
I've seen
nice.
this colour tone somewhere before, but I don't know where. Do you know what I mean?
Yes.
It's one of those colours that actually does make you think of something specific.
I know, I can't think what it is, but it's really, really a gorgeous, deep,
It's either a really, really deep pink or sort of neon purple. It's one of the two, isn't it? I can't really decide. 70 carats in total. This has never been seen previously here on JewelleryMaker. And I know that some people like to work with the earthy tones, some people prefer the pastel colour tones, but actually something interesting that one of our customers was telling me when I was speaking to him in the workshop recently was that they'd always worked with pastel colour tones and those neutral palettes like Sarah was describing until they got hold of one of our 10-strand Super Savers and they had those neon yellow frosted pearls. And now they said, and once they got hold of that strand and they didn't have any intention of using that particular gemstone really because they traditionally work with the pastel shades until the design came along that they needed it for. And once that happened, now they can't get enough of those colour tones.
That's it. And when you get a chance to get a colour tone that's so rare as this, and I haven't seen anything like it before, I would be grabbing these and really stocking up on them because the chance you've got is tonight, and if you don't get it tonight, when you might not come back again, that tone.
Absolutely right. I mean, you've been working on the channel from virtually day one.
Yes.
I was the manager of the channel. Well, they've been up and running for about 6 months when I took over, and this has to be the first time I've ever seen this colour tone. I can't even place the colour tone. It's not often I'm lost for words. So that goes to show you just how unique the finish is on these gemstones. They've been classified as pink colour-coated quartz. I would say it's almost like the difference in colour tone between normal apatite and neon apatite. This is almost like the difference between, say, lavender amethyst and neon amethyst, I suppose.
Yeah, it's just a really deep, enticing pink, but then when you move it, you get these purple tones coming from it as well. And so it's just, I just love it. I just think it's so unique and so different. And as a colour tone, I wear that every day. I love that colour.
No, you said it is very, very. It depends again what you match it up with, but it's very feminine from certain angles, and then from other angles it has that intensity.
Yeah.
So it's going to lend itself to so many different designs, and it's a premiere launch this evening, never been seen before. Let's have a look at the intended price for this strand before we give you our exclusive launch price. Okay, once again, my producer's saying he wants to see that interest on the phone lines before he takes the price down. Of course, there's commercial realities for us here at JewelleryMaker, just like you as small business owners with your jewellery making and craft businesses. We have to be pretty sure of the kind of numbers we're going to sell before we do something completely ridiculous. For me, there seems to be a lot of interest out there. Congratulations to Philippa, Vivian, Carmel, Beryl, Barb, Martin, Nazreen, new buyer, and we've already taken £1 off. We're down to $6.95. Don't forget, the launch price that we bring you will only be available for 60 minutes, and it could be a case that this is a strand that sells out on the day it is launched. This is a premiere launch, and we are starting to see lots of people coming through at JewelleryMaker.com. We've taken it down to $5.95. That is a launch price, only available for the next 60 minutes, just because my producer's feeling in a generous mood. Somebody just trebled their order once they saw that price slash. So congratulations to Lily. You've got 3 strands of this heading your way now. If you want to add this to your order, it will only be available at that price for the next 60 minutes, down from $7.95 all the way to $5.95. This is the way to maximise on the value we bring you here at JewelleryMaker. And virtually every person coming through now is multi-buying this strand. Like Sarah said, whenever both the guest designer and the presenter are saying, I've never seen this colour tone before, who knows how long it will be before we see it again. Take advantage right now. You can stock them on this. June, you're multi-buying as well. Marilyn, you're multi-buying. Lily, you've got 3. As we said, Barb, you just increased your order as well. You've taken 2. So many people multi-buying this strand now. It's a premiere launch this evening. We only have a limited number available, and this price point is only available for a limited time. So in 60 minutes, it will return to the price point of $7.95, which already represents the best value on the market for a gemstone and a colour tone that I very, very rarely see here on JewelleryMaker, if ever. $5.95, an incredible deal, and you have my producer, Mr. Nevitt, to thank for that launch price. I'm going to move on And going on to a Gems of Distinction strand of sunstone. Another gorgeous gemstone that's going to offer you so many different design opportunities, because it has a real sort of feminine hue to it with the pink and peach tones as well as the apricot tones, but it actually ranges on the strand up to more vibrant tangerine tones as well. It's almost like Mother Nature's version of doing a bit of craft work. It's like she sliced it open and sprinkled a bit of glitter on there and then closed it up. It's actually the inclusion of copper that provides you with these little golden flecks inside the gemstone, but it really does glimmer in that very unique way. Very, very popular gemstone. Actually, it's sort of rising in popularity over the last few decades. Gorgeous sunstone. And the really interesting thing for me about this gemstone currently is that I've developed my own theory regarding orange gemstones. Have I not shared it with you? Oh, brilliant. Here we go. So I think everybody needs to have orange gemstones because it spans the seasons. Okay, so in the winter, it brings a bit of warmth to your designs. Yeah. In spring, it works perfectly with the pastel shades, so your greens, for example. Yeah. In the summer, you get, that vibrancy from the tangerine hues, and then in the autumn, enough said, really, it's perfect for those fall colours, isn't it? So orange gemstones, they're where it's at for jewellery makers.
I suppose it is. I never really thought of it like that, but yeah, they do. You can.
I'm teaching the guest designers something now.
There's so many different gemstones that do, as you say, do that. But the orange ones, it's really a natural option for those seasonal things. Yeah, so it's just really, and it's not a real sort of orange.
No, absolutely.
It's a peachy. Sort of pale, when you get a candle and it's just about to burn down and it's about to go out and you get that real soft orange flame. It's got that feel about it.
That is a brilliant analogy of the colour tone you get here actually, but it does vary on the stones, doesn't it? So some you get the peach tone and then others you get a little bit more of that tangerine hue. Already people getting involved. It's a Gems of Distinction strand of sunstone. $14.95, but I have to warn you, we only have single figures of availability on this particular strand. Oh, we're down to 5, the last 5 in stock. And again, they've crammed the gemstones on this strand, so you're getting a lot of bang for your buck. $14.95, the final 5 strands in stock, 4 I should say now, they are quickly selling out. If you do want to add this to your order, then act now to avoid disappointment. Don't forget you've got your 30-day money-back guarantee. So if you're umming and ahhing and you're not quite sure, my advice would be to get it home, see it in the flesh and make an informed decision, because of course, if you dilly-dally or if you wait around, it could be a sell-out strand. Don't forget that because you've got these little copper inclusions that give you this golden sparkle, which absolutely sort of emanates from the centre of the gemstone, really sparkly. Oh, we've really captured it there actually. That means it will work so well with different metal tones. So you can imagine your antique bronze or your copper or your gold or your silver. It's really going to lend itself to so many different jewellery designs. If you want to get involved, it's a Gems of Distinction strand, but we only have a limited number available, and it's available right now at $14.95. I'm going to leave it on with you. We're going to move on. I'm going to bring you another essential, really. I think Sarah's already been talking about the idea of, not always cramming your gemstones together and giving them a little bit of space to do their thing, really, and provide you with colour, clarity, and lift your designs onto that next level. Sometimes less is more when it comes to your gemstones, and it's findings like this that allow you to create that look. These are your sterling silver beads. They're 6mm in size, and you can see how these would, well, they perform a number of functions really, because you could use them as accent gemstones, you could use them as spacers. I was actually thinking at 6mm, if you wanted to create some sort of masculine macrame bracelets, you could use the leather cord with the silver beads.
The leather cord works beautifully with these. We were talking about leather designs and how popular they are at the moment in the high street, and the fact that you can find bracelets at just a single length of leather, a couple of spacer beads, and just have a look at the price. and you can make your own versions so easily just using these. I would probably put 3 of those onto a piece of leather. That's your bracelet done.
Yeah, I suppose as well, because with the more masculine designs, you don't need them to be as gem heavy either.
No.
People want a more subtle design usually.
Yeah. And they look so high end on the leather as well. They look really sort of high end.
Well, we are talking about, you know, a precious metal, really, aren't we? Sterling silver. So again, you know, some jewellery makers out there, some crafters will mainly rely on base metals because, well, maybe they just can't get these kind of price points. They can't get the value.
It's difficult to get a variety of sterling silver findings as well. You know, it's really tricky to sort of get those varieties. These are great. You get them where you can.
I was talking about the original findings packs we had and saying that, you know, when we first launched, even we found it difficult to provide a huge array of findings, but now, I mean, the range is just phenomenal, isn't it?
I know.
We're going to give you a price reduction. Sorry, Sarah.
I was going to say, your prices are crazy for sterling silver.
Yeah, I mean, $12.95 is already a ridiculous price for 20 sterling silver balls, and we're not staying there. We're taking them even lower. He's on one tonight, isn't he?
I know.
$6.95, he really is. I was expecting $9.95. You can see I was being a bit blasé, like, oh yeah, he's going to give you your P&P back. He's virtually taken this to half price, $6.95, and add it to your order price for sterling silver. And these are the kind of items that are going to allow you to justify your price points, that are going to elevate you on to that next level. And of course, you know, there's pretty serious implications when we're working with precious metals. Of course, the prices on sterling silver and gold fluctuate from, well, hour to hour, not just day to day. They dictate the whole world's financial markets, and as a result, you know, anything could happen. Who knows how long we'll be able to even provide you with the value like $12.95, let alone $6.95. Well, to be honest, even we can't justify that price point. We just wanted to give you a deal. But lots of people are recognising the value in what we're offering here at $6.95. I've got people flying in, multi-buying this now. Congratulations to Lily, Jeanette, Judy, June, Leslie, Andrea, Karen. Do you know what it is? I've just realised why some items have so many new buyers on the board. I'll tell you what it is. If you're not logged in yet and you add it to your basket, you come up as a new buyer, people aren't dilly-dallying, even wasting time with logging in. They're just add, getting in their basket. Those are flying out the door. That could be a sellout at that reduced price of $6.95. So my advice is to add that to your order right now, especially if you've got a P&P up and running. Absolutely no risk involved. You know, they do what they say on the tin. They're 6mm sterling silver beads. I'm going to have to leave that one with you, I'm afraid, because it is now time for yet another Star Buy. Welcome back to JewelleryMaker. Time for another Star Buy, and on this occasion we are going to offer you 2 of our most popular strands and 2 strands which offer, for me, femininity but in completely different ways. So you've got that traditional lavender amethyst here. These are faceted, corner drilled squares, or diamonds, as in most walks of life, but corner drilled squares. Oh no, they actually have been classified as diamond spawns. Ah, typical. I start slagging them off and they've corrected it. They love it, don't they? They love making me look like in Egypt. Right, have a look at this. Faceted diamonds of your lavender amethyst. Oh, once again, those go rather splendidly well with my outfit tonight, and yours. So that's one way that this particular strand pack offers you, you know, a bit of femininity into your designs, because you've got those subtle lavender hues coming from a very, very popular and traditional gemstone in the form of amethyst. And then you've got your, it's described as pink coated pyrite, but just to be clear, it's more like a sort of rose gold tone, basically. So it's not rose gold that's been used. I presume that's why that's the term that's been used, just so nobody felt misled. It isn't actually a rose gold coating. So that's why we haven't said it, but that's the colour tone you get. As a result, it's going to provide you with, you know, that little sort of pink hue that comes from the metalwork, but a real feeling of opulence. That's the beauty of working with pyrite for me. Never really understood the popularity of the coated pyrites when I first came over to JewelleryMaker, because of course, you know, I was coming from a jewellery background, and I was thinking like, well, why would anybody want to coat any gemstone? Pyrite, you know, it's known for looking like gold, but after discussing it with the experts here at JewelleryMaker, the fantastic designers say that, you know, you want that metallic tone in your designs, but you need the play of colour. And so these are really popular with designers, aren't they? The coated pyrites.
Because they're just really nice to, you know, you can use them as spacer beads if you want to, and they really add that sort of pop into your jewellery.
I never thought of that.
You know, it just lifts and changes the feel of it, and it's such an opulent colour as well. So, and I think that rose gold tone really suits a lot of skin tones, and as does amethyst. So, you know, they've really got what a sort of a bundle here that will suit so many different people.
That's a great idea, especially because I always talk about the traditional tone of amethyst and how it doesn't suit everybody's skin tone and hair colour. Some people don't like the intensity of the purples.
Yes.
I always talk about that when I'm thinking of green amethyst, but actually the lavender amethyst is perfect for that, because you still get the femininity.
It's a bit like a rose quartz in that respect, because it's that sort of pastel tone running through it.
Absolutely.
So it's not a harsher version of the colour, it's a real gentle colour.
Yeah, absolutely. Yeah, that's a really interesting way to think about it. And actually, they do work together, the lavender amethyst and the sort of rose gold coloured pyrite. But for me, you could use these in completely different designs, couldn't you? Just to give you with those different little nuances within your look. So the lavender could be used to tone down more intense colour tones. The rose gold pyrite could be used to give you a sort of a feeling of opulence within your design. So they're very, very versatile, but I have to say they do provide you with lots of feminine tones. And just have a look at these designs here. You can see how they work so well together, and these really do have a feeling of femininity to them, don't they? Gorgeous. Love that colour combination. Doesn't clash at all. Really. And actually, the sort of rose gold tone from the pyrite actually is providing with a bit of warmth as well, which is what I think a lot of the time we associate rose gold with. If you do want to get involved, my advice, start dialing that free phone, and we've got people piling in at jewellerymaker.com, placing this in their basket. This could be another sellout deal. We only have a limited number, I'm afraid, of this particular bundle. And of course, as ever, we're going to provide you with the best value on the market and then some, because this is a star buy deal. Your sunset skies, your lavender amethyst, and what I'm going to describe as rose gold coloured pyrites. Here comes your price point this evening, $9.95 for two essential gemstone strands here for me, pyrite and lavender amethyst, available right now for $9.95. That's an add it to your order price, especially if you've got an order up and running. You can maximise on that $2.95 per day by adding two strands of beautifully feminine gemstones to your order this evening for under £10. Congratulations to Anne, Catherine, June, Judy, Nazreen, Nicola, Dawn, lots of new buyers, or buyers that haven't logged in yet, that might be the explanation. Make sure you log in and check out your basket to avoid disappointment, because all of a sudden the free phone number is getting very, very busy as well. If you do enter a short queue on our free phone number, don't panic. You'll be answered in the order in which you dial, and you will, of course, come through to a member of our award-winning help team who will add this to your order for just $9.95. An incredible deal, and for me, an essential combination to add to your gemstone stash at under £10. Just $9.95 this evening. Sunset Skies is a start buy deal. Now we're going to leave that one with you. We're going to go to a quick break. When we return, the final hour of the Late Show, including the launch of the premiere strand of Green Sapphire. Don't go away.
It was here almost 650 years ago in Amir, where King Jai Singh first laid the foundations that was to become one of the world's most famous walled cities, Jaipur. The city of Jaipur, commonly known as the Pink City, is now taking centre stage for gemstone cutting and trading. It's here in the bursting heart of the walled city that our gems of distinction strands are cut, faceted and polished. So, how do you get a pile of tourmaline that looks like this into a gorgeous strand that looks like this? So when you've got a pile of tourmaline like this, it's going to be made into gemstone beads. First of all, each one of these gemstones need to be inspected. A line is then drawn down the middle of the gemstone or wherever the gem is going to be faceted, and it's then taken behind us and then faceted into these rough gem shapes. Once each gemstone has been cut into the amount of pieces it needs to be, it's then time to shape the gemstones. These gentlemen are working on anything from a round to a pear shape, pretty much any cut imaginable. The next process is polishing and faceting, and this takes a huge amount of skill. It can take years for a lapidrist to be able to facet like this, and each one of the gemstones can take up to 10 minutes to cut. A really lengthy but incredible process. The next stage of the process is really interesting. This is where each one of the gemstones is drilled. And what Sanjay's doing here is putting a drill through faceted beads of black tourmaline. The next stage after drilling is then to get the gemstones sorted into their appropriate colours and sizes. This can be a really, really lengthy process. Once the gemstones are sorted into different colours and sizes, they're then arranged into these strands and made into strands like this. Now each one of these gemstones could have gone through a 30 to 40 minute process to arrive on a strand like this. It's really quite incredible. If there's one thing that my time in India has taught me, it's the hours of dedicated time that goes into making each one of the gemstones we sell on JewelleryMaker.
Come and learn all about silver clay with international art clay instructor Natalia Coleman. This workshop will guide you through the basics of using silver clay, including how to plan your designs, cutting and shaping, firing and polishing. The full course includes 20 grams of art clay, use of all relevant tools, a buffet-style lunch and refreshments, a tour of the studios, a chance to meet the presenters, and a visit to our gemstone museum. All of this for just £109.95. For more information, contact our call centre on 0800 644 655.
Join guest designers Debbie Bulford and Rachel Norris to explore the endless possibilities of combining polymer clay and wirework. This DVD guides you through a variety of projects and will give you the inspiration you need to create your own designs. Advance your jewellery making and fuse your talents together with this amazing DVD. To get your hands on a copy, contact our call centre. Get creative with JewelleryMaker.
Welcome back to the final hour of the Late Show this evening here on JewelleryMaker. Exciting times, because in this hour we are going to launch a premier strand of sapphires, which I have to say would probably be perfectly at home set into 18 karat gold. 20 carats of beautiful green sapphire. Faceted rondelles. And I love the variation of the hues you've got here. Sort of ranges from emerald greens to those pastel tones. It's absolutely gorgeous. Sarah's currently working with this strand, aren't you? So I'm joined by guest designer Sarah Elvin this evening, and she's putting together a rather fantastic piece working with the superstar buy, the Green Sapphire, which is coming up in about 35 minutes time. So we're going to launch that about 8:45 this evening. Before that, of course, we're going to try to bring you as many clearance deals as possible and find an add it to your order price for each and every one of you, or even a get your order started price for some people. How about that? So let's get cracking. Where are we starting? I knew that was going to be where you'd start, because this weekend was rather busy. Rather busy weekend here at JewelleryMaker. I know, because despite the fact that it was my short week, I ended up working the whole weekend, as I always do. And Rachel Norris was here. We know what that means. We know that Rachel's work is very, very popular, very intricate wire work. We know wire work, one of our most popular disciplines, and we have her second DVD. So Rachel, aside from working with us here at JewelleryMaker, and she has put together DVDs in the past for us, she also is a very talented lady. She was crowned Crafter of the Year on a BBC show. She has some of her pieces exhibited in the V&A, and she also puts together her own DVDs. Now, the reason that I think it's important that Rachel has the time to put these DVDs together is that her work is very, very intricate. Okay, so she really does elevate wire work onto another level in many respects. I'm just trying to locate some of Rachel's work. Can you see any of it? But Sarah's going around. She recognises some of Rachel's work up there. Oh yeah, actually yeah. And she even told me at the weekend that was hers. I'm so silly, aren't I? Thank you. Sarah knows. But have a look at this. This is the way that Rachel incorporates wire into her designs. You know, for me, it does sort of elevate wire work to a new level. We've seen that on so many different designs. As I say, you know, some of these pieces exhibited in museums, certainly very popular wire work, and wire work does tend to be one of our most popular disciplines. It's because, you know, it allows you to make your gemstones go that little bit further, but also it allows you to express your own personality within your piece of jewellery. We saw earlier from the piece Sarah put together how the flower was the focal point of the design, but you could sort of add to that in any way you wish, couldn't you?
Yeah, I mean, wire is just one of those things that it just changes the texture of your jewellery. It really just completely opens up a new level. And don't be scared of wire work. I know a lot of people, when they're just starting to make jewellery, and they might look at pieces like that Rachel's made there and think, I can't possibly even try to emulate any of the aspects of that.
Yeah.
Rachel is a brilliant teacher. She'll take you through step by step, and it's techniques, one technique after another, and you just build these techniques on top of each other, and before you know it, you can be creating pieces like that.
So you don't have to like try and create this whole piece when you first set out. It's just the little techniques. I mean, to be honest, everything that's achieved here is built from a very simple technique at the start. So once you've got that base knowledge, that foundation, and once you work out how to incorporate those all into one piece, that's when you start to create these sort of showcase pieces. Yeah,
and that's it. You know, it's just, you know, learning how to manipulate the gizmo, how to make different pieces on the gizmo, and then how to join them together. And then once you've got that, you can then start to create.
You find it quite inspiring to work that way, didn't you? I mean, you walked in the office today, the first thing you did was got the gizmo out, wasn't it? I even said that to you at the time, didn't I?
I know, because when I came in, Laura was still in the studio, so I couldn't get to all the findings and things. So I grabbed the wire, because it was over in a different area of the studio, so I thought, well, that's brilliant, I've got some wire to work with. So, and for me, gizmo coils are brilliant foundations for pieces of jewellery.
Gorgeous texture from them, isn't there?
It has, and it's one of those things, you know, you just think, oh, it's a spiral of wire, it's not going to do something for me, but it does so many different things.
I mean, it's lifting these gemstones in many ways, isn't it? Because you've got, you know, quite intense colour tones again from the purple amethyst, but they're just lifted. It looks so opulent as well because it's gold wire, I suppose. I should say we're going to have to bring the price in on screen because there's so many people getting involved. $19.95. The key thing about Rachel's DVDs, of course, is that you get a little bit longer. As we were talking about, the intricacy of her designs, and of course, as a result, the techniques themselves are a little bit more labour intensive perhaps, or more time consuming. And she wants to break them all down, do it step by step. So she's actually created this DVD independently, and I'm just looking for the running time. It doesn't say.
I think it's quite a long
I think
DVD.
it's a long DVD.
I
get the impression it could be over 2 hours.
I think there's 2 discs in there, so I believe it's quite a long running time.
3 discs.
3 discs, there you go.
So I'm thinking each project could be about an hour, couldn't they? So you actually can see here, you get to create this little wire bird design, and then bird of flight, the butterfly necklace, and the peacock, which is also featured on the cover. So a 3-disc set there for $19.95, and you're not going to be disappointed once you start creating designs that look like this. Absolutely phenomenal. I'm going to leave that one with you at $19.95. Congratulations to anybody who is adding that to their order. We're moving on to... Oh, I know the price point of this strand. It's really exciting. How many of these have we got? Yeah, how many of these have we got? Oh, no. We've only got 20 strands available. This is incredible. It's 50 carats of emerald, and these have been described as irregular bicones. They're sort of in between being rondelles and nuggets, I suppose. Absolutely phenomenal. You got that gorgeous variation of colour tones, you know, ranging from the Zambian emerald tones, the Brazilian emerald, even as sort of pale as your Colombian emerald. They range in size from 3x1 to 5x3. Anybody who wants the opportunity to offer their customers the most prestigious gemstones on the planet, any of the big 4, you need to start dialing that free phone number right now. I'll tell you now, we've only got 20 strands left. I'm about to take emerald under £10 for 50 carats. I like the way Sarah just started laughing. That'll show you how ridiculous our pricing is. This is genuine emerald. Of course, here at JewelleryMaker, we lab test each and every strand to ensure it's exactly what we say it is. We're able to offer you one of the big 4 here. And actually, I would say the one gemstone that is creating the biggest stir in the jewellery world at the moment. And we're giving you a price reduction. I was a little bit worried at $9.95 that we were devaluing gemstones. No. My producer forgot that he didn't have to take an extra £1 off to get the price on screen. He just took an extra £1 off anyway. $5.95 now for 50 carats of emerald. Don't forget, we only have a limited number available, so if you want to add emerald to your order, you know what to do. Dial that free phone number or click to buy now at JewelleryMaker.com, just like Lily, Kaylee, Elizabeth, and lots of new buyers or non-logged in buyers. If you want to take advantage of this incredible price point, Lily, you're the most sensible person up there because you've got 3. An anonymous buyer, you've got 2. You're the second most sensible person. The more emerald that you can get hold of for $5.95 per 50 carats, the better. I'm going to leave that one with you. It's going to be a sellout deal. That is just unbelievable value. We're going to move on. Another essential finding here, and again we're able to offer you rose gold plated sterling silver. Now these are perfect for creating a professional finish to your designs. Now, whenever you attach gemstones or components to your beading thread, for example, they need to be held in place, and you've got to use a crimp bead to do so. When you squash that crimp bead, A, it doesn't look particularly attractive because it's a little squashed bit of metal, and B, it can be a little bit uncomfortable on the neckline or on the wrist. Here we've got your clamshell beads. Now these are the perfect way to hide your workings, actually, because these will cover up your crimp beads as covers, and they also, I'm holding it now by the one thing I don't want to hold, they also have, oh for goodness sake, here we go, I've got it this time. See, they've got almost like a little loop there, so you can actually hang a gemstone from those, and as a result, you don't have to use them solely as crimp bead covers. You could use these again as little spacer beads perhaps, but you can actually hang a gemstone from them. You get 50 in total here. You've got rose gold plated sterling silver. Not to sound repetitive, but of course, when we're talking about rose gold, we have to think about what it adds to our designs, and I think it adds femininity and warmth, depending on what you match it up with. I mean, do you use these clamshell beads very often, Sarah?
And what you can do is they've got a little hole in them, a little tiny hole in between the
That's what I
top.
was trying to show, but was flinging them all over the place.
In between where the clamshell will fold over, and you can hide your monofilament in there, or if you're using a fine cord, such as the you know, the fine sari silk threads we had.
Yes.
You can put those through that little hole, tie a knot inside there, pop a little dab of glue on, close the clamshell up. That little loop, you put a jump ring on, and then you attach it to your clasp. And it's a great way to hide multiple strands of something like monofilament, where you want it secure, you want it tucked away, and it's really great for doing that.
There you go, so another use for those. That's why we have our experts here on the show to give you those little hints and tips. Rose gold plated sterling silver clamshell beads, so high end on top of high end here. They're 7x4mm in size, and again, we can now provide you with 50 of these, so it's a trade show style offer, a wholesale deal. If you want to get involved, start dialing that free phone number right now, because they're available for $9.95. Precious metal here, rose gold plated sterling silver, for 50 of these at $9.95. I mean, here at JewelleryMaker, we're not scared. We would advise you to do your own research. If you can find better value in the market, then I will be very, very shocked. Precious metals here. Rose gold plated sterling silver available for $9.95. We're going to leave it on with you. We're going to move on. And now this is the gemstone I was describing when I picked up that pink coated topaz earlier. This is beautiful magnetic quartz. Also known as strawberry quartz. And the reason why is obvious, because you've got these gorgeous inclusions which almost look like little strawberry seeds, don't they? And you've still got that gorgeous, it's almost more of a sort of strawberry ice cream colour than a traditional strawberry. But we don't refer to it as strawberry quartz because I think there's a synthetic bead on the market which people have classified as strawberry quartz. So we go with the gemological name, which is magnetic quartz. Of course, this is one of Mother Nature's creations, because at JewelleryMaker we're part of the genuine gemstone company. We're only ever going to bring you the real McKay, and I love these. I don't really love the classification of the cut, so there's no way I'll describe these as slabs. They're much more elegant than that, don't you think?
Graduated, what should we call them?
I don't know what I could call them either though.
No.
I'm fairly useless from that moment.
Yeah, they're not slabs though, they're more like an elongated rectangle, aren't they?
That's it, that's the perfect position. They're elongated rectangles, but they do have that sort of flat finish, so I understand why they've been described as that, but that's not really showing you the romance that you get from this gemstone. And actually it'd be so easy to create a very elegant piece of evening wear, because you could actually use the graduation down the décolletage, down the neckline, to create sort of a beautiful piece of evening wear. That's how I am seeing it.
and they are so easy to use, and they just sit beautifully in that graduation. And it's just a really elegant way to have your gemstones faceted in that sort of elongated rectangle. And I would keep them in that sort of formation of the graduation, and just possibly put in between just either some small spacers or a little bit of chain in between each one, just to create that, keep that sort of bib style feel.
Yeah, it looks absolutely gorgeous. Now, I was fortunate enough to bring you this strand previously, and I happen to know that we didn't leave too many in stock, so it is a limited stock opportunity. If you want to get involved, then start dialing that free phone number right now. Here comes your price point this evening. Under £10, £9.95, and I have to say, this particular variety of quartz, this magnetic quartz, isn't necessarily a variety that we have every day here on JewelleryMaker. So over the last 12 months we've been a little bit more successful in managing to source this particular variety. Certainly not a gemstone that we can source for you every day here on JewelleryMaker, and at £9.95 that is an added to your order price for a Gems of Distinction strand of magnetic quartz. Beautiful. I mean, when you consider the inclusions and how much texture they're going to provide your designs, for me it's a must-have. Gorgeous femininity from the colour tone, lots of texture from the inclusions, and then of course that unique cut. They're available right now for £9.95 and add it to your order price. And we're going to move on. We're going to bring you this beautiful strand of green amethyst. Whoa, hold on a second. A lot of gemstones on here. That's probably about right actually. 33 centimetres, it looks really long. Mind you, you don't expect to get, you know, half a metre of green amethyst. You don't expect genuine gemstones to be measured in terms of their length, do you? 33 centimetres. I think this is slightly longer than that. Yeah? What are you haggling with me over? What, 10 centimetres? We're getting on for half a metre. Yeah, so 33, what? That's what I'm saying. 33 centimetres, sorry. I'm just thinking, like, when I hold out half a metre of chain, it's normally about this length, so that's where I've got that from. My apologies. 33 centimetres is the length of this, but it gives you a great number of gemstones. These are top drill drops. Interesting faceting on these. You see this? If we go a little bit closer. Like very uniformed square-shaped facets on the surface of the gemstone. Really interesting, really beautiful. You've got that gorgeous pastel shade. I tell you what, these are the perfect accompaniment for your green sapphire. Let's have a look at the current price for this Gems of Distinction strand of green amethyst. £14.95. Now we only have a limited number available. So we're going to take the price down to £9.95, a crisp £5 note back in your pocket this evening for over 100 carats of green amethyst in these beautiful top drill drops. Once again, a real profit maker, because you could potentially create a matching set of jewellery with your drop style earrings and pendant. I mean, that's a £15 set of jewellery. So you're making profit off of 3 gemstones. And to avoid any confusion about me rounding up measurements, let's count the gemstones. Let's see how many sets we could create. 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10, 11, 12, 13, 14, 15, 16, 17, 18, 19, 20, 21, 22, 23, 24, 25, 26, 27, 28, 29, 30, 31, 30, 33, 34, 35, 36, 37, 38 gemstones here for £10. This is green amethyst, again, very, very popular gemstone, and nice to be able to offer your customers the alternative varieties. As we were saying earlier, some people won't always suit every traditional gemstone because of their skin tone or their hair colour. This allows you to offer a beautiful pastel tone within that gorgeous gemstone. 135 carats of green amethyst available right now for £9.95. Oh yeah. Now we're going from the pastel tone. Hold on a second. Can't get the stuff these days. Don't worry, floor managers, I'll sort this out, shall I? Unbelievable. Oh, actually, now that I think about it, was it the owner of the company's daughter who prepped today's show? You're fine, don't worry. Have a look at these beautiful Zambian amethysts. This is the colour tone you associate traditionally with amethyst. 10mm plain rounds. Perfect, again, for those macrame bracelets. So you could use so many different colour tones with it. I always think that with the macrame bracelets, with the really sort of tight finish that you get from the braiding technique, you can actually use more vibrant colours because it almost tones down.
What sort of style of macrame piece you're doing, because you can switch your colours halfway through, so it just depends what you're doing. So you can actually turn, so you could have say pink and cream,
yes,
satin threads, and you can then switch them, so you hide the pink inside the cream and then the cream goes back inside the pink, so you can actually have the two colours coming out at different times along the bracelet, and it just allows you to have so much freedom.
Well, it's going to like bring the intensity of the gemstone out as well, isn't it? Because I mean, this is,
I know, aren't they
presumably singing to you.
Oh yes.
I mean, that's the depth of colour that most people associate with amethyst.
And that's probably, it's probably that or the other end of the scale with amethyst, and the two that I love the most. I love the sort of really,
or the lavender.
Yeah, so
absolutely.
Just beautiful straps.
Well, it's really, really easy to work with 10mm plain rounds, isn't it? I think most people need to have their 10mm plain rounds in their collection.
And you can create beautiful, easy pieces of jewellery, so you don't have to think of anything too difficult. So if you're a beginner with wire work, you may want to make a wire wrapped bracelet. 10mm are great, so you haven't got too many fiddly gemstones to deal with. You make a really nice bracelet, wire wrap it very quickly, and you have a really easy wire wrapped bangle very quickly.
Oh, that's an interesting idea.
The first thing I did with wire, other than gizmos, was to make a wire wrapped bangle, and it was very easy with, and I think I used 10mm rounds.
There you go.
Yeah.
I think the interesting thing about this is, I think when most people start out on their sort of jewellery making journey, they tend to rely on plain rounds quite a lot, don't they?
You do, because they're easy to use. They sit beautifully next to each other.
They look very traditional as well, I suppose. Yeah.
And they're a uniform shape, so it's easy to work with as well. You know, so you don't have to worry about, you know, when you use chips and nuggets, you don't always get the same dimensions on each one.
Those variations that might throw you off.
That's right. So rounds are really easy to use. They give you all that sort of beautiful sparkle and richness and glow from them, but they're very easy to use.
Absolutely. And here you got one of the most recognisable gemstones available in the form of beautiful amethyst. Over 250 carats on this particular strand, and I'm teaming them up here with these beautiful green sapphires. But it's one of my most favourite colour combinations, particularly in jewellery designs. The greens and the rich purples, I think it works brilliantly. That could be a fantastic combination, couldn't it? Amethyst and sapphire, two very recognisable, very sought after gemstones, I should say. Now we are going to provide you with an exclusive price reduction on this particular strand of amethyst. It will only be available for the next 60 minutes. Let's have a look at the current price on this strand. Wow, it's already under £10. We're not staying there tonight. We're about to go even low. We're going to take this to an add it to your order price. We're already down at £8.95. We're now down at £7.95 and add it to your order price for 260 carats of Zambian amethyst. I've already got lots of interest on the phone lines, people multi-buying this strand, so you've just made a massive saving. Everyone will pay the same final price. If you do come through to a short queue on our free phone number, don't panic. Whoa, he's still going. He's now down at £6.95. I mean, how many of this strand have we got in stock? Well under 50 available, so if you want to get involved with this deal, you need to start dialing that free phone number right now. It could potentially sell out at this ridiculous price this evening. £6.95. Once again, my producer handing you back the equivalent of your P&P and taking genuine gemstones to the kind of price point that you couldn't even buy a sandwich and a cup of coffee for.
No.
Zambian Amethyst here, 250 carats, 260 carats in fact, for $6.95. Congratulations to everybody who's multi-buying this strand. Congratulations Betty, Anne, Vera, Leslie, Diane, anonymous buyer, Louise, Patricia, Catherine, Paula, Jessie, and everybody else who hasn't actually logged in yet. But if it is placed in your basket, make sure you check out to avoid disappointment. And if you fancy making me a lovely pair of cufflinks to go with this particular outfit, then feel free. Look at that. Zambian Amethyst is available right now for $6.95. You know what that means. When we go this low, you need to be multi-buying. I'm going to leave that one with you. We're going to move on. Oh, that's so strange. We're on the same wavelength, you and I, Liam. I was just going to say, can we please do 15? Look at this. And have a look at this for its partner in crime. Virtually the whole corundum family. Gorgeous shaded ruby. Now, this is really, really interesting because we often see a few examples on a strand of mixed sapphire where we think, are those pink sapphires or are they ruby reds? Well, we've got a few of those, but the other way around on this strand. Huge amount of ruby, and then you've got a few that are also offering you this more subtle hues, which could potentially be classified as pink sapphires. But look how many rubies you've got here. Gorgeous variation. I should say, in case anybody's confused, sapphires, rubies are exactly the same thing. They come from the corundum family. That's the gemological name for the gemstone, and it is literally a colour classification. When it goes over a certain level, a certain grade of a pink tone, then it becomes a ruby. Have a look at the colour tones you've got here. There's sort of colours you'd associate with Burmese ruby, aren't they? Those rich cherry reds, ranging into those sort of deep red wine tones. These are fantastic. Faceted rondelles of shaded ruby here. Again, these are the gemstones that allow you to justify your price points and maybe to start selling your jewellery designs, because again, it's another example of a gemstone people are aware of, people have a personal association with. And in this case, we're talking about July's birthstone as well. So if you are planning a few months ahead for certain craft fairs, this could be the perfect add it to your order item. 30 carats of ruby here. Again, I would describe it as jewellery quality ruby. I've actually sold ruby set into jewellery designs on our sister channel on Gems TV that wasn't of this quality, that didn't have the same depth of colour. I will say that that was before Steve Bennett bought the company back. But, you know, we've had jewellery within this business which isn't of the same quality as this ruby. And this is, you know, it's been classified as used for, you know, craft or handmade jewellery, but, I mean, it's jewellery quality for me.
Strand, and I love the fact that you've got the other tones coming through, the sort of pinker ones as well. I love that fact, because I love making graduated earrings.
Oh, of course, so you could actually show the graduation.
Yeah.
You only need a few gemstones,
You do.
And you've got a pair of ruby earrings to sell.
And you just need 3, and I've just put a little silver spacer or a little gold spacer in between each one,
I see.
on a head pin. Earrings.
Job's done.
Yeah, very easy.
So you probably pick one of these sort of hot pink, essentially a pink sapphire.
Yeah.
Then the cherry red rubies, and then one of the
lighter ones.
the darker,
Oh, the
the
dark
bolder
ones.
ones.
Yeah,
I was thinking going pink, cherry red, then rich
definitely.
ruby red. That would work.
Yeah.
There you go. It's a bit of inspiration as well. 30 carats of ruby here this evening. We only have a limited number available. They have been very, very popular. And here comes your price point. $24.95, absolutely ridiculous price point for what you're getting here. A Gems of Distinction strand of ruby. For me, jewellery quality. You can see the graduation in the sort of colour tones that you get here, the hot pinks, the cherry reds, and those rich red wine tones. 30 carats of $24.95. We're talking about, once again, less than £1 a carat for one of the most sought after gemstones on the planet. $24.95 is all you're going to pay this evening for that gorgeous strand of ruby. I'm going to leave it on with you. We're going to move on. Now we're going to bring you gorgeous strand of citrine. Just have a look at, again, the richness of the colour tone you've got here. Gorgeous golden hues coming through there. Almost like a sunshine yellow, really, aren't they? 155 carats of citrine there. And again, you've got a really high-end finish, but a very organic feel. Irregularities in the sizes and the shapes, ranging from 12 by 10 to 24 by 17, but you've got that high-end feel from the way these have been faceted, almost step-cut faceting on the surface of each gemstone. And I mean, can you imagine the kind of showcase design you can create using these? I mean, you only need one gemstone to create a wirework ring design. You could create a prong setting or a simple shank, and all of a sudden you've got a very organic feel and a very on-trend look. Over 150 carats here in the gemstone of happiness, gorgeous citrine, all those golden tones coming through, those honey-like hues as well. If you want to get involved, start dialing that free phone number, because we're about to give you an exclusive price reduction. Let's have a look at our current price list. So $14.95 for the kind of carat weight that you're receiving here is ridiculous. But we're about to match the launch price for this particular strand of citrine. I would say the perfect gemstone for the summer months, actually. Down to $11.95 once again. We're handing you back the equivalent of your P&P, taking this down to $11.95 this evening. If you want to add this to your order, you know what to do. Start dialing that free phone number or click to buy now at JewelleryMaker.com, but of course it will only remain at this price for 60 minutes, at which point it's going to return to $14.95. Huge carat weight, beautiful gemstone, the gemstone of happiness. And if you want to add that to your order, it is available right now for $11.95. We only have a limited number left in stock, and that is a very beautiful look. And I'm just thinking that you do have some which have got greater saturation of colour, and others which have got more of this sort of zonal colour toning. Does that lend itself in any way to specific designs? Are you ever looking for a sort of shading, if you like, throughout the gemstone?
Yeah, I mean, you can do. I mean, I always look at a gemstone, and if I'm doing something with wire and things like that, I might be looking and I'll case one side where they've got that sort of zone with one part of the wire, and then just maybe put it around the centre if it's round both sides. So it just sometimes it lends, you know, to give you an idea.
Leads the creativity, doesn't it? And that's what you're looking for with your
And other
gemstones.
times you just actually put that in a piece of jewellery, and just because it's got that natural beauty, it allows it just to come through. And just, you know, when people say, oh, that's a bit unusual, it's got that banding on there, or it's got that zoning.
Well, it gives you that authority again, doesn't it? Because people can see straight away that you've sourced genuine gemstones, because, you know, if a machine's making them, they're not going to be able to create that, whereas Mother Nature, you know, it's the pressure, the temperatures when it's forming that allows that to come through. Absolutely phenomenal. Faceted again to perfection, but in an irregular way, so it provides you with an organic feel. We have taken that down to $11.95. If you want to add that to your order, act now to avoid disappointment. We're going to move on. I'm going to bring you another very interesting variety of pyrite. Now, we were talking about this earlier, and talking about the pink tones. Here we've got your pastel greens. I mean, again, it would lend itself very, very nicely to be work with this green sapphire, although maybe you want to maybe attach your green sapphire to more prestigious gemstones, but I actually like that because you've got the pastel tones and of course you've got that little metallic shimmer.
But if you make a pair of earrings or a bracelet with those two gemstones, then 6 months down the line you change your mind, you're not stuck with it, are you? Snip it, start
get
again.
your sapphires back, and create something else.
Exactly, you're never stuck with a design. If you're making it for yourself, you're never stuck with a design. And it's just great. I have pieces that I made a long time ago and I've redesigned them 3 or 4 times with gemstones.
Okay.
Because my mind's, you know, when I started I made my jewellery in a certain way. Now I've changed.
Well, we're talking about, you know, evolving as a designer, so even our experts go through that, I suppose.
And also, you know, you might find that you've got a different outfit now, you know, that you've made it for a specific outfit which you may no longer have, or it might not be, you know, of the season or whatever, and you want to change that gemstone.
If you're me, it doesn't fit anymore. Just keep it stub over there. Over 100 carats of your green pyrite here. Now this is a coating which allows us to present fool's gold in a different way. And these are faceted drops. So because you've got that metallic shimmer combined with the faceting, again, it's going to really bring your jewellery designs to life. And the droplets actually range in size from 7x4 to 11x7. Love this sort of fern green base tone, but you do get a little metallic shimmer, don't you? That's what I was actually, that's what I was going to say. Yeah, it almost has a golden feel to it, doesn't it? Yeah, absolutely. Over 100 carats in total, and we are going to give you another price reduction this evening on the Late Show. We're not messing around tonight. Currently available for $8.95. But for the next 60 minutes, we're taking it down to $6.95. We're making genuine gemstones as accessible as possible. We're trying to give you the opportunity to get them home, see them in the flesh, and of course, you've got your 30-day money-back guarantee to make a final decision. If you want to add these to your order, if you want to potentially work with pyrite in a completely different way, and of course, these have a very high-end feel to them because of the way they've been faceted and that top drilled droplet style. $6.95 for over 100 carats of green coated pyrite. If you want to add those to your order, start dialing that free phone number right now, or alternatively click to buy now at JewelleryMaker.com. If you have placed multiple items in your basket, make sure you check out. I'd hate for you to miss out on the reductions, which are only available for 60 minutes. This is down at $6.95, but only available at that price for the next 60 minutes. I'm going to leave that on with you, and we're going to move on, because it is now time for the launch of Green Sapphire as our superstar buy. Just have a look at this phenomenal strand of green sapphire. One of the big four. Traditionally thinking, of course, about diamonds, rubies, emeralds, and of course, gorgeous sapphires. Now, we don't traditionally see this colour tone as often as maybe we'd like to, because I think, when most people think about sapphires, because of traditional marketing campaigns, they think of blue sapphires. But actually, as I was just explaining with that strand of ruby, this is a family of gemstones known as corundum. It's only the red variety that has a different name, rubies, of course. But then we've got lots of different colour tones. So you can be looking at your Padaparacha sapphire, which are the orange pinky tones, very, very rare, and well, price points you couldn't imagine paying for the carat weight. It's absolutely out of this world. And then you've got your traditional sapphires, so your blue sapphires, your green sapphires and your canary sapphires. So those tend to fall into one particular category. They're not panoparacha, they're not rubies, then they're going to fall into the traditional sapphire sort of colour classification, if you like. Now when we think about blue sapphires, there's a huge variety, isn't there, from those midnight blues to the Ceylon blues and of course the cashmere blues, but we rarely see green sapphire actually.
You might get one or two on a strand of fancy sapphires,
yes, exactly, yeah.
But you don't see them. I've never seen a strand all by itself like this, and this is amazing. I loved working with it.
And actually in the studio itself, a little saturated in colour because of the lighting, but you can see there from that recording it does actually have a very vibrant, vivacious tone to it. I mean, it almost looks like peridot there, doesn't it?
It does, but it's definitely got a different tone to it. It's a more sort of natural green as opposed to a peridot, which is a limey green.
It tends to be a different element that's given it that colour tone. I think in sapphires, if it's gone green, it's because the element of iron in there that's actually giving it, whereas of course peridot is going to be a completely different chemical property that's giving it that tone. So that's why you get the variations in the tone. But for me, even though we've got this unique colour tone that we don't see every day, it's still all about the sparkle. We're becoming such a magpie, Sarah.
I know. Can't work with gemstones and not be a magpie, I'm afraid. But yeah, it has got huge amounts of sparkle. And you know, you could almost be mistaken for that being sort of on the side of a green diamond almost-esque feel. It's really got such a lot of sparkle coming from it. They're so beautiful, and these will work beautifully with lots of other gemstones. So if you've got that ruby strand, oh my goodness, how fantastic is that going to look together? Unbelievable combination. But again, on their own, they are just so beautiful. They're fantastic, aren't they? I mean, we talked recently about the idea that green gemstones go with any other colour because Mother Nature starts her designs off with green, if you like. But you know, we say that in a sort of tongue-in-cheek way, but actually it's very true, isn't it? I mean, it works with so many. I mean, I see here you teamed it up with the Iolite. Now, I always talk about green and purple as being quite a traditional combination, but it works so well. It does, and just adding that little pop of a different colour in there just changes the feel of that piece of jewellery. But you know, you don't need many of these either to make a real impact on a piece of jewellery. So, you know, you've got lots that you can sort of do with them, and I just like to change the metals I put with it, so you can see with what I've made. I've used some of the rose gold. I was just looking at that then, this sort of copper toned white. It shows that the rose gold findings would work. Yes. I was just thinking it's just changed it again. Fantastic combination. Give it a real rich feel, hasn't it? Yes, really absolutely. Vibrant. All of a sudden now you're picking out more of the forest greens or the bottle green hues, whereas on this design you've got more of the pastel tones coming through, haven't you, with the silver? It just shows changing the metals you use with your jewellery changes the feel of a gemstone completely. So if you want to really give it a rich tone, you know, use your yellow gold as well. That will give a real warmth. Imagine that. But if you like that sort of cooler tone, the silver works beautifully. So you've got lots of options. Gorgeous gemstone, and the colour tone is phenomenal. Now, it might be that also that you are working on that elite level where you do have personal commissions, you are very successful at selling the high-end gemstones at your craft fairs, but you can't quite work out whether you want to match it with yellow, silver, rose gold, even copper, for example. My advice is to get it home, see it in the flesh, because once you actually team it up with the metals or the other gemstones, that's when you'll get a better idea. Definitely, definitely. And what you put through it, so if you're putting, for instance, a 0.4 gold wire through, you're going to get that gold tone coming through because there's the clarity there. So you're going to get that warmth coming through the gemstone as well. And it just will lift and change the feeling of it. Whereas, you know, the rose gold gives it a real warmth. It does. So it's beautiful in that copper wire. It does. And, you know, the strand went on, and I did, you know, I was really gem heavy with the bracelets. So, and there's another bracelet at the front there that's got them in between the clear quartz, just in between them. Just a little highlight. But this is the thing, a few gemstones, now all of a sudden, you're offering your customers Green sapphire.
sterling silver and sapphire jewellery,
Yes,
which
yes.
helps you maybe to justify the price points you want to achieve, doesn't it?
It does, and it just, you know, all I've used on there, I think, is
Again,
about
it's not totally
12.
because of the black.
I
If
know.
I just hold it there like that, you'll get a better idea with a bit of skin tone.
Yeah, so I think I've only used about 12 of the gemstones there, so it just shows you don't
Gorgeous
have to use a
combination.
lot of them. And they don't have to be with similar sized gemstones either. Don't be afraid to put them with something a little bit bigger.
And this evening, this is a premiere launch. We are going to give you an exclusive launch price on this particular Gems of Distinction strand. This is the intended price for this strand of sapphire. Of course, coming from our Gems of Distinction range, representing the best quality we can provide for you. And of course, it is one of those elite gemstones, one of the big four. I mean, as I say, it really almost has a peridot-like pop when you see it there in our light box, which is emulating sunlight. So you're going to get a different feel from this gemstone depending on what you match it up with and depending on the light source where it's being seen. It will be available on our website tomorrow if there are any remaining in stock at $47.95. But this evening we've got an exclusive launch price. Let's have a look at the price we can provide you with this evening. Absolutely exceptional for one of the big four, one of the most exquisite examples of sapphire we've ever brought you here at JewelleryMaker. $39.95. So we're talking there at about £2 a carat for gorgeous green sapphire. Very, very rare variety of this gemstone that we don't see every day here at JewelleryMaker. We're very privileged this evening to be able to bring you this particular launch premiere piece. $39.95 for a Gems of Distinction sapphire. So did you fall in love with this gemstone?
Oh, definitely. Just as soon as I got handed it, it's just beautiful. Really do get this home, have a look at it, because when you get it in the daylight, it will look completely different than it does in the studio, because it's just the natural daylight on it's going to make it sing. It really is. And it just, there's the amount of sparkle coming off that gemstone.
Yeah, that's the one for me.
They might be small, but they're certainly mighty. They are brilliant gemstones, and I love the fact that, you know, you don't need to use many of these to get a really beautiful piece. I think if you wanted to make a little band wire work ring as well, they would look amazing.
Oh, again, that's a way of maximising the profit. You can make sure you need, what, 4 or 5 within this centre.
Maybe, you know, do a similar thing that I've done with the bangle with the gizmo. Maybe put 2 rows of gizmo and a little band of the sapphires in the middle to make a ring. And, you know, you would only be using maybe 5 or 6.
Yeah, absolutely. Yeah. That's the key thing, isn't it, when you're investing in these elite gemstones?
Yes.
That you use them sparingly, or use them think smart sort of thing, isn't it? Yeah.
Either that, or it's a real treat for yourself, and you're buying this because you want to treat yourself. And if that's the case, then use them all in one go. Why not?
Big sparkly green sapphire earrings or what have you.
Why not? Indeed.
Something that's really going to attract attention. But actually, it might be a good way to advertise your jewellery designs, because you could create a very gem-heavy piece for yourself. Yeah. Someone's going to notice it and say, can you make one of them for me?
Indeed. That's how I get a lot of commissions, is from wearing my own pieces of jewellery. People stop you and say, where did you get that piece of jewellery from? And when you say, well, actually, I make jewellery, then you get commissions that way. So,
absolutely.
Yeah.
And that's why jewellery making as a hobby has become such a sort of recession-busting idea, because, of course, it's one of those really addictive hobbies.
It is.
That you can't put down, but of course it starts to sort of fund itself, because people always want beautiful jewellery designs.
They do, and things like, you know, I get lots and lots of sort of commissions for remakes of things. So
of course, if you've seen something, can you recreate it?
Yeah, can you recreate that? Or also another one is people bring their outfits to me, and can you colour match this?
Oh,
can you make me a piece of
way
jewellery?
to sort of work with your client, isn't it?
Oh,
if
definitely.
they can sort of guide you as to what they actually want, then you know you're going to deliver.
It's quite often, you know, very difficult to find something that will go with a specific outfit, so it's great to be able to offer that service.
Fantastic. Lots of inspiration from Sarah there, and of course, just have a look at the quality of this gemstone, sparkling away there like never before. It's like those paparazzi flashes going off. You're going to feel like you're walking down the red carpet. Lots of people getting involved now, placing this in their basket at JewelleryMaker.com. Of course, in 60 minutes, it's going to return to the price point of $47.95. So this is your best opportunity to get hold of this strand. Congratulations if you are adding this to your order. very encouraging. It makes me feel like you must have a very successful jewellery making business. I'm going to have to leave that on with you and offer my personal gratitude to Sarah. Thank you so much for joining us. Time for me to say goodbye. Stay tuned now for Designer Inspiration.
Yes, 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 it is our Viking Knit Spectacular. And I have got for you as my first designer inspiration. Of course, we've got lovely Laura Binding, spellbinding herself. For the first one, she's going to be creating something that is for beginners with a Viking knit. I'm going to give you a chance to own the old and the new Viking knit tool as well. And then the second designer inspiration is going to be a little bit more advanced. It's going to be about encasing pieces, but we're going to go from very basic step by step. So even if you've never used it before, do not worry, make a note of today's date and watch us back on the JewelleryMaker YouTube. Alternatively, just wait till the evening we get played, don't we? I have got some Easter egg bundle bargain madness, greatness, deliciousness for you today as well. I've got some seriously huge gemstones and 0 calories. Don't eat them. These are your wonderful Easter eggs. We're going to be giving these to lovely Spellbind as her challenge. Should we do this now? Let's do this now. I've got the 3 strands for you. If you are not friends with us on Facebook, if you haven't liked our page, you need to, because Designer Inspiration, a lot of the time, we've got something massive coming up that you really need to see. We put a few little clues and hints on there as to what we've got. You will have seen that I have got emerald for under £15 today, and storage boxes, well no, presentation boxes as a star buy as well this afternoon. So many goodies. This is your first Easter egg bundle, and these are sizable, aren't they? You have got your beautiful sodalite on the end here, and this is 500 carats worth. You've also got your agate in the centre here, 450 carats, and this is a faceted strand. You can see it sparkling away. You've also got your rhodonite as well, 700 carats on this. All of these are 14 mil, all of them. So if we have a look at the sodalite I adore because it's got this colours of willow pattern. So if you know the willow pattern plates that were said to depict the emperor locking his daughter away in a maze to prevent her being in love with the man she truly wished to fall in love with. It's got those colours about it, hasn't it? It's also very Valentino. Have you seen that huge, gorgeous blue and white Valentino coat, almost cape, that they have out this season? It's got those beautiful tones to it. It's a really high-end strand, really high fashion. You've also got the agate as well, which if we have a little look, it's your multi-coloured agate in a sense. You've got greens, you've got almost these mossy forestry tones, you've also got really organic browns running through here as well, some with beautiful transparency and some just so packed full of colour they're totally opaque. This I think is a real year-round strand, isn't it? Almost got the autumnal colours in there, but also quite spring-like with the beautiful bright greens. And this again, 14 mil, this is the one with 450 carats worth. And finally, you have got your rhodonite as well. And this, I just think is such an interesting gemstone because not everyone, let's face it, not everyone likes really, really girly pinks. This has got almost a masculine pink to it because it's mixed in with the dark black and because you've got this matrix internally. I think it's just a really interesting, beautiful strand to work with. Now we are going to be giving these 3 strands to lovely Laura Binding as her challenge. So we'll see what she's created with these probably around 4:45ish this afternoon. But we're going to give you the chance to own it now. So get it now. Stay tuned and have a little look at what she manages to create with all of this later for some inspiration. And then with this, please make sure you send in your pictures with this bundle to the Wall of Fame. I think it'd be fab to be able to see what Laura's created, but then also what you've managed to create at home. So this is our designer inspiration. You know we're going to give you an absolute cracking deal on this today. You're getting 3 strands not for £24.85. That's the price it should be. That's the price it would be if you went on our website now and got these separately. Your price today is a huge discount. You're getting it all for just £16.95 for all 3 of these strands. And let's face it, these are going to last you a time. These are going to be something that you pull out time and time again, because realistically, you've got a lot of colours to work with here. If you create a white piece, then you've got, oh, well, obviously this will go with all of them. If you're going to be working with greens, you've got plenty there. Your blues, you've got pinks, you've got blacks, you've got browns, you've got oranges. There is so much you can do with these strands. And also, no matter what wire or what metals you've got at home to work these in, they're going to work out really just a great, great addition to your staff. That is such a huge, huge carat weight amount. 1,650 carats worth you get in total within this. That's working out just over a penny a carat, actually, isn't it? When you think of it like that, you can understand what an absolute deal this is. And it's a workable shape as well. You've got some with the faceting, you've got some that are just the plain rounds, but they're all really sizable. Imagine working all these 3 strands into one piece. Obviously, you wouldn't use the whole strands. It'd be pretty heavy if you did. But just 1 or 2 from each. Got loads of double buyers on this one. Thank you very much for joining me this afternoon. I hope you're excited to see this new Viking knit. I can't get over it. I really, really can't. I'm so excited to see these demos today. Laura Bided, you're plugged in. Hello, lovely lady.
Hello.
How do you feel about your challenge?
Yeah, it's fun. It's going to be good. Gonna have a play.
Any ideas?
No, I'm just going to have a little, I don't know. Got a few ideas.
A few ideas. You're just going to look and see if they have a little chat to you. So, Spellbind, we are coming to you probably in about 25 minutes. Give us a little bit of an idea of what your first design is going to be.
Well, it's Viking knit, but not in what you would typically associate Viking knit to be. So when you do the Viking knit, you think of the chain. So I've done something a little bit different, but everything on the piece is Viking knit.
I love. Now, we are joined by wonderful Spellbinding, and we have got a little piece that she's going to love this section. We've chosen all of her favourite gemstones, and we have called it Laura Binding Gemstones. You'll be really happy to know that we've not got a silly picture of you.
I was going to say, there's no dodgy picture this time.
Not this time.
Not this time.
No, not this time. You're fine. You're safe this time. So we're going to do all the gemstones that Laura absolutely adores and loves. Where are we going to be starting off? There's nothing in there. Oh, lovely. Turquoise. Oh, cheeky deal on this, by the way. Have a look at this. Now, why do you love turquoise so much?
I just love the colour. Clearly.
Obviously.
Obviously. Yeah, no, I just love the colour of it. I just love all of those kind of blues and greens, and the shade of turquoise is just, to me, such a vibrant colour. I just love it.
It is, and this in particular, there's a lot of the turquoise tone through here. There's not a really heavy matrix of browns and blacks. It's really pure turquoise colour, which is stunning. This is a really lengthy strand, 80 centimetres, double strand we call these ones. Now I'm going to do a cheeky deal on this. Turquoise is an interesting one. Myths and legends and lore says that people, especially the Persians, used to actually adorn themselves with turquoise on their pulse points. So they'd have it as, say, a long necklace going over the heart, or they'd have it as a bracelet, because they believed that it would help give their pulse strength and hopefully help them stay well and healthy. Now, turquoise itself, to be given this name, it must be really high quality, and I think you can see already that it's gorgeous quality in here. Really vibrant, almost stereotypical turquoise colour, if that makes sense, and that's what I really enjoy about this strand. I have to admit, for me, colours, when turquoise has less of a matrix like this one does, for me that's just more pleasing. I just appreciate it more because I think the colour's brighter. 155 carats worth of these nuggets you've got, 80 centimetre strand. I'm doing you a cheeky price today. It's a tiny £6.95 for you on this today for a really, really lengthy strand. Genuine, beautiful, stunning turquoise. Now, if you were to have this strand spellbind, what would you think of doing with it?
Well, the first thing I would do is probably a Tree of Life, and I know that sounds like a bit of a broken record.
No,
but Tree of Life with the turquoise and the silver looks really lovely together. And I've made a couple, and they seem to be the best sellers as well with the turquoise, because I think of the colour of it, it really pops. But you know, there's lots you could do with it, a cluster ring, if you wanted just like a cluster of the gemstones. What's really good with nuggets that people forget about is you can make beady beads with them.
Yeah.
So you do the same theory that you did a beady bead, but when you do it with the nuggets, it just changes the look completely. So it looks like a little cluster of gemstones, and it looks really cool. And just have that on a pair of earrings, or you know, anything really.
They are really easy to work with, nuggets, aren't they? I think especially if you want something a little bit unique. And actually, producer Pip has turquoise. He has a strand of turquoise doubled up as a bracelet, and it's this strand exactly, is it? It's this strand exactly that he's created. And it's feminine, but it can be masculine as well, can't it?
Yeah, definitely, because it's got that kind of, it's a neutral blue,
yes,
really.
You're right. And apparently one of the most popular colours, blue, isn't it?
And again,
you'd obviously agree.
Both me and Pip have them, because when Pip said he was getting some, I was get some for me.
I know, I remember on the show, I remember that. Pip's gone, oh yeah, I remember now. £6.95. Hello, thank you very much for joining me. Greatly appreciated. Pauline, Jacqueline, Janet, Lily, Trudy. Love that name, Trudy. I'm big on names, me. Big on names. £6.95 for you. You're going to have to get it whilst you can, though, because this is going to be a popular little one today. I can tell that instantly. There's loads of you online, and I've just heard Pat in Mallorca's back, is she? Oh, hello, Pat. £6.95 for you today. These are flying out, so please do be quick. We've had a busy morning. I imagine this afternoon's going to be the same, especially with my brand new tool and bits and bobs. I'm very excited. We're going to bring you a drawer plate and a, what's it called? The cloth, conditioning cloth, separately as well, which is exciting. I've got some smoky quartz here for you now. This is a really light, delicate smokiness in this one. Isn't that unusual to get such a lovely, it's symmetrical, it's got symmetry in the smokiness, but isn't it unusual to have it so transparent? And to have that symmetry is quite unusual as well. 220 carats worth. Now these are your 9mm. I do have to say I adore having in these slightly odd numbered in sizes. A lot of the time, you know, a few months ago you'd pretty much only see, say, 8s or 10s or 12 mils from us, but you requested to get some more uneven mils in, and we did it for you, and this is one of those. 9mm, 30 centimetre strand. What is it about smoky quartz you like?
Just, again, it's the colour palette. For me,
Yeah.
I mean that would go beautiful with the turquoise. Every single colour that I've chosen all just go beautifully together, and they will all work with each other as well. And you can either really zest it up with silver or something like that, but you can really bring it down with the browns and the golds and the bronze. So.
I see. You can see that it does go.
Yeah.
It just pops, doesn't it? It really does. It's kind of a bit of a staple smoky quartz, isn't it, really?
Yeah. I mean, like I said, for me, it's like I always think of it as a mascara. So if you want to go for bold, then you go for the black gemstones. But if you want that sort of more subtle, natural look, then you go for the brown or the smoky quartz. That's how I think of things.
I love that. I love. Do you know? Isn't it exciting to be in Spellbinding's mind for a moment?
Necessarily.
30 centimetre strand of smoky quartz. Think of it like mascara. Your price today. £14.95 for you on this. 220 carats worth as well. It's got a really interesting appearance to it. This delicate smoke, we don't see that often, and I'm actually really excited to bring it to you because it's just so, it's just gonna go with everything. It's gonna add pop, or it's gonna cool down even some pieces. DSRU 99 for your smoky quartz plain 9mm rounds today. How about one of your favourites. Been voted your favourite in the Jewellery Maker Awards 2 years running. Oh, hello. Aren't you pretty? Why Labradorite Spellbind?
I love the shiller on it. So it really is just because I just love the fact that you can do that and you get that bounce of colours.
Yes. And you don't really, obviously I'm twisting it at the moment just to give you all the appearance, but you don't actually have to. Even if I'm just holding it still, you can still see these bounces of colour, can't you? So beautiful. What do you think of the shape as well? Unusual shape. Faceted ovals they're classed as, but they have got the flattened top and base. What would you think of doing with this shape?
I would think of a little cute pair of earrings. You could have a really over-the-top pair of earrings. You can have quite a few on some chains, sort of just every time you moved your head, they'd just catch all of the light. But you could just have a simple little drop on a little stud earring if you want to keep it a little bit more simple, so you could go really dramatic, or you could just keep it really nice and simple. And again, rings, you'd make a really cute little ring out of that, cute little pendant. They're just, I love them, and from here I can see all of the shiller from here. It's just beautiful, and they're going to be a sort of a talking point, aren't they?
Yeah, 100%. Do you think people know Labradorite now? When you have it on your stands, do you think people...
No, I think if you're a jewellery maker, they do.
Yeah.
But if you're not, then it's not that well known, I don't think. You know, I've gone into my daughter's school before with some of my stuff, and I've said, oh, do you know what Labradorite is? And they've both just looked at me and gone, nope, no idea. And then
do you think that helps?
Yeah, in a way, because they're drawn to the stone, because obviously it's so unusual.
Yeah.
If you think of in the world of someone who doesn't make jewellery, it's going to catch their eye, and then you can talk to them about it, and then you can start to explain what it is and why it does what it does, and you know, get all the information up, and then you sound really, really knowledgeable.
Which is nice, isn't it?
I was going to say clever.
Knowledgeable.
Knowledgeable.
50 carats worth of this today. It's a 28 centimetre strand. They're from around 7x4 to 10x5. You can see the faceting is just working exceptionally well with this Labradorescence, can't you? It's so interesting. Your price today is a stunner as well. £6.95. The quality of this, you can see it instantly, you know the quality. Sometimes it's quite tricky to work out what the quality is just by looking at it, but I think with Labradorite it's just so clear straight from the off. You can see the amount of Labradorescence on this, and that tells you this is high quality. Sometimes I have seen in the past Labradorite which hasn't got any colour play on it hardly at all. Not on this channel. Our Labradorite is getting better and better and better. I've said it a few times. Every month it seems that it's just improving. But in other places I have seen Labradorite, even cabs, that just have nothing exciting really going on for them. This is totally the opposite. This is exciting, this is interesting, and it's only £6.95. EYNV74. Get your hands on it today whilst you can, because woo, really popular on this strand, really popular. Thank you very much everyone who's popping it in their basket. Make sure you're checking out. Just check out your baskets. When you click to say you want it in your basket, it's not until you actually double click it, in a sense, to check it out that it's definitely yours. It's only £2.95 postage. And actually it's Monday, isn't it? So you might even, if you're lucky, get this in time for your Easter Day. Easter Day on Sunday. Have you got some Easter eggs?
I have for the children.
What about yourself?
No.
What about the hubby?
He's not really a chocolate person.
Is he not?
Yeah, no, he's like he's a savoury person, crisps and peanuts and things like that. So, no.
It's not really his time of year then, is it?
No, not really.
You're creative. Just get like crisps and mould them together into like an egg shape.
I did get him, there's a shop in Bristol, and it's like a bit of a retro cake shop.
Yeah.
And so they did it where you could fill, so they had the chocolate Easter egg.
Yeah.
And then you could fill it up with the like retro sweets.
Oh wow, that's so cool.
So I did that for him. I think that might have been last year.
Oh, Oh, and this year you're just not bothering.
I didn't really thought about it. I've got the kids.
kind.
He's probably not watching. Hopefully
He's
not.
probably not watching.
Sorry.
He's
if you
there,
are.
out now, getting you a huge handmade.
He's told me. I told him not to. I'd rather sit down and have a bottle of wine or something with him.
Oh,
I'm honest.
woman after my own heart. £6.95, 50 carats worth here. You're going to have to be quick though. Those 7 who've got it in their baskets need to check it out for me as soon as you can, please. I don't want you to miss out on this. Lily, you've got yourself a few as well. Good on you. Pauline too, Maureen, Helen. Hello, ladies and gentlemen. Make sure you're checking out your basket. £6.95. Let's get another. Okay, hang on. Let me just shimmy this out. Oh, these are so exciting. Now, we've been talking about Schiller, haven't we, and Labradorescence. I'm going to bring you something with Schiller now. Cabs. If you are into soutache, or oh my days, look at them. I'm bringing you moonstone cabs now, and these are rainbow moonstone. You know, we were talking about quality and the fact that you can see Schiller, and that often means with things like labradorite and moonstone that is high quality. Look at the quality on these cabs. Please say you can get it in this light. There, can you see that blue Schiller? I'm getting way more of a power pack from this. Can you see this blue? Do not forget, with this type of thing, it is harder to see in the studio environment purely due to the cameras and the amount of glass that the light has to go through. Let's see, can you see some on this one as well? Look at that, that's like a proper rainbow there, isn't it? You've got salmon pinks, you've got yellows, you've got blues in here. Isn't that gorgeous? You've got 190 carats worth. Now, in mine, come here you, I've got 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10 cabs I've got. Wait, 2, 4, 6, 8, 10, 11 I've got. And obviously you might not get 11, you might get 12, you might get 13, you might get 14, but they'll be smaller, or you might just get 5 whoppers. It's done totally on carat weight. So 190 carats worth you'll definitely be getting. 190 carats worth, if I lift this up, you'll be able to see, this is what it sort of equates to, 190 carats worth. You've got some massive ones. They could be 26 by 16 mil. If I measure this largest one, let me have a look what I'm working with here. Oh my goodness, mine's huge. Mine's got to be about, let's have a look. About 3.5 centimetres, my one is, in length. See? It's huge. But then you do get some smaller ones as well. Some of them around, well, around 10 mil, some of mine look like. 10, 11, 12 mil maybe. So you're gonna definitely be getting 190 carats worth. If you're into soutache, of course, your imagination is already going wild. But what else could you do with them apart from just soutache? I know you love to work with these shapes, and in fact, you're working with something that's got a bit cab-esque for the.
Yeah, you could probably apply this. Yeah, you could tweak the design.
Yep.
For a cab, you'd have to tweak it slightly because obviously I've used a drill hole, but
yeah.
I just love working with cabs. In fact, I've actually come in today with an order that I'd made, and the labradorite cabs are in there for me, for my personal use. So, you know, I've made some rings. I love just doing a simple netting of them, so you can just net them. I think I did it on a Lat Show the other week, and just net it, and then I just finished it off with a little tiny bit of Viking knit just to give it a little bit of decorative difference, really.
Yeah, to give it a little
but there's lots you can do with a cab. You can wire wrap it, you can soutache it, you can use it in your polymer clay, you know, anything like that. You know, friendly plastics, you can create your own kind of bezel around it. They are really, really versatile, and I'm really annoyed that they're on this show.
Yeah,
I would have been buying them otherwise.
We do it on purpose.
Yeah.
These have got wonderful amounts of colour plate. Trust me on this, you're not getting as much at home as you will do when you actually get it. I've got loads of web bids on this. You're going to be in love with the price. 190 carats of your cab rainbow moonstone ovals. The price? Just £14.95 for all of these. Trust me, the colour play is astonishing. It's so exciting to see it. It's so beautiful to look at. And if you haven't worked with a cab before, this is such a great way for you to start off. because you're going to be getting probably a selection of sizes. Look at the moonstone, look at that multicolour, that rainbow on here. Yellows, oranges, pinks, blues, bit of green as well there, isn't there? This is just such a beautiful gemstone, and you can get your hands on it today for just £14.95. What I would say is you 3, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10, 11, 12, 13, 14, 15, 16 of you need to check it out. Check it out, because it's a cracking deal and it is just amazing quality. You can even see the schiller from there, can't you? That beautiful blue. And this is the type of effect you're going to get when you create a piece. You're going to be able to spot it from a mile off. Well, a mile might be a bit far, but a metre at least. £14.95. 3, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10, 11 of you still need to check out your baskets on this. You'll need to be quick if you want to get your hands on it, because I've got multiple buyers, and also I've not got that many left anymore. Possibly about 50% of my stock has gone on this. £14.95. Get it home to totally appreciate this gorgeous colour play. £14.95. 9 of you still need to check out the baskets. I've got more people coming in on the phone lines again. Hello, new telephone bidders. If you are new to us today, cheers for joining us. You're going to be getting your DVD and your JM Hub booklet, including a handy little book just giving you step-by-step tips and helps and little ideas as well. The DVD is really good. It's got loads of kind of the essential pieces and techniques you want to be able to do to be able to create some really interesting pieces. You'll be getting that with your first order as well for absolutely free. £14.95 for you. And if you are new to Jewellery Maker today, I have got some new 2 pieces for you. So do not worry if you haven't got everything you want yet. Get your gemstones and your goodies now, and then later on I'll be bringing you things like your tool essentials. £14.95. 3, 6, 7 of you still need to check out. £14.95. I've got low quantity on this now, so low that I'm going to have to take it away. Stay on the phone. You have still got a chance to purchase if you're really quick. What did you say then, my love? Citrine. Why do you love citrine so much? Lovely binding.
It's always going to be the same. It's the colour range. It's the fact that for me, all of those gemstones are more toned down. They're more sort of like pastel-y rather than being bright and vibrant. I love the sort of more earthy tones, and I love the fact that they've just got like a richness to them.
They are really rich, these, aren't they? And these are your plain drops. Now, it's not often we actually get graduated plain drops, I don't think. We don't see them that often. What would you think of doing with these? They always look like liquid nectar, don't they? They've almost got an amber-like colour to them. What would you think with these? If you were maybe creating something, what would you do with them?
Well, I don't know. They're asking to sort of almost be like drops on something, aren't they?
Yeah, I agree.
So almost like a tassel necklace. What you could have is one of those smoky quartz stones, and then just have a selection of chain coming down at different lengths with a couple of those to sort of drop in.
I love that, almost like a waterfall kind of. I think that's a really beautiful idea.
Yeah.
20 centimetres on this strand. It's 70 carats worth of citrine. The thing I like about this is the 2 that are closest together, right in the middle, they're the same size. It's unusual you get that. Normally with graduation you might just get 1 big drop, won't you, and then the others lead off, but you've actually got 2 really big centre drops here, around 13 by 9 mil on these ones. So it's a really interesting effect that you're getting, and that essentially could mean that you could create, you know, 2 pendants
or a pair of earrings
with matching pairs of earrings and still have plenty left over to do a completely different look. 20 centimetre strand, 70 carats worth of citrine. The price is just £9.95 for you. VYRU 56 is the code on this. Type it in, get involved with it. If you call the call centre, they'll be able to help you out and get this in your basket and winging its way to you. Don't forget, it's just £2.95 on postage or packaging until midnight today. and it's from Brazil, which when we think of citrine, it's kind of the location for citrine, really. 70 carats worth of this, and I do love the idea. They are just screaming to be dropped, aren't they?
You don't even want to take away the beauty, do you?
£9.95 is your price on this today. You'll have to be quick though, because already I had a really busy morning. Now, after the break, I'm going to be heading over to Spellbind for, I said earlier, it's almost your, if you've never done Viking knit before, are we going to be looking at interesting ways of doing it, a start-off position almost?
Yeah, we will touch on how you actually do the knit itself. And it's a nice, simple way of doing it. And I think it takes away, it will hopefully take away the fear a little bit, because sometimes it can be, you can be quite intimidated by it, but actually when you look at it, it's really, really easy. So hopefully that's what you'll get out of it.
Hopefully you'll be able to have a go along. Don't forget, I've got new tools, I've got new Viking knit, I've got new strands, I've got so much coming up after this.
Owning a strand of genuine gemstones is always exciting, but being able to use it in your handcrafted jewellery, then passing it on to its new owner with proof of its authenticity is even more incredible. Why not add one of our printed authenticity cards to your order for just 50p and share that same feeling with your customers? You can also access online authenticity certificates for items you have previously ordered by looking at your order history on your account details. The certificate gives you valuable information about your purchase and is your guarantee of quality and peace of mind from the Genuine Gemstone Company.
Get involved with JewelleryMaker by sending the studio a message during our live hours. You can send a text to 60777 and start your message with JM Studio, or alternatively, go to our website and click on Watch the Live Show, simply type your message into the box and press send. Make sure you stay tuned in case your message is read out. Get interactive with JewelleryMaker.
Welcome back everyone to Designer Inspiration. I am going to in mere moments be heading over to lovely Spellbind, but before that we are going to give you the chance to own our Designer Inspiration kit. So if you're new to us today, what we do is we go over and we spend a bit of time with our guest designer, and we'll go through step by step making up a piece, sometimes two pieces, sometimes we'll just show you sections of large pieces and then you can let your imagination go wild. But what we like to do is we like to give you the opportunity to own the kit so that you can watch us back on our YouTube channel and then you can play along at home when it wings its way to you. Now this kit is, there's loads going on in here. I've got loads of wire, 30 meters worth in total, silver 0.6, chartreuse 0.4, and more chartreuse 0.4. So two 0.4s in the chartreuse, so 20 meters of 0.4 chartreuse, and 0.6 on the silver. So I've also got 3 strands for you on here. Really wonderful, almost almost springtime garden tones, I think, in here. You've got this beautiful amethyst in these lovely plain ovals, I'd describe them as. You've got on this strand a wealth, 130 carats worth to be precise, 10 mil these ones are. You've got really gentle, almost pinkies running through here. Really Zambian as well. This rainbow moonstone is so special. You can see the schiller in that. Blues tones running across the surface on this one. That is 45 carats worth, and it's 4 mil, 30 centimetre strand in here. And finally, I don't think we have it on the channel enough because I absolutely love it, 55 carats of your green amethyst, and this is your graduated plain round from 4 to 5 mil, so a really gentle graduation on there, which is so interesting to look at. If I go to twist them together, you can just see how beautiful these work. They just have such an interesting look to them. That rainbow moonstone just keeps popping. Blues popping through there, the main colour I can see. Don't they just work superbly together? And finally, you're going to be getting 5 sterling silver jump rings. Now, these are called sterling silver jump rings. It's not what I would expect of a jump ring, if I'm honest. They're large, they've not got an opening, they are closed. They're almost like a hammered circle, essentially. Have a look. You're getting 5 of these in total, and this is completely 925. The size on these are 21 mil. How have we worked with these into our design? Oh, I can see now. As soon as she's just twisted around her design, I can see exactly how we've used these. Almost as the center of the piece, realistically. We're going to be learning how to create this today. Isn't that beautiful? Can you see the 5925 there? So let's reiterate, shall we? You've got 5 of the hammered jump rings, 21 mil, 3 strands. You've got your green amethyst, your normal amethyst, and your rainbow moonstone. You've got 2 0.4 in the chartreuse and 1 0.6 in the silver. Let's get your should be price in. So this is if you went on our website now, £36.15. Now, if you went to get these separately, that's what you would pay. That code that you can see at the top of your screen, XZGC76, is a discount voucher code. That's the way you've got to think of it. If you type that in before 9 o'clock, you're only going to be paying a tiny £22.95 for all of this today. 3 strands, 30 metres of wire, and 5 925 pieces. If you imagine it as 3 separate components, £7.65 for the wire, £7.65 for the gem, £7.65 for all that 925, £22.95 in total. The total saving on it is, let him do maths, XZGC76. This is your Viking netting projects. £13.20 saving. £13.20. You're saving on this in total. That is an exceptional deal. How often do you go in the supermarket and get £13 off anything? You have today. It's just £22.95. And not only do you get all of that, you also get the chance to get a little bit of her inspiration. So what was the kind of feel for this when you got it all together?
Well, I actually did have this one in mind. So I actually was thinking I wanted to do something slightly different with the Viking knit. I wanted to do, you know, this sort of round pendant thing. I could see it in my mind. I was trying to explain it to Pip last week, but I knew what I wanted to do. And so that's why we had these
the jump rings.
Yeah, but I mean, you're absolutely right, and they're absolutely gorgeous.
They are stunning, aren't they?
And I'm going to try and get some because I just think they're brilliant. You get 5 in the pack, but you could use them for so much. But because they're closed, it's really handy because, as we'll find out when we start the piece, there's nowhere for the wire to escape. So it's really secure.
And especially with the thin gauges, that can happen quite a bit,
it
can't
can,
it?
yeah, because if you're using the 0.4. Now, I do also want to point out that that's what I had left. Bear in mind I've prepped using this as well. I didn't even open one of them. The reason we had 2.4s was because we weren't quite sure what I was going to do chain-wise.
Yeah.
And obviously if I was going to do 2 sections of chain, I wanted to make sure I had enough wire for that. So I've got all of that left, and I've got...
And that's after prepping.
That's
so when
after
we say
prepping.
prep, what we mean is, of course, she has to make the piece. She also has to do stages. So when she goes later on, and here's what I did earlier, all of that as well.
And
all of those gemstones.
All of those gemstones. So you can see that there's absolutely tons left. And
that is a huge amount.
You can make bracelet. I was thinking when I was making this that you can make a bracelet out of the side pieces, and you've got enough wire to do that. So, and I also made the clasp on the back of it as well out of the wire.
I love this clasp. We're going to show you how to make your own clasp, which I think it's got almost this can sound really weird, like elf feel to it. Do you know what I mean? I could see someone like Lord of the Rings or the Hobbits.
Yeah, it's
what I mean?
Quite organic looking because I had to make it out of the 0.6 wire, so I had to make sure it was strong. But you know, and this is one of those pieces that you just, as you're working with it, it will build itself.
$22.95. What do you think of that price?
Yeah, I think that's brilliant. And you know, the colours are really beautiful as well. And if you had that with a nice white vest top on, a pair of jeans, and just going down town or down the pub or something, you know, it actually looks really nice on as well.
And comfortable.
It's really lightweight.
Really lightweight.
It's got no weight to it at all because it's all 0.4 and 0.6. So it looks really substantial, but when you put it on, it's just like there's nothing there.
Which is fab. That's nice, isn't it?
Mm-hmm.
We're going to be showing you how to create this beautiful piece today. Stay where you are on the phones because there's plenty of you there. Do stay where you are. Tell me, how excited are you about the new Viking knit tool?
I'm so excited about it. I was so chuffed when Hannah said to me, look what I got. I was like,
Christmas early.
Yeah.
So whereabouts on this design are we going to be starting?
Okay, so starting off with the actual circles themselves. Mm-hmm. Okay.
Almost these flowers.
It was that kind of effect I was going for. Yeah. And you can see on the centre one, I've incorporated some of the gemstones. Yeah. And then I've left the silver ones plain. The slightly smaller silver one, I've deliberately got them all slightly different sizes. Yeah. But my wire actually snapped on that one. I was going to add beads on the outside, but my wire snapped, so it was fine. And I've blended it in, so I can explain what happens if that happens to you. Luckily, it had built quite a nice circle, so it was fine. But I actually decided I quite liked the silver on their own. Yeah. And then using that centre one
to draw the eye.
Yeah, so, you know, you get 5 of these lovely little rings. So I've used 2 for the outside connector links, which I've just left plain. And I've used 3 for the rings. So the first one I started with was the green one. Okay, so for this one, you do need to cut quite a long length of wire off. And again, it's one that I can't really say how much to cut off because it depends how big you want the sort of circle to be. Okay. But I tend to use about... Sorry, I've got a little plastic bit on here.
Can you add in to this? Not easily.
Not easily. No. I think you'd ruin the flow of the design.
Yeah.
You could if you really had to, but I really wouldn't want to.
It's better to have more than less.
Yes. So I would tend to probably, I'm not going to do it. I would probably have about 2 meters. So I'd probably do about 2 arms lengths. Okay. It is a lot, but as soon as you start building it, it builds up really, really quickly. Yeah. I'm not going to work with that because I'll probably blind you. You won't actually be able to see what I'm doing. So I'm just going to cut a...
Like, you're so considerate.
I am considerate,
aren't you?
Aren't I?
You really
I
are.
know, that's why you love working with me.
I don't want to blind you.
I don't want to blind you. Yeah, I just don't want to get sued. Right, so what I'm going to do, so I'm going to explain this as it's looking at me, how I'm looking at it. Okay. So I won't be able to sort of do it in reverse, but what I'll do is I can explain it to how I see it. Yes. So you'll see it from the front. Okay. So I'm going to bring my wire through. So it's now coming through and facing towards me. And then I'm just going to wrap that a couple of times around. It literally only needs to be sort of 2 times. So if I just turn that around for you to see. Okay,
yeah.
you just sort of, I've got 2 wraps, and that little one there is the tail.
Okay.
So what I'm going to do with that little tail is I'm just going to trim it. If you just trim it just slightly past the edge of the, it's really hard for you to see, but it's just slightly past the edge of the lip. Yeah, and what I'm going to do then is just almost crimp it to the back. Okay, so then that end will go on the back and keep it nice and crimped so you won't see it visually, but just make sure it's nice and sort of tucked in, and when you start doing the flower it will kind of go over that, so it won't really matter.
Okay.
So now the wire is at the back of the ring, okay? So I'm going to bring it over the front. So I'm going to do this to the side so hopefully you'll be able to see this. And through.
Yeah.
But what I want to do is see this big circle here, bring my wire back through that circle.
Okay, so almost like a knot.
Yeah, it's almost like a macrame knot.
Yeah.
So you'll see there hopefully. So it's going through around the loop. And what I will do, I'll do one with it going through and I'll do one without, so you'll see the difference.
Okay.
It will create that little cross.
I see.
Just that little effect there.
Yeah.
And you can tweak them to be the size that you want and to control them and sort of space them how you want it to be.
Okay.
Then I'll do one without doing it, so you'll
Without
see the difference.
through.
Yeah, so if I did this one and I just pulled it, it probably will.
Without going through.
Yeah. It's not really going to make much difference, to be honest. It's just gone through the other way, so it doesn't really make much difference.
Oh, it just makes the cross in a different
Yeah,
place.
it just makes it in a different way. It's just this part. It's the only time that you're going to do it like this as well. So. It's just to get that cross going, okay? So you're going to keep going around.
And how do you keep it so the petals, let's say, are of similar size? Does it do it naturally, or do you just kind of work it to eye?
I work it to eye, but it will go to a natural size. So
I can see.
Right, I've just done a couple without going through and a couple going through, and you can see the difference. You probably can't see it too clearly, and it's not going to make a massive difference, but by going through it makes that cross a bit more pronounced.
Yes, I see.
It is a bit hard for you to show that properly when you see it in front of you. Can you see that the 2 in the middle? That one and that one haven't really got it
they're not as obvious.
And it's a bit more locked in, whereas here it's not so locked in.
So to
I
go
can
through
do
is
it
a
like
bit
that.
better then,
Yeah, so
because
if I,
it's security.
Yeah, it locks it in. So if I do it like that, I can pull these apart like this and it's not as secure.
Okay.
If I do that, it's locked in.
So going, when you
So
go
you go
through
it,
loop
just pull it so it's going through that loop, and it will just, yeah, you'll see, you can just naturally guide and it will form its own sort of
shape
and
and
size really. So I'm just going to go around all the way once. Now I don't count how many petals I do. It's up to you. If you want to count, you might want it to be an even or odd number. I just sort of find that it will naturally sort of do
the
itself.
amount that will fit.
Yeah. Now, so I've done that right up to where I started. So I've got a complete little loop. You can tweak them about a little bit still as well, and you can move them and change the size a little bit, but that's pretty much it. So if I hold it like that, you can see it.
Yeah.
Okay, so now I've done that complete loop. Now what I want to do is start building it.
Okay.
So my wire's here and it's met. So now I want to bring it to this little cross here.
Okay.
And this is where I apply the same technique as you do for a Viking knit. There'll be a little cross with the wires, and it's a tiny little cross.
I can see.
And that, see it there?
Yeah.
So what I'm going to do, if I keep it here, I'll see if I can do this back to front. Let me just see it from my view. Right. So I'm bringing the wire from, this is going to be from the back of the ring.
So that's just going through the whole petal.
So that's gone through the whole petal.
Yeah.
And then it's going to come back through this petal.
The next petal, I see.
This is the petal, it's working back towards its wire. So this is the wire. So I've gone over a petal to the next petal.
And then through
brought the wire through and then through this petal.
the one that's next to the wire. So you almost skip a petal to come back to the next petal.
Yeah, that's exactly right. And with this one, you don't have to worry about it going through the loop. And just, you do need to control this a little bit. And just to control that loop goes how you want it to go.
Okay.
And then you can see there, that's just one loop.
Yes, I see.
So then I'm going to bring the wire.
So you're going to skip a petal.
Skip that petal.
Go through the second petal.
Yep, bring it back.
And back
through
that the petal that you missed.
Yeah. And just try and get this, and then just pull it so it's not gone through any of the, and you can just use your thumb and it will just form that loop.
It's almost giving a doubled up effect, isn't it?
Yeah, and obviously the more that you do this, I mean, bear in mind, this is what you will see. So if I was doing it like this is how I would be doing it. I would be going through that one. So I've skipped that one, gone through that one, and then back down through that one. 0.4 does like to be a little bit boingy. And then what I do is I control it with my finger. So my finger's here, and that's controlling that actual size of the petal. And also then I can put my thumb on and really control that loop.
Yeah.
Okay, so I'll just turn that around so you can see. Now what will happen is the more that you do, they will slightly verge out a little bit, but you can just try and control it.
Okay.
I do recommend good light, because I think I did mine and it was sort of, I haven't got the best light in my front room, and it does affect how you can see your little...
Where you're going.
Yeah.
I see.
So you just keep going around like this, and then so I just do one more, and like I said, I don't want that wire to go through this loop, I want it to sort of be in front, and again just control it around like this. So there you go. That's how you form that little petal, just like that. And you're going to keep going round, and you can go round and round and round.
Okay.
So, here's one I did earlier.
So how many times about have you gone round on these?
Just until I felt I wanted to add a bead. There really isn't.
3, 4, 5, 6-ish, 6,
Yeah.
7 on the centre one.
Yeah, and what you can do is you can count the little knots, really, if you want it to be consistent, and make sure you've got the right, because you'll keep going and then you'll suddenly go, oh, and you will have missed the end of one and started another circuit, so you have to go back round again.
I see.
So, because you can see there where these ones have got more than these.
Yes.
So you can see it does look quite off balance. You don't want to stop it in the middle of a round, really. You want to keep going the whole way.
Keep going if you can.
So, as I said, that's one that I've already done. Now what I'm going to do, so I don't need all of that wire after all that. I prepped it all and then I realised that I'm not going to be doing the whole thing.
You're not going to prep and do the whole thing?
No. So...
Doubt you'd be able to do all of it in an hour.
No. That's the one thing about Viking, it is a bit more time consuming. You know, but if you sit down and you sort of, it's nice and quiet and you can really sort of focus on it, you'd be surprised at how quickly it does build up.
Yeah.
So to add the beads, it really is a matter of just threading the bead on and then continuing your knit. So bring that wire back up and you'll see, and then you just position it how you want it to go. And then I think I did one with a bead and then one without a bead.
Okay.
And I alternated them. So I went round all the way, oops. So if you see there, I've done one with a stone and then one without a stone, and then I would just alternate all the way around. Then when I did a complete circuit, I did one round without any beads.
Yeah.
And then I did another one with beads, but I alternated them so that
it's the opposite.
So the ones that I didn't add a bead on the first time, I added the bead on the second.
I see.
And I mixed it up with the two different smaller beads.
The rainbow moonstone and the green amethyst.
Yeah. So that's all I did with that. And again, and I think I did one more round just to go over all of the beads, so it kind of almost frames it.
Yes, it almost nestles it in, doesn't it?
So that's all you do on that, okay? And then what you do when you're happy with your, because you can't really see the green amethyst on that because it's such a lovely pale green, but when you look at it properly, you can see it.
Oh yeah, you can see it really boldly.
It's just that they've just kind of, there you go, you can just see them.
Yeah,
okay, so then, when you're ready and you've finished, leave your tail. So it's good if you can try and have a tail, because I'm going to use that tail to attach it to the next ring.
The next one next to it, fab.
So I can kind of blend them in, okay?
Fab.
So you don't actually want to try and finish it off, you just want to keep them as they are.
Okay.
So then we do exactly the same with the silver, but the silver's the 0.6, so it's a little bit of a, it's more sturdy, definitely much more sturdy. So if I can just show you here, this one's a lot more solid.
You see that's much more rigid.
And this one's got a lot more flexibility to it, okay? This one is a little bit harder because you do have to really control it because of it being slightly thicker, but in the same way, it looks really solid as well.
Yeah.
So with this one, what I want to show you is how, when you start to build the sort of circle up, the, I'm going to just say it's a rung, it's like this section.
Yeah.
It will start to get a little bit larger, which gives you an opportunity then to add extra loops in.
Okay.
So you can almost create a bigger, you can really build it out and really go to town and have a massive, so it could be really nice as a brooch, and then you could fill them up with a load of gemstones or something like that. So to do that, I've done exactly the same as I did all the way around. And this can happen, you can pull all of these out. So what will happen as you're working with it, they'll kind of scrunch up. So just use your nails or pliers or something, and then you can start to sort of scrunch to separate it out a little bit, okay? And what I want to do, whereas I've been going around these and going behind all of the crosses, I'm just going to go through the plain rung there. Can you see that? Just like, so I'm not actually going through the cross, I'm just going through that section there. Exactly the same, just pulling the wire around. I'm not going through the loop, just in front. Control it with your hand, so just control that and pass that so you can see there.
Yeah.
So that's created that extra loop. Then
you're going to add another.
Now I'm just going to continue. So I've got I'm going to do it as I've been doing through around a little knot.
That's clever, because that's so subtle.
It's just subtle, it blends in.
It's really subtle, and actually even when I'm looking at your finished design,
yeah,
that bit just melds in.
It does, and it just sort of adds into it. And then what you can do is you can do it on every single section if you wanted.
Yeah.
But I didn't. I just did it on the slightly larger ones.
I see.
Otherwise, you'll end up with some looking really squidged in, and then some. Yeah. So to keep it looking equal, you know, if I felt, oh, I'm going to skip that one, I could just skip that one, and then continue it.
Continuous. Yeah.
And then what we'll tell you, just literally keep going. And then as you get back to that point that we've just added, or, you know, the first one, you would treat that as you have all the rest, and just bring your wire out in between the petals.
And just carry on.
And carry it on, and then it will just build up and up. And then if you want, if it gets bigger again and you want to add more in again, you can keep going.
You absolutely can. The bigger you want it to be, the bigger you can. I'm going to give you an opportunity to make this, but possibly a little bit more high end now. So we gave you these hammered rings that are 925, and now I'm going to bring you some 925 wire in an alternate colourway. So you could make this seriously high end.
Yeah, most definitely. Yeah, you could.
Working with 925. And what do you think this colour tone would bring differently to this?
Well, it would make it, again, it would make it look more earthy. It would make it look a little bit more sort of, I think, it would make me think of more like the autumn, or like the warmer days, or like the, you know, or going out on an evening, and you know, it's just because it's more golden.
It is, it's more golden, and it's very bright, isn't it? And
yeah.
It's just wonderful, natural tones. This is your 925, and you've got two of the gauges in here that you're going to need to create this look. You've got your 0.4, you've got your 0.6, and you've also got your 0.8 as well. Now you've got the gold plated in the the 0.8 and the 0.4, and then the 0.6 is rose gold, which I think just works beautifully. I'm sure you'll all agree with this together. Mixed medium is so in at the moment, mixed metals, isn't it? Massively. Yeah. And you can create this look. Now it is 925 wire. How do you find 925 goes generally on your stall and with your pieces and with people buying from you?
Well, surprisingly, you know, I don't do a lot of stalls or anything like that because I don't physically have the time.
Yeah.
This is the only reason. I did do a party once a year or so ago, and I had about 2 items, I think, that were sterling silver, and both those items went, which I was quite surprised about, because I was thinking, oh, you know, they're going to be higher priced, but they went because they were sterling silver.
People recognise the name, don't they? People know that it's quality.
Yeah.
And I also think, but you know, tell me either way, I would also imagine if I was to buy from someone, the fact they could work with 925 for me would almost have more faith in them and their creations and their pieces. Do you think?
Yeah, I think obviously if you've got higher end gemstones, I mean, you know, I've got that stunning strand of amethyst upstairs.
Oh my goodness, it's gorgeous. Yes.
It's amazing.
It's amazing.
That's going to be something I'm going to put my sterling silver wire with.
Yes.
That, because I've got these beautiful cut briolets and they're stunning, and the clarity on them is amazing. So for me, that needs that higher end wire. I couldn't put that in silver plate because of the value of the stone. It kind of, in a way, it would devalue it.
Yes.
That being said, if someone said, I really love that, I can't afford that price, I could say, well, do you know what, I could do it for you in silver plate, or I could, and then you've got that
given them the
versatility.
option.
Yeah, you can give them that option.
And I have to admit, I think if I saw a piece, if I saw this piece and then saw it in 925, even if it was a few quid more, I might go for the 925.
Well, yeah, because you've got that, but again, people like to buy gifts for people.
Yes.
You know, and again, it's having that reliability of the metal, because some people are very sensitive to certain metals.
Of course.
And plated wires. Some people can't even use them or even touch them, you know, so for
925.
that option, it's perfect.
Now you're going to be getting in here a metre of each of these. So a metre of your 0.8, a metre of your 0.6 and a metre of your 0.4. The price should be £23.85. But we are giving you a sterling silver saver today. It's not £23.85. We are taking off every single penny I possibly can for you today. £16.75 on this today. PIG C39 for £16.75. Every single penny I've got off for you. Every single penny. We have gone so low on this for you today. You know the price of 925 normally. You're paying such a low £16.75. And don't forget, just because I'm passing on this saving to you doesn't mean you have to when you create your pieces with it. If you're going to, you know, price this, why not price it to the normal price that you would be buying it for? Just because you're getting it on offer doesn't mean that you necessarily have to pass that on, does it?
No, but it does mean that you can do a very good deal.
Yeah, you can have the hagglers if they do come up to your stand.
Definitely, you know, and again, and also if you want to give it as a gift to somebody, you know, you're giving them 95 sterling, so they're thinking, well, you know, you are putting a lot of thought and a lot of time into your designs, and you are giving them something that is good quality item, but you've done it at a lot more cost-effective way for you, which means that you can really go to town on what you want to do with it.
Yeah. The 0.8 by itself on our website is £11.95. So for what, a £5 or more, you're getting two extra metres. That's special. £16.75. It's your sterling silver saver today. Get it before 9 to get this deal, or else you'll be paying way over 20 quid. £16.75 for you. Loads of you on the phone. Stay where you are. Right, lovely lady.
Okay. So all I did was, as you were doing that, as I've just continued round and added a couple of extra loops in. Yeah. So you'll be able to see on the lot. So yeah, I've just built it up. And it's given it more of a petally look now, because otherwise you can keep it like that, but what will happen is it look quite, it depends on the look you want, but it'll kind of look almost quite spiderwebby.
Yeah, I see.
Because of that, but by doing this you're adding a little bit more petally into it. It just is the look you want, but as you build it up it will blend in anyway. And you can see there's one where I've just joined it on and it's exactly the same, so you can see that. So, and then I would just continue all the way around like that and build it up until I was happy. I just want to touch on what happens if your wire breaks, like mine did.
Yes, like yours did.
It literally broke as I was doing one of these little turns here.
Okay.
It just went...
Let's pretend that's broken.
Snap. It literally snapped. So, to be honest, that's all you need to do, is trim it. And it just make sure that that edge is nice and flush. And that sits into as part of the design, so just go over it with your pliers, make sure it's not going to come loose, and that's pretty much all you need to do.
So you don't even need to wrap it off?
Nope. And if you were going to finish it, then you just want to bring it round So if I find that little one, where's that little one gone? So this one here.
Yeah.
You just want to be honest, just bring it down and almost just wrap it off on one of these little, just once or twice, tiny little wrap.
Just to anchor it back.
Yeah.
Fab.
And it will blend into the design. You've got to remember it's a lot there, so they're not going to be looking for that little tiny, how did you finish that off?
No.
As long as you blend it in as best you can, but preferably don't, because you need the ends, ideally.
For a tail, yeah.
For the tail. So I had 2 that I had kept the tails on, and then the one that had snapped.
Yeah.
So I'll show you now how I just joined them in together.
Fab.
So if I can just grab the necklace.
Yeah, of course.
Yep. So as you can see here, what I've done, I don't even know if I take it off, if you can see it really, it might be a bit of a better view. So if you look on the back, what I've done is I have literally, can you see that? See it there? So I've used that little green wire and I've just basically sewed them together.
Wow.
To blend it in. And on this one, I did the same again, because this is the one that snapped. This one didn't. So I blended the wire in, but then I continued with the tail all the way around and just did another quick
Clever.
round.
Little round, yeah.
And then that gave me my tail to attach it here.
Fab.
So using these jump rings here, again, using that tail, just wrapped it around the jump ring just to secure it. That's all you do.
That's fab, isn't it?
Okay, so you wrap that, and again, you just wrap it and then just cut it and make sure it's nice and squidgy. Being a 0.6, it's stronger, so it's going to hold it.
I see.
This one, because it didn't have a tail, I just cut a piece of 0.6 off and just added it to it and just wrapped it. So that's just a new piece of wire holding those 2 together.
But you can't tell.
But you wouldn't be able to tell, so it blends in. So that's the centre feature.
Okay.
Now I'm going to show you how we do this, and again I'm going to show you now how we actually do the weave itself.
So this is how to use the Viking knit, and I'm going to be bringing you the tools very soon.
The actual tool itself. Okay, so for this I've used a 0.4 just because I wanted the green, and I was just having I wanted to play about with an idea really. It's something I've never done before. Okay. So the first one, I did the first side.
Oh, excuse me.
I did the first side, and what I did was I just added the gemstones as I went. I wasn't really sort of thinking of the design or how many I needed, but after I did the first one, I counted how many I'd used. Okay, so after I did that first section, I counted how many pairs of stones I'd used.
Yeah.
And for the second one, and even for the prep one, what I did was, using my beading trays, I just put them into their sets of 2, which then meant I was able to just pick them up, do it, pick it up, do it. I knew how many I had. I didn't have to think about counting them on the tool, and also I didn't have to keep rummaging around for little pairs.
Okay.
So it's quite good for that. So that's just a little tip that I discovered. Put that down there. Whoops. So we've got the tool here, which is the Lazy Daisy tool. So what I'm going to do is show, I've actually just done a 2 loop weave. The little bit here is the daisy, and it's got 6 little holes, and that determines whether or not you can do a 2, 3, 4, 5 or 6 loop weave. Okay, so I'm going to show you how I attach the wire and how I started off as well. Again, with this, I think I probably had about 2.5 meters or so. I'm not going to use that much because I don't know, health and safety.
My eyes depend on it.
Yes. Okay, so you would cut the wire off. Now, the way I found it the easiest is I thread the wire through the daisy.
So that's the little nose at the end, isn't it? The little nose. This is what's on your screen right now. This is the quarter inch.
Quarter inch, yeah.
I'll bring you the ½ inch later on. Your Lazy Daisy Viking knit tool, you're getting it by itself today. This is the first time we have ever done this. Normally you'd have to get the pouch and the the conditioner sheet, the drawer plate,
Yeah,
and
it comes as a kit.
Comes as a whole kit. But this is the first time we're doing it by itself today, which is wonderful because we'll give you all of the bits you need to get your hands on a full kit if you need it. But you might already have some of the bits at home.
Yeah.
So it's great to be able to offer you this by itself. The price today for your Lazy Daisy Viking knit tool is just £19.95. Think of our kit. Our kit itself, normally, wasn't it about £35?
£34.95 it is. For
£19.95 to get this today.
It's really good if you're unsure about using it and you don't know whether you want to invest in £35 for the whole kit.
Yeah.
Although for me, I think it's brilliant because I keep everything together.
Yeah.
But it's also handy if you just want that tool to get used to using it, really.
Yeah, to give it a go.
Yeah.
Give it a try.
Yeah.
And we've used this tool to create the knit around the side here,
Yes.
haven't we? So we're going to be looking at how exactly to create this. So if you've never had a Lazy Daisy before, watch this next section with bated breath and we will show you exactly how to use it. And to let you know that at the bottom of the screen is the Viking netting project with the 30 metres of wire, all your gemstones, and the 925 as well, £22.95, with a discount of £13.20 today. So that's at your bottom of your screen now. So let's see.
Okay, so as I was saying, so you've got the six little holes which enables you to create the 2, 3, 4, 5 or 6 loops. Okay, and that's just it's up to you really for what project you're going to use. Obviously if you only do 3 or 4 then it's going to be more open. So for this one I've used 2. So I'm going to just put my wire through, and then you'll see on the tool itself there's 2 little holes. So there's one at the top slightly higher and then there's one slightly lower. You want the wire to go through the higher hole.
Yeah.
And just want a little tail, don't need to be very long, and then what I do is I just fold it like that. I just find that a nice easy way. The wire goes through nice and easily. I'm not fighting with lots of wire. For me I find that the easiest way. And also, you know, you can use 1mm wire with this.
You've used 1mm wire on your second piece, haven't you? Which gives a totally different look.
Yeah, it does. It's completely different. So what I'm going to do is I've got my wire and I'm just going to, because there's like little grooves, that's why it's a little sort of like, yeah, you can just...
The 6 daisies on this one,
6 daisies, yeah. So I'm just bringing the wire around. Now you see there's like a little line here. Use that as a guide. This is just going to be your anchoring on wire, so this will get snipped. So don't worry about if it looks pretty or not, because it gets snipped. Okay, so I've got that there. I just put my finger there and that just keeps it in its position. And I'm also just holding that little tail here. Because it is a 0.4 wire that I'm using, it can come out quite easily. Okay. Which is an advantage if you're doing a lot of weave, but you just got to remember so that it's just anchoring it.
Keep your eye on it. Okay,
so I'm just going to, so I'm going to go directly opposite it. So I've got
12 o'clock and 6 o'clock.
Yeah, so I've got 2 here and 2 here that are empty.
Yeah.
Bring that wire through, and again I'm still holding this little section of my loop here, still holding that, just to control it.
Okay.
And then just, there's my loop. So if I just show you, that's it. So if I
see
just
your loops there, yeah.
One there and one there.
Yeah.
Okay. If I, obviously, you repeat it for however many you want to do. So if you want to do 3 or if you want to do 4, you just...
So this is just a 2 loop, isn't it?
This is just a 2 loop.
You can do up to 6 on this.
You can do 6. So if you were doing a 6, you would do this to every single loop. If you were doing a 3, then you would just skip one. So you would, that's where you'd start. Yeah. Skip one, do a loop, skip one, do a loop. And then if you're doing 4, do it in pairs. So do 1, 2, skip 1, 1, 2, and skip 1. I see. So you can have a little look at it, and you can get, and then obviously if you're doing 5, just skip 1. Yes. Okay, so that's pretty much all you do. Fab. So there's a, what will happen, it's not so clear here because this is your anchoring on, but there will be a little cross. If I put those wires like that, there'll be a little cross. Yeah. What I want to do is bring my wire behind that cross. Okay. And you can see it's right behind that cross, and just gently, and you'll find it's got a natural tension, bring it round to a loop. Can you see that?
Yes, so it almost creates another loop underneath.
Yes, that's exactly what it's doing. And I tend to I'm just moving that tool around. When I'm doing this at home, I just rotate the tool around, and then that next loop's going to be
where
there.
you need it.
So again, you repeat the exact same thing.
Just going through it.
Now you do have to be a bit careful, because if you pull it too tight, especially when you have only got 2, what can happen is you can pull the
whole
gap.
Yeah.
You'll end up with a really sort of wide gap on one side and a more narrow on that side. So you just check your tension a little bit for that. Okay. But don't be afraid to sort of hold it as you're doing it as well. Okay. And again then, so now this can get a bit confusing. If you can see here, you see that little wire going down there?
That's the anchor wire.
That's the anchor wire.
Okay.
My wire's anchored now. I don't need that. It can get a bit confusing because you can see it and you don't want to go behind that wire and catch it. So just go in with your pliers and snip it and remove it. See, it's gone now. Well, it's still there, but it's
not as pronounced.
Yeah. And then you can just pick your weave back up. So again, see that little cross?
Yeah.
Just pull that wire down for you. See there, that wire's going right behind that cross. And just keep it all, and I'm not pulling it really tight, I'm just letting it have its own sort of tension.
Yeah, I see.
And then again, rotate it around, over to the other one, and again, just behind that cross, pull it, and you get that tension. Okay, now, the more that you do, the closer they'll all be together. So, you know, if you don't have the kit, if you have only bought that one, get a little pin and just use that to just pick up. Oh, it does come with a pin.
Comes with a pin. It comes with a pin already.
If it did or not.
Yeah.
It's the same. All you do is just pop that underneath to lift the wires up and then continue going.
Okay.
Okay. So I'm just going to show you now. What I did was I did 3 plain rows. Okay. Try to keep your loops consistent.
Yeah.
Because it will reflect. It's not the end of the world if they're slightly larger, but it can, if there's some are like quite small and others are large, that will show. So I've got 3 little loops there.
Yeah, I see. So does that mean you've done 3 rows?
Yeah, 3 rows, and I've just done my 3rd row there, see? So I've got my 3 little loops on either side, okay? Now all I'm going to do is add a stone. So I've paired them out. Now I used 17 pairs.
I see, yeah.
So I started with the green amethyst, and I finished with a green amethyst pair, but when I counted out the sets, there were 17 of them.
17 sets.
Don't ask me why, it's just how many I decided to stop on.
Okay. Whilst you're stranding on, we have had a text in. I'm going to let you know there's 6 of these in baskets you need to check out. It's from Karen. It says great value in the Lazy Daisy. It's at least £24.95 elsewhere. Hugs, Karen. Thank you very much for that, Karen. It is. It's a cracking price.
It is, and again, like you say, if you're not sure about, if you've been thinking about it and not sure about it, then it's brilliant to have it at that price.
Yeah. This is wonderful because not only does it come with the tool and the daisy itself, like we saw, it comes with the pin, but it also has got instructions in it as well. Yeah. So you can watch this, but you can also find other ways to do it.
Yeah.
Make sure you have checked out your baskets though. There's 6 of you online with it in baskets. It's yours today for just £19.95. Thanks for doing that price comparison for us, Karen.
Okay, so to add the bead, you literally just thread it onto the wire. Now, with this daisy, it's got little grooves. It's got 6 grooves to help when you're doing the actual weave.
Yeah.
But because I've only got 2, I've actually place the stone there and then just hold the stone and it will sit on that little groove.
I see.
And then you do need to hold the stone. So place it where you're happy for it to go, because you do need to get your tension just right on this one. Thread it through, so I'm holding it all in place, threading it through. And then again, I'm just controlling that loop, just as we did with the rings, just keeping it where it is. And then that stone's happy where it is now, okay? And then I just add another stone on the other side, if I can see it. Eyesight.
So it's just about really keeping your tension right, because of course when you are putting the gemstones on, the wire's going to work slightly differently.
Yeah, because obviously they're not flat.
Yeah.
It is going to pull up a little bit, so it's just about holding it. And you can see now that they're on there and they're fine.
Yeah.
Okay, now what I'm going to do is a plain row. So just 1 row, and that just, again, just to lock it in. 1, 2, And then I would add the Light, the green amethyst. And I did that all the way down.
Yeah.
So, where have you gone? It was a bit more organised than I realised. Here's one I did earlier. I actually think it looks really quite cool like that.
I love that.
It's like a spike effect.
Can you tell me truthfully how long that took you to do? Because I'm thinking, obviously you're taking your time in showing us, but when you did that plain row then, it was very quick.
Yeah, very quick. It actually doesn't take that long. The first one that I did took me probably about 20-25 minutes.
Yeah.
Bear in mind, I was in a garden shouting at the kids at the same time.
Fab.
Who were currently painting themselves.
Okay, themselves?
Yeah, we put a big box on the table. It's an old table, and then we just got kids' paints, and they were meant to be painting the box, but my daughter decided to wash her hands with the paint, and then it just got messy.
Brilliant.
So, so yeah, it doesn't. And then I found out by getting my pairs. So what I did was I counted how many I had on that first section.
Yeah.
And then I prepped it. So even having it prepped is even quicker. Because that was done with me rummaging for the pairs.
That's fab,
when
isn't
you've got it set like that, it's quicker. So
because it's such an intricate effect, it looks like it should take a long time.
Yeah, it doesn't, because you're only doing 2 knits, so it builds up really quick.
Fab.
So you remove the daisy. Now to remove a knit from a daisy, you simply snip, but snip right at the very top, right underneath the daisy, so that you know you're cutting the right wires.
Yeah.
And then you're not gonna. It's not the end of the world if you cut those.
Just pop it off.
And that's just taken off then, and you can see that.
Yeah.
And what I tend to do with that tiny little tail there, around those pliers, I just roll it on itself. Oops, because that's the rest of the anchor wire.
I see.
Okay, so I just roll that, and then that just disappears into
it. disappears and put you
won't
catch.
So this is really cool. I thought this was really cool. Little things, I know. I haven't done this before, so when you take this off, it looks nice and cool.
I like that. I think that does
look
really
look cool.
fab.
So what you then do, so can you see it like that? Okay, so then what you do is you just stretch it.
And that changes the look totally.
And then you can just pop it down and just play about with it.
And you're almost flattening it.
Yeah, it's flattened. And then you can play about with the sets of beads. And I'm just running my hand down it, just to flatten it. It looks like it's been crocheted.
It really does, doesn't it?
It does. And so I just thought that was really cool.
It just gives it a completely different appearance.
Yeah, so you can see it there. And the 2 little stones just sit next to each other, so cute.
That's fab.
I just thought it was cool.
I think that is really cool.
And again, so you can stretch this as well. You can really pull it and really stretch it out to sort of be the length that you want it to be. So then obviously I looked at that and realised I'd done it far too long.
Yeah.
Because I was originally just going to have that as the chain on its own, but it was far too long and didn't want to waste what I'd done. So I literally folded it in half. Get the ring. Now, so you've got the ends here. I haven't finished this end off here, but what you can do is use that and again just sew it.
Just with your tail?
With your tail. Just sew it, catch any little loose ends and just sew. Obviously there's a little odd loop there, so I would just take the time. I'm not going to do it now, but I would take the time to make sure that was wrapped around and really dissolved into it. So do that with both the wires. So I just wrap this messily, but you can really sort of take the time to make sure it's nice and neat. So then I wanted to bring these 2 together.
Okay.
Because they've got the gap. But you could keep it like that. Looks nice. Yeah. But all I did was with that wire, brought it into the middle. And again, it's just like sewing. So again, you do want a tail for this. So you do want to make sure you have got a nice length of wire, probably about half a metre or so. I've got too much here. And then there's a little tiny, I'm just going through it and just linking them together and bringing it through one and through the other. Straighten it out. Oops, that's the end of that one, sorry. I'm just going to lay that down a minute. This is because this wire's been wrapped around. Yeah. And then when I'm happy with that, that's one little stitch has just brought that together.
Wow.
And then you just add on a little amethyst.
And is that to sort of hide it? But
no, you
nice
could just sew that, and then it would blend in because you're using the same coloured wire. So you could just blow. You'd sew it, but I just put that on. Yeah, it was just a bit of a design
They almost
feature.
look like little buds actually, don't they,
Yeah.
with the green back?
I wanted to tie it all together. I wanted to bring them all together and show that all those gemstones look beautiful together. And so you just do that, that's one stitch there. And then you would just do that with all of the buttons.
Yes.
Not buttons, but you know.
The gemstones.
Okay, so if we imagine I've done that,
All the
brought
way
my
down.
wire all the way up to the top. I played about with these a little bit and just got it so that it naturally sort of sat. You can just manipulate it a little bit so it's just sat like that. And then what I need to do is add on and make the clasp.
Okay.
So I'm going to do that very quickly.
It's with your 0.6, isn't it?
I knew there was an extra one. I see originally I even did little tassels originally and hung them from one of the loops, but then decided I didn't like them, so cut them off.
That's fab.
Shows what you can do. So to do this, I'm going to use probably about 1 metre of the 0.6 silver.
I'm sorry, I'm going to have to interrupt. I need to get this text in, do I? Go on. Yeah, go on. Can you knit beyond the end of the plastic tool, or are you fixed to its length from Hillary in sunny Cornwall? Sunny here as well?
No, because you can remove the daisy. So even with the knit attached, you just take the daisy and just move the knit up.
Yeah.
So then you just continue knitting.
Yeah.
And you can remove the knit from the daisy, like I did there.
Yeah.
And I could still put that back on and
just
continue.
continue down.
As long as I haven't drawn it through.
No.
Which we'll touch on in the second
project. Inspiration.
But as long as you haven't drawn it through, you could. It doesn't matter if you've removed the daisy, so you could have a couple of pieces on the go. As long as you don't draw it through, you can pop it straight back on there.
Yep.
And you can use the little cone, and that would widen out the knit there, and it goes on nice and easy. So no, you're not restricted in any way. Okay. So.
And of course, when you draw it through, it changes in length anyway.
Yeah, it does. I thought
we'll go on to the draw plate in the second designer inspiration.
I don't know where my ring mandrel is, so I'm just going to use this little just because it's here and it's round. But what I did was I actually used my ring mandrel, and I think I just found a letter, and I wrapped around 4 times. Don't ask me why. Maybe it's because Jackson's just turned 4. I don't know. But I just thought 4 times.
Yeah.
Okay, so it's wrapped. Now what I want to do is just twist. So I would do this on the ring mandrel because that's a bit tricky to do because it's slippery, but if I have this on the ring mandrel, and I would just twist those 2 wires together, tweak it so that it'll all stay in like that.
Yeah.
Okay. Both of these together, pop your round nose pliers into both the ends because I like it to be super secure. Wrap them around. Okay, and bring it around once and twice. Now I'm using both of these wires as if they're one now.
Okay.
So can you see that? If I remove that, you can see it's just twisted round, okay?
Yeah.
And then all you do is feed both of them through
the main loop.
Through the main loop.
A few times. It gives it that nice elf look.
Yeah,
like
it
elvish
binds
look.
it all together. Elvish look.
These things just come to my mind. That's what it feels like to me.
Right, so you can see there just that one half has just been done, and you just continue all the way around like that.
Fab.
And you keep them as if they're one piece, and imagine it's going all the way around. And then to finish it, you just wrap it around there and snip.
Okay, wrap it around before
and so you can see that's probably too much wire. And then I'll just quickly show the clasp T-bar part of it.
Okay.
So cut about probably just shy of 1 metre.
Yeah.
I'm going to find about the centre, it doesn't really matter. And I'm going to wrap the wire around my pliers twice. So it's like a little split ring just there, see? Okay, bring the wires together. So I'm pinching them together. I want to find what will roughly be my centre. Now normally you need it to be able to go in the, there is a rule, I don't know the rule, I just guessed this to be honest, but it needs to be able to go in and lock.
Yes.
But you don't want it to be too long because then you won't be able to get it in. So I'm just going to bring that wire down. So both wires are still just sat like that at the moment. So it's looking a bit like a U. Okay, pliers back in. And just wrap around what will be the sort of stalk. So you can see that.
Yeah, I see.
Okay. like that.
Same on the other side.
Well, with this one, because we started in the middle, with this one, you want to gauge it, so you can measure it. Just wrap it so you've got that loop, and then just again,
adding detail but strength.
Yeah, so I've just wrapped that around that one side, and then around that sort of middle bit again, over to the other side and wrap.
Yeah.
And then again, you can just snip it. Now, if you find that you've made it a little bit too long, like I did, just tweak it and make it organic and give it a little bit of a
little kink,
and a little bit of a...
So that it fits.
Yeah, so that it fits. And then it looks a bit like that, but it goes through nicely as well. And you can use that for your cufflinks if you wanted to make cufflinks as well. But I mean, obviously take more time, but then that would fit in there nicely. And then just very quickly, with that section there, I added one little gemstone, and then I used the same wire to wrap
on the
and I just built around the stone a little bit and brought the wire back down. You can go through the amethyst twice, which I did.
Fab.
Because I wanted that security.
To make sure, to double check. Spellbind, that is wonderful. We have had a text in. Oh, hang on. This is from Catherine in Belfast. Brought the Lazy Daisy some time ago, but could not understand how to use it no matter how many demos I watched. Your 2-loop demo today has just switched on the light bulb. It is my tiny mind made it perfectly clear. So thank you, Laura, you're a star. I think you're great.
Thank you. Oh, I'm glad that you can do it. I'm glad that it made sense, so that's nice to hear.
Oh, that's so nice. It said think you're great too, Becky, apparently. Thanks, Catherine. We think you're great too. It's a great way to start off, isn't it? But obviously your designer inspiration, the second one's a little bit more advanced.
We're incorporating some different things. We're not just doing the Viking knit, we're just going to do a little bit of a really nice wrap as well.
Yeah, fab. I have got for you some multi-seasonal gemstones coming up next for you, including some stunning emerald for under 15 quid. Join us after this.
Are you new to jewellery making? Then tune in to our Designer Inspiration Show every day between 1 and 5 for our new 2 sections. We'll help you get started and give you all the knowledge and inspiration you need. Also, we'll be introducing you to a new medium every day. Whether you're a beginner or intermediate, we've got everything you need to get you started with a new hobby. The Designer Inspiration Show, only on Jewellery Maker.
You can now keep in touch by liking Jewellery Maker UK on Facebook. Get interactive with Jewellery Maker.
Join guest designer Sarah Elvin and get creating stunning designs in no time with this Kumahimo introductory DVD. The easy-to-follow steps shown on this DVD will make you feel like you have your own personal tutor and will guide you through a variety of techniques to get you started. To get your hands on a copy, simply contact our call centre. Get creative with Jewellery Maker.
Here at Jewellery Maker, our in-house gemologists don't just check and verify the gemstones, but they give the final seal of quality control.
Do you need a helping hand to get started with Jewellery Maker? Are you stuck for ideas and need inspiration? Then visit our Jewellery Maker website, where you can find our video tutorials. Expand your knowledge and skills with these easy-to-follow jewellery making demonstrations. Whether you're a beginner, hobbyist, or business owner, there's always something new to learn. It couldn't be easier. Simply click and learn some new jewellery making techniques.
A big hello from everyone here in Jaipur. Namaste. If you miss a Jewellery Maker show, then simply go to our YouTube page where you'll be able to find hours of Jewellery Maker footage. Search by show, date or type. Alternatively, search by guest designer by using our playlist page. You can also find hours of tutorials with handy hints and tips to give you inspiration. Our YouTube page is updated on a daily basis, so you can access any show at any time. Stay in touch with Jewellery Maker.
Do you need a helping hand to get started with Jewellery Maker? Are you stuck for ideas and need inspiration? Then visit our Jewellery Maker website, where you can find our video tutorials. Expand your knowledge and skills with these easy-to-follow jewellery making demonstrations. Whether you're a beginner, hobbyist, or business owner, there's always something new to learn. It couldn't be easier. Simply click and learn some new jewellery making techniques. Here at the Genuine Gemstone Company, we are happy to announce that our studio store is now open. If you attend any of our courses, you can now browse through special items, get exclusive discounts and deals that you can't get at any other time. Become an exclusive customer at the studio store. For more information on available courses and dates, please contact our call centre. The new studio store. The experience just got better. Want to learn how to make the most of your beading thread? Then come and join in the fun on our Adventures with Beading Thread workshop. Guest designer Gemma Crow will inspire you to design stunning feature pieces of jewellery that will help you to make use of your essential stash items. Full course includes a selection of beading thread, a selection of findings, a bead scoop, use of all relevant tools and equipment, a buffet lunch and refreshments, a tour of the studios and a visit to our Gemstone Museum. All of this for just $64.95. For further information, contact our call centre on 0800 644 655.
If for any reason you're not satisfied, you have the benefit of our no-quibble 30-day money-back guarantee. Just complete the returns form enclosed with your goods and send them back for a full refund.
When you place your first order with us, you will receive a free booklet and DVD full of handy hints, tips and tutorials to help you get started with your new jewellery maker hobby.
You are watching Becky and Spellbinding today on Designer Inspiration. I have got some multi-seasonal gems for you, including these little beauties. 3 strands of genuine pearls for you today. You've got this gorgeous champagne tone strand. These are around 9x7. You've got your green cultured potato pearls, 8x7, and you've got the lilac frost. These are also 8x7 as well. This lilac frost is so subtle, but you'll be able to see the pearlescence on there. You've got greens, you've got lavenders, you've got lilacs in there. Pearl trio. Now, we're thinking for this size of pearls, what are you used to paying? 14, 15 pounds per strand? Going to be nowhere near that today. Nowhere near. You are going to be getting this for such a deal. Now, pearls are really interesting because, as I've said to you before, the price is said to rise. There is a film coming out this year called Vanishing Pearls, and it's essentially, in fact, it's coming out this month, and it's essentially about how oil spills and tsunamis have affected the quantity and the yield of pearls that you're able to get. It's coming out this month. Do keep your eyes peeled for it. It's meant to be really interesting. But I've got a couple of slides for you actually that we can have a little look through. This is just showing you that the yields of China pearls have decreased by 60% in the last 4 years. Now that is a huge amount, and you can see actually it's depicted perfectly on this slide, this picture that you have here, this graph. So the numbers down the side of the yield and the ones at the bottom are of course the year. Look at 2013, look at that in crazy, so that's 60% reduction on that there. And because of that, because of what this film will be showing you, of course the price is going to rise, isn't it? Rising by 40% compared to the year before, just from September to November. And that's said to increase even more by 20% on top of the already 40% we have. So you're going to have to get used to looking for and finding pearls at a higher price point than we are getting them now. just due to the way the planet is working at the moment with tsunamis and you know, other natural disasters. It's absolutely astonishing how dramatically the yield has gone down. And of course, if the yield goes down, if you can't get your hands on something, of course the price is going to go up because the rarity is up as well. You are getting this trio. Now, if you would be happy to spend £15 for each of these strands, which we know is an amazing price. 7 by 9 mils, some of these, so sizable pieces. If you're happy to spend £15 per strand, you need to get yourself on the phone this instant. The price you should pay today is £40.85, which is a quacking deal. And honestly, pearls, they are going to be going up in price. It's really important you don't get used to seeing £40.85. It's even more important you take advantage of this price today. £30, that's a tenner a strand you're going to be paying for. Only £10 for cultured pearls. 7 by 9 on the champagne, 8 by 7 on the lilac and the beautiful green pearls as well. And the length of these strands is the perfect necklace strand. It's the perfect necklace strand. £30 worth on this today. And if I do this touching at the back, these are the champagne ones, this is with it touching. You'll be able to, that's just a perfect necklace strand. Even if you just wanted to restrand it and pop a lobster claw clasp on the back, you've got a necklace there. No way you're going to be selling that for a tenner. No way. You're looking at what? £30, £40 if you're working with 925? £30 for all 3 strands today. OUGC76 is the code on this. If you buy them separately, you're going to be paying closer to 45. It's just 30 for you today. OUGC76, and it is that all-time class. It's ageless, they're timeless, and you've got a beautiful variety of colours here as well. Get your hands on it whilst you can. Only until midnight will you be able to pay that 1 postage of packaging. You'll be able to get these deals until 9. So please be swift on the phones today. I've got a bit of a juxtaposition, to be honest. We're still talking high end. This is your opal, but it's these beautiful, bold, dramatic blue slabs. These are your faceted rectangles, 100 carats worth you have in here. Blue's a very calming and relaxing colour anyway, isn't it? When I used to work in a gym, we had a room that was exclusively for the highest paying members, the people who were doing triathlons and marathons used to go in there, and the whole thing was blue. Ceiling, walls and floor was blue because it was scientifically proven. Our company spent thousands and thousands and thousands of pounds, and it was scientifically proven that when you do a workout surrounded by blue, your muscles actually relax more, which means that you're able to go on longer, you're able to work yourself harder than you would in any other coloured room. And I think you can get that with this. It is calming. It's a beautiful, relaxing blue. It's so serene. And I think maybe that's possibly one of the reasons it's one of the most popular colours. 22 centimetres worth on this strand, and it is 21 by 11 mils, some of these. Perfect ring strand for me. What about you, Spellbind?
Just love it. I love the colour. Rings, pendants, necklace, bracelet.
Everything.
Everything.
Head pin.
Yeah, earrings.
Earring. Cufflinks.
Anklet. Let's just go try to think of other things that we haven't said yet. Actually,
toe ring.
Toe ring. Slave bracelet.
Belly bar.
Yeah, no, I don't think so.
No, I don't think so. KVRU 48. The price today is just £14.95 to get your hand on genuine opal. You know how I feel about opal. I just am in love with opal. It's so interesting. It's got such an interesting background, and I've actually got some Ethiopian opal coming up for you later on as well. £14.95. If you're passionate about this revived gemstone, then get your hands on it for less than £15 today. It's yours for $14.95. How about adding a different hue with that blue? So you've got the beautiful opal blue, this really serene, calm, almost ocean blue. Why not pop it with some bright, breezy, zesty, lemony sunshine colours? Almost giving you this beautiful sea and sand effect with these. This is your Spessart Garnet, and it's 15 carats worth that you have on here. The clarity is exceptional. This has got so much internal interest and fire. Completely inclusion free, which is what we're looking for in garnet a lot of the time. It's got these beautiful facets. Now, each one of these is hand faceted by a lapidrist. So a lapidrist is essentially just a gemstone shaper and cutter. And these have all been just separately hand faceted for you, which is why you get such a seductive sparkle on this. Do you know what this strand reminds me of? Yellow sapphire, or even your sort of Herkimer diamond kind of looks you've got running through here as well. 15 carats worth of it. These are your faceted rondelles from 1 mil to 3 mil on these ones. 18 centimetre strand. Now it is a gems of distinction. This is seriously high-end, high quality, and you can see that just by looking at it. Appearance is everything with this strand. It's seductive, it's eye-catching, and it's yours today for just £21.95. For a high-end strand, that is something really special, isn't it? What do you think of this strand, Spines?
Spines?
Spines.
What's that?
That's what I call you, just on our days off. Forgot we were working. Go on, Spines.
I just think they're lovely little accent beads for me. They're what I would add to my, again, to my higher end gemstones, but you would only need a couple of them. You know, you could have a couple as the base to an earring, or you could just have, I do my pendants, as you know, my wire wrap pendants, so I would probably have a couple of those dotted in about with like the copper and the antique bronze. Would really bring out the colour then as well.
Because you wouldn't necessarily have to use a lot of these, would you?
No, definitely not. And again, it's one of those that if you just had a simple bit of chain and wanted to make a little charm bracelet, pop a couple of those on a head pin, just have it hanging off, you know, off the chain. Yeah. You could have a couple of those, and you could use like 6 or 8 of them.
I think that's fab. I love as well. What about adding a little bit of modern twist to a pearl piece? Yeah. About these, with maybe even a spacer.
Yeah, you just use it as a spacer and place it in between. And again, that's going to make both those strands go really, really far.
Yes, it will, won't it? £21.95. It's a high-end strand. We don't see it that often, and it's a beautiful garnet strand for you today. Wow, this rutile quartz is, well, take a look for yourselves. Wow, take a look. A lot of rutilation within this. In this one in particular, can you see all the dark ones? And then for rutile quartz, you've got some that literally only have a couple of shards through there. Really interesting appeal to this strand. 60 carats worth of your rutile quartz. When we say rutile quartz, what we're talking about is these inclusions, this rutilation internally within here, sometimes referred to as Venus hair. And these are just presents in the growing pattern, in the life form, if you would, of the gemstone itself. And some, which is so unusual to see, they've literally just got 1, 2, 3 strands just running through there. Gorgeous clarity on some of these. How exceptional. What an unusual strand. Because you've got the clarity, but then you've also got these beautiful burnt umbers, these almost honeycomb tones running through some of them. Really interesting rutile, just jet. If you haven't had rutile quartz before, I know that you might look and you might think that these are on the surface of the gemstone. They're not. They're all inside, they're all internal. They've got almost this amber-like growth effect to them. Such an interesting stone to look at. And if you are into, say, fluidity of stones, then I think this could be a strand for you to really get your teeth into. not literally, 16 centimetre strands of your rutile quartz. They are graduated from 11 by 8 to 18 by 10. The price? Just £9.95. 2, 4, 6, 8, 10 I've got on my strand. You definitely get 60 carats. That is £1 a pop, essentially. £9.95 for you on this. Great for your pendants. Even if you're brand new to us, even if you haven't made jewellery before, maybe this is your first time purchasing. I know a lot of you were up before for first time telephone buyer, but spellbind. See, this is why you are so exceptional. Yes, spellbind. Look. Oh, it's still warm from your neck. Look at this necklace. How did we create this, Belle?
It's just a wrap, and the stone's caged in. And I've used a drill hole because it's top drilled.
And that's exactly what you can do with these. And it's even similar in size, isn't it?
Yeah. I mean, that's a particularly smaller one, so obviously it's a bit trickier if you're using a smaller one, but if you're using the larger ones as well.
Yeah.
You know, and you could use, it's not actually that much wire that you use for something like that.
I love, what a brilliant, brilliant piece. £9.95. I'll be having that.
No, you won't.
She knows me too well.
Yeah.
£9.95. I've got some more beautiful blue for you here. Have a look at these. These are graduated plain ovals. Real interesting blue. Oh, goes with my dress perfect. 80 carats of your blue colour-coated quartz. 6 by 3 to 10 by 5 mil. Now, I know you love this colour tone. What are you thinking? What metals?
Ooh.
Or fabrics?
Metals. Oh, copper.
Copper.
I put it with copper, definitely. But that being said, I love copper, so
Yeah.
I would always go for copper. So it's not really a very good question, but you know, silver would really sort of bring it to life as well. But for me, I just love the fact that copper will almost change the tone of it, you know. And if you interspaced it with the little turquoise chips that you had on at the beginning, that would look really nice as well, with the different tones of blue.
It's got silver spaces included in the strand as well. Don't throw those away, do use them. But you can see exactly how nicely it would work with silver on here. Take those spaces off, you put them in your stash, they'll come in so handy.
Yeah.
JCRU72, the price was tiny, £6.95. We do not often do prices that low, and we've got it for you here this afternoon. These are your graduated rondelles, and it's almost a glowing kind of neon apatite colour to them. They're so bright, they're so breezy. Gorgeous clarity in them as well. Now, these are, of course, coated, that's in the name. Colour coating, all that means is that we've put a coating over the top just to intensify and kind of draw out this beautiful bright colour. And it's something that's completely acceptable, and it's something that can just bring you something different to what Mother Nature herself brings. £6.95 for this today. And what about toning it down? Maybe that's a bit too bright for you. What about bringing in almost this glowing gemstone to kind of bring that tone down? This is special. So special. It's your white topaz. Now, white topaz on our sister channel the other day, they had a beautiful white topaz piece. It was £75, and it was just for one topaz. It wasn't anywhere near this carat weight. But very simply, due to, well, a number of factors, due to popularity, scarcity, quality, and also popularity in the sense of the amount of people wanting to get it, but also due to the fact of the restrictions that we currently have upon this, topaz is just going up and up and up in price at the moment. It really is increasing, not just with us, all over. Quite dramatically, in fact, for all of the above reasons. And this is such a spectacular example of this gemstone. Some topaz, the mining process is just so intense, it's almost unimaginable. Some mines you can only get 2 or 3, 4 people working in there at once. Some mines you can only get to 2 months in the year. Some mines are in such dangerous locations that actually you have to have a whole support system just to get you into the mine. It's so intense, some of the processes to get your hands on it, which again is another reason that the price is just skyrocketing, because you know, all of this work that has to go into it just raises the price. It is an adored gemstone. It is high quality. You can see that in this topaz anyway. You see it's almost glowing. You see the beautiful clarity. The price is a stunner today. Get topaz whilst you can. £16.95 on this for you. It is absolutely beautiful. And imagine just restranding it as a little bracelet. It's so wonderful that you are able to work with genuine topaz for £16.95. Think back, because I know it's very easy to get used to seeing great deals on here. It's very easy to get used to seeing 130 carats of genuine topaz for under 20 quid. But just remind yourself, give yourself, even if you just do it once every 2 or 3 weeks, just go online and just do price comparisons. Just remind yourself what the perceived value of things like topaz is. Remind yourself, before you found us, what you would have thought you would have to pay for 135 carats of topaz. I'll be honest with you, before I found this channel, I probably, for 135 carats of topaz, genuine beautiful white topaz, totally natural, by the way, it's African, totally natural. Honestly, it might sound over the top, but I would probably have been guessing about £60. I genuinely would. £16.95 is all you're paying today though. 135 carats worth. Get it whilst you can. Got something special now. These are, think Jack and the Beanstalk, golden eggs, getting ready for Easter. Jack and the Beanstalk has golden eggs, doesn't he? Yeah, he goes up to the giant. Yeah, and then he steals them, doesn't he? Because they have the golden goose. Yeah. Also in Shrek, actually, isn't it? 1,590 carats worth. And these are properly egg-shaped. They're so much fun.
Oh, they are, aren't they?
Aren't they? What do you think of these?
Oh, they're cute. They're really cute.
What would you do with this shape?
I don't know. They're very unisex.
Yeah, totally agree.
Again,
totally agree.
You're looking at, you could do cufflinks.
Yeah.
But again, it's nice as a bracelet. I would probably use them as a centre pendant as well, because they're quite sizable. So probably use them and do a wrapped pendant or something, or even just have a little section of just a couple of them and something a little bit lighter, because they're going to be quite weighty. Yeah, definitely. Yeah. So just something, you don't need many of these at all. No, you certainly don't. They're so statement as well, and they're sizable. They are 18 by 13 mil each one of these. They've got that beautiful sub-metallic luster to them. They're both brand new strands. I told you I'd have brand new strands on for you today, and this is those. Gorgeous luster, beautiful high shine, but also kind of almost it's not an overpowering shine, it's just a sort of polished sheen over the surface, which I think makes them so exciting. 1,595 carats worth. There's 795 carats on each strand, so that's in total 1,590 carats. I do not say that often, do I? We never, hardly ever go that high on carat weight. Pyrite, sometimes known as fool's gold. You would be a fool not to get it at this price today. £15 on the nose for you today. 5,000. This is just such a high amount on here. There's so much you can do with these. Again, male pieces, female pieces. You don't have to do loads with them. The work's done there for you.
It's weighty, it's strong, it's strength, and it's £15 for the 2 strands today. That is all you will be paying for them. Get it whilst you can though, because it is an introductory offer at £15. Treat yourself. Speaking of treat, I told you I'd bring you this. This is a serious treat. Emerald. Faceted, graduated drops, 85 carats worth, totally natural, 18 centimetre strand. It has been adored for centuries and centuries and centuries. It is still as popular as it ever was. It is a beautiful selection on this strand. The stunning greens, emerald tones running through here. It has been in so many books, myths, legends, sometimes referred to as a gemstone of hope as well, which is why in The Wizard of Oz, the Emerald City was Emerald City, because it's a gemstone that's thought to bring hope. And it's also said that, you know, when they got to the Emerald City, they found their true selves, and that's very much depicted in a lot of the myths and folk legends you hear about it with emerald. I told you it was going to be under £15. You know I'm not going to let you down. Today, £11.95. That's all you're paying for this. I told you under £15, and you know when I say under something, I don't just mean 5p. I'm not that kind of girl. £11.95 for you. It's genuine emerald, totally natural. Emerald, a lot of the time, you'll see loads of treatments on emerald. Resin, you get filling a lot of the time as well, where they're just filled them with glass, essentially. It's something that can be done, and you know, if we ever do that, we let you know. It will scroll at the bottom of your screen. But this hasn't had any of that. Totally natural. It's pretty much just been picked out of the ground, shaped, polished, and brought to you. This is Mother Nature at her finest, and you can get it home for just £11.95. Emerald. This is a lengthy strand as well. You've got plenty on here. So much you can do with this. I don't think I have brought emerald to you for such a low price before. EBRU 0 to 85 carats worth of your emerald. Get it whilst you can. After the break, I have got another spellbinding demonstration. And don't forget, coming up, brand new Lazy Daisy tool. Stay exactly where you are. I'll see you after this.
Life gives, we will take and make yellow flowers. mother says, take your burden down to my soil. Now we'll make yellow flowers for you.
This is Designer Inspiration, and thank you very much for joining me today. It is Becky, and it is Laura Binding. Talk to us, Laura, about your second piece you're going to be showing us.
Well, for this one, we're going to be focusing more on a pendant and more on a wrap, really, and just again how you can use different gauges of wire for the Viking knit and how you can create different looks with it, really.
Different looks, different effects.
Yeah.
New tool coming up for you very soon. In fact, 2 new tools. These will be coming up for you separately. Brand new Viking Knit Lazy Daisy. This is 1/2 inch, and you've got these 2 wire draper plates as well, drawer plates. These are both coming up to you separately very soon, so stay tuned. Stay where you are. Designer Inspiration. We are going to bring to you this kit together. Now, Laura, what made us put these together? What are you doing? Are you putting on some lipping? Okay. It's like that under the table when I came to it then. Like a naughty kid. What made you work these together?
Well, I absolutely love the quartz, the solar quartz. Absolutely love them. So to get something a little bit different as well, and it's also to show you how you can use these top drilled feature stones, because you know it's a little bit trickier because they're not center drills, so you've got to sort of use that to your advantage.
Yeah.
Just love the look and the you know, the color combination, and just my kind of colors.
And I think you're totally right. When you see what she's done with this strand, it's really interesting, and it almost looks like a cab the way you've used it.
Yeah, it does, and it, as we said earlier, it's probably something that you could tweak slightly. You'd have to tweak it, but you probably could incorporate it into a cab as well.
So if you did manage to get those moonstone earlier on, maybe you could add these in. Now, these are huge solar quartz. The thing I love about solar quartz is the fact that it's almost got an eye-like effect, doesn't it? With like the iris, and it kind of creeps out, almost like a frozen forest, kind of age lines. Do you know what I mean?
I love they're all so different as well, though.
Yeah.
You know, I mean, you get some that's got like that real sort of like eye effect.
Yeah.
And then others that are like just sort of, it's almost like it's an explosion.
Yeah, and this is kind of the centre of it, and then it bursts out.
Yeah.
It's almost like when you throw a stone into the water, and that location it goes, that you get the globules up, and then it spans out, doesn't it? You're going to be getting 6. Well, I've got 6 on my strand, but you will 100% be getting 200 carats worth of the top drilled saucers from 22 by 32 mil. It's an 18 centimetre strand. In same colour palette, we've got these beautiful, really delicate, but highly faceted, wonderful agates in the blue colour, again, 30 carats worth. And how have we used these in the piece? Are these the nestled?
Yeah.
Of course. We have nestled these within Viking knit for the demo today.
They're actually inside the tube, and it's done slightly different because I do this project on the second DVD, but I haven't done it exactly the same with these ones.
It's got a bit of a different,
only very slightly, but
very different twist to it. So you'll be getting 30 carats worth on that, and it's a 34 centimetre strand, and they're 4 mil. Faceted agates. You've got loads of wire, 110 metres in total, 100 of your favourite, the 0.4 gold, and you've also got 1 mil, 10 metres worth of this in the copper colour. Price that you should normally pay for these 2 strands and 110 metres worth is £37.30, which is, of course, obviously, you've got 110 metres worth of wire and 2 beautiful gemstone strands, including that really large solar quartz. I'm going nowhere near that price today. It's a price match from our first. It's £22.95 for you today. That is a huge saving for you, isn't it? You're getting 100 metres of 0.4, 10 metres of your 1 mil in this gorgeous copper. You've got 30 carats worth of your agate and a whopping 200 carats of solar quartz. You're saving today £14.35. That is a stunning saving.
It really is. I mean, I've still got loads of it, obviously the 0.4 wire left. You're going to have lots left over to play about with as well. You use one of the solar quartz, that's it.
Yeah, that's all you're going to need.
Yeah.
So how many times are you going to be able to redo that design?
You might need to get a little bit more
Of the
copper.
4 mil. Oh, yeah.
Of the 1
1
mil.
mil.
And I mean, the beads are optional, the little ones. But I mean, you could do just a pendant and necklace with just a plain Viking knit chain. You could do it with each and every single one of them.
That is really special. And to have over £14 saving as well, that is something really special, really exceptional. I'm going to bring over my new tools as well. These are coming up for you in the next hour. Stay tuned, stay where you are. So you've created this, what I would say, very eye-catching look. And I was quite surprised that you can use 1 mil. With the Viking.
Yeah, you can. I've done it once before. I think it was last month, using the 1 mil, and even I was surprised at how easy it was. Because I've always been a bit, oh no, I'd only go 0.6 and 0.4, wouldn't really go any higher. But actually, you know, I wouldn't. It's just a simple free loop.
Yeah.
So it's nothing too complicated, but actually really worked really well, and it's one of my favourites now. I do a little bracelet, and it's because it's got a lot of strength to it as well.
Yeah, and it looks so intricate, but as we saw with your first design,
it's not.
It's sort of just so simple to do, realistically.
It is, yeah, realistically,
Once you've had a couple of goes.
Yeah, just practice. Don't go straight into using the 1 mil wire. Don't, get used to it first, get confident and comfortable using it. So practice with the 0.4, because that is the most, I would say, the easiest to use to do the Viking knit, because you saw how I did it on the first demo. So get comfortable with that first, then go up to using the 1 mil.
Then go on to the 1 mil. Fab.
Okay.
If you do want to check out your basket, that would be very helpful, because there's about 3 of you now with it in your basket. Over £14 you're saving on this today. You're getting 110 metres of wire, a huge amount, 200 carats worth of the solar quartz, 30 of the beautiful faceted agate, which you can see just nestled inside this knit here and around the outside. It's such a stand-out piece, and for over £14 off, it's a special price as well today. Get your hands on it whilst you can. Where are we starting, my love?
We're going to start with the weave.
Okay.
Okay, so the weave's actually called a sumac weave.
Sumac?
I know a name of a weave.
Where does that name come from?
Well, you had to get technical, didn't you?
Yeah.
Yeah, I don't know.
Okay.
I'm just impressed with myself for knowing it's a sumac weave.
Well done. Pat on the back.
No, it's, I don't know, I mean, there's so many weaves, that are out there, and a lot of them do have different names.
Yeah.
So you might think that that's a basket weave, but someone else is saying, no, actually, this is a basket weave,
I
There's
see.
so many different variations.
Yes.
But this one, I'm pretty confident is known as the sumac, which is just because of the star, the way it goes up and down.
I see, the way it goes around.
Okay.
Lovely.
So we're going to start off with that, and I discovered a little trick.
I love spellbinding tricks.
Yeah, I was quite proud of myself. What have I done with my 1 mil wire? Oh, sorry, I had it a moment ago. Oh, I don't know. So what I'm going to do is using one of the gemstones. So go on, you can choose one.
Okay,
go for the one of the larger ones, but
yeah, I like this one, my favourite.
You like that one?
Yeah, on that side.
Okay. Again, that is a good tip, though. They're different on both sides, so make sure that you choose the right side to be the front of the pendant.
The side you like the best.
The side that Becky likes the best is that one.
Yeah.
So for this one, what I want is my wire, 1 mil wire, to be long enough to go all the way around the stone.
Okay.
I don't actually need tons. Normally I say, I have loads because I'm going to do bail or I'm going to do weave in. I don't know what I'm going to do with it. With this, it's actually quite structured. So, we don't need tons and tons of wire. Probably, I don't like to underestimate. So for me, I would make sure I've got enough. So probably about a couple of inches either side. Bearing in mind that that's got to go all the way around. So probably a couple of inches either side, okay?
Okay, just to make sure you've got enough.
And another little trick is, so that you know how much of the weave you need to do, take a bit of the 0.4 and measure the stone. If you've got a drill hole, which I can't find. There you are. I can't see it. There it is. So just go, just measure it roughly. So only so I can use this as a reference.
So you've gone through the drill hole and then you're doing almost a full circle around.
I am doing a complete circle.
Yeah.
I'm going to cut there and I'm going to cut through the drill hole. So I know that that little section is long enough.
That is clever. So you know that's exactly right.
That should be, if I use that as a guide, and then I can just pull that wire out.
Fab,
Okay.
good tip.
So I need 5
Pieces of
the
1 mil.
So it's going to be annoying because what have I done with that? There it is.
Hide him.
It's because I've got a little selection of wires going on. Okay.
How much wire do you think you have at home?
Lots. I did put a picture.
I bet your husband loves it, doesn't he?
He goes mad at me. He has little head fits every now and again, especially when I've been getting ready for a show or something, and find jewellery there, jewellery there, jewellery there, everywhere. Yeah.
Oh, bless him.
Yeah.
And he's not even getting an Easter egg.
I might. Well, I'll get him one, but I don't eat it.
I feel like I've pressured you into
You
it
have
now.
pressured me into it. I was so proud of myself being organised because the kids were all done, and now you've thrown the pressure on me.
Soz.
Yeah.
I just want to let you know that there's about 4 or 5 of you with it in your baskets. Just make sure you are checking out. And new telephone bidders, do not worry. You will get your free DVD and your booklet with your purchase. And later on, I've got coming up loads of tools to just get you started, including our new Lazy Daisy.
Okay, so my trick, the macrame board.
Right.
Okay, so I'm going to just have to move this one so it's, if you're sat at a table, you want the edge of it to be, yeah, and just place it.
I don't think I've ever seen anyone do this before.
Have you not?
No.
I don't know. I was just trying to find a way, because for me, I don't mind. I can quite easily do the weaves and keep them together. But I was thinking, was there an easier way? You can use masking tape, keeps them all nice and close together. But this actually works as well. And how many people have got the
macrame board?
Macrame board.
Yeah.
Especially if you've got the mini one as well, which I haven't. I'm going to try and get my hands on that now. So, keeping my wire on the reel.
So this is your 0.4 now?
Yeah. And what I'm going to do is, I've just put my first piece of wire in, so I'll move this a little bit to be a bit for you to see. So I've put my first bit in. I'm just going to wrap it round 5 times. Just want to anchor that, okay?
Yeah.
Okay. So now I'm going to have to do this again as how I see it.
Yeah.
It looks different to the front than it does on the back. So if I just find a little section that I've already pre-done, I can explain. We're going to be going for this effect.
Okay, zigzag.
Yeah. So, and I'm doing this in pairs of 2. Okay. So that's what it looks like on the front, but on the back you'll get like little half stitches.
I see.
Okay, so you'll see the back version of it.
To camera.
But
on the front it's full.
On the front it's full. So there's my first, I just anchored that on. I'm going to take my second wire.
And you put it in the same macrame slot?
Yeah, they're all going to go in the same slot because they're all going to stay together. So what I might do is just start it off as it is, and then once you've got it started, you can continue to weave. Okay. Whenever I do the weaves, I always build them up. So you've got the first one. So I've just put that second wire on top. So I want that wire to be nice and flat.
Okay.
Wires out, coming out towards me, over once and over twice. So it's now at the back again. Okay, so from the back it looks like there's 1 wrap, but from the front there's 2.
There's 2, I can see.
Okay, I want to add my third. Now your wires will get a little bit, see what you want to do is kind of, I tend to bend that one out and then stagger the centre ones and then bend the other out one out because you need to be able to go through the wires.
Okay, so they're not getting in the way then?
No. So now the wire, sorry, before I add that one, is facing away from me. What I'm going to do is bring it in between these 2 wires. So it's back to the front again now, okay? So it's gone through those 2 wires. Now when I add my third wire, it's back at the front again and it's going to go over once and then back again, but I'm only going to wrap that top wire.
Okay.
So it's going to go through these 2 wires. to the front again.
Back to the front.
Yeah. And then 4th one, so I'm repeating this. So over once, over both those wires. I'm only going over in 2, so over those 2 wires. And then back again, so it's at the back, and then just through those 2 wires.
Okay.
Okay. And then the final one. So you can see you kind of just, you need them, because you do need to be able to distinguish which wire is which. Back over 1, 2. I'll turn this around so you can see.
So that's what you're seeing at the front?
Yeah, this is what you'll see at the front. Okay. So you can see how it's gone up in 2s.
Yeah.
All right. Now, I'm just going to see if I can do it. I'll see if I can keep it in reverse for you.
Setting yourself a challenge
I
here,
am,
aren't you?
yeah. Getting all brave now, aren't I?
Don't show off, Laura.
No. Right. So this is where we've just got to switch it a little bit. So I need to get this wire back to the front again. Okay. So imagine this is what you will be seeing. So I need to bring that wire back through. So it's now at the front. So I've just gone through the top and the one just below the top 2. And then down over the next 2 sets of wires. So around once, and then back around again. Okay, so again it looks like you'll be seeing it in pairs of 2. And then again you're just going to go through the middle. So it's back at the front, so you're going to have the wire back at the front again, and then around once, and then back around again. And then again I just want to go through that pair of wires to bring it back to the front, and then back around the bottom wires. So 1, 2. So again now I need to bring this wire, I need to get this wire to go back up. So from the front it looks like you've got 2. Okay, so again just bring that wire in between those 2 wires and then back up.
Yeah.
Over those 2. So you're just going up and down the wires, but what you want to do is bring it through the wires, but the pair of wires you've wrapped, before going up to the next set. And then round once, and then back around. So again it's facing away from you, but then you just go around in between those wires to bring it to the front. So that's what's creating those little half stitches at the back, because I'm going through, but you don't see it from the front.
From the front, so it doesn't matter.
So it doesn't matter, it's just, and again, and you just keep building the wire up once, and then it looks like it's twice, so you can see there.
Yeah, I see.
So I'll just do one more, because I really want to make sure that that it makes sense. Hopefully it does, and bear in mind, you are seeing what you would be seeing if you were doing this. I'm doing this backwards.
Yes. So you'd be able to see it normally?
Yeah. Okay, so my wire's there, I've just brought it through, so it's now between these 2 wires, the top and the, so if you sort of say the 5th wire and the 4th wire. Okay, so then you bring the wire back over the 4th and 3rd wire, once, I'm trying to see what you can see, and then, and then back round again, so it looks like 2.
Yeah.
And then back through the middle of the 4th and 3rd wire,
and then down,
and then down over the 3rd and 2nd wire, and then wrap it around once, and then back around again, so you look like you've got 2 wraps on the front, and then back through the middle of the 2nd and 3rd wire, back to the bottom 2, wrap it around once. So it now looks, sorry, so it's gone around once, and now back just around that middle one there, and then you want to just bring it back up and then build it back up.
Back up as you would.
So does that make sense?
Yeah, completely get that, yeah.
Yeah, because it is a bit of a tricky one, but once you start doing it, what you'll see is it's all little pairs of 2s. And I mean, you'll see if you've not done it right.
You'll be able to see
if you know, oh, I need to go back and I need to go through the middle of them just to bring it around.
Yeah.
And again, so you see the back there, so hopefully you can see the little half
stitch.
Still looks quite cool from the back as well. So it's a different look altogether. But you can see it looks like 1.5 wraps on there, where it's going up and down, but from the front it looks like 2. You don't have to do twos, I just quite like the two.
Okay.
Okay.
If you do want to message us in with any questions about this or to do with the Lazy Daisy Viking knit, anything on today's show, the text number is at the bottom of your screen, 60777. Start the text with JM Studio, just one word, JM Studio.
Okay, cool. So, here's something that I wove earlier, and what I wanted to just say about using your mat is once you've got your first sort of half, really, of one, and you've got all your wires attached, put them just in there, and then they'll sit nice and next to each other, so make sure that they are as they should be. So if you do that, and then if I turn it to the side there, you'll see exactly what I can see, and then you can just use that
to weave
around. And
so you're not holding it or fiddling.
No, and then it keeps them nice and straight. And then to move the wires, you just need to, this is one that normally I say watch your tension, but normally I'm constantly running my pliers over this. This is one that, I don't actually do that on this one because I quite like the 3D effect. But what you do need to do is move your base wires to move that weave down. You can with this one scoot it.
Because you've not been squidging it,
It's got movement, and because you're just wrapping the two wires together. But if you can't get that, see I've got the weave going quite nicely up and down now, you can just, again, take the base wires, use your pliers and just gently pull them. Okay? Yeah. Maybe do a little loop on the other side, because sometimes you can pull it and it'll just come out the whole weave. Yes, which has happened to me several times.
Oh no.
So as I said, so you've got some here, and also you can space it out. If you did that, you get like a space radar effect. So you can see how you can change it.
Yeah, that's funky.
So it's just, it's not quite nice to play about with. It's quite good if you've got fed up of doing the little spikes and you just think, oh, do you know what, I'm just going to space them out. Just I'm done.
Fill up the space.
Yeah, just it looks nice. So there you go, so that's back as it should. So that's sort of a roundabout in the centre.
Okay.
Now what I did here, which I shouldn't have done, was I cut the wire. See, I anchored the wire off, but what I didn't do was I forgot to add I would cut an excess bit of a tail, then add the stone.
So you can go through the stone.
So it would all still be continuous, but it doesn't matter if you do what I've done because you can just add it.
Add on.
So what I want to do is form this to sit around the stone. Which was the side you wanted? That side. That side. Okay. So this is one that you have got to just using your hand.
Is that quite hard to do?
It's as long as you're sort of steady with it, it's fine. You can use you know, something to mould it around if you wanted to. I've managed to locate a ring mandrel now, so you can use that to get that sort of rounder shape. But you can just gently do it with your hands, just gently manipulate it. Yeah. Okay. So now what I want to do, I took a lot of playing about with this, only because I was sort of sorting the design out in my head as I was going along. So you just want to sort of splay out the excess wires and interlock them, interlace them. Like go good fingers. Okay, so again, by doing that, you'll start to get that shape. And what I tend to do is just put my hand in the actual circle to give it a bit of resistance, and then I can push down and it will sort of naturally get that shape.
Yeah, I see.
So when I get the stone, I can see how it's going to work. Okay, now this one I've wrapped quite a lot, and as I'm putting the stone in, what I'm doing is just gently flattening out the sides here. So
it's like it's cuddling it.
It is. So you had the circles cuddling it. Oh. So just flatten that section out there so you can see the weave, and then this bit still is sort of in the basket kind of shape.
It's nice actually doing it like that because you can see it then.
Yeah, you get to see the weave because you know you've taken that time and effort. You want to see it, and that's why we wanted the contrasting colours as well, so you could see the weave itself.
Fab.
If you didn't want to go for something so sort of obvious, use the same colour weaving wire, and then obviously it won't be so obvious. And if you wanted the 0.25, if you use that, it would look really flush, so it would almost look like a complete piece.
Fab.
Almost like it was a piece of metal.
Wow, that sounds great.
So I'm just placing that in and just play about, make sure you're happy with the shape and the way that it's sort of sitting. Now, if I hadn't cut that little tail off, I would have just used that to add the stone.
But you did?
But I did.
So you're going to add?
So I'm going to add. Okay. So I know that this is going to be the back because obviously the weave's facing that way.
Yeah.
So I can see that's the front.
Yeah.
And then that will be the back. So taking one of the back wires, the sort of outermost wire, on one, doesn't matter what side, I'm just going to anchor that. So I'm just going to wrap it 1, 2, 3. I'm only wrapping it 5 times because it keeps it looking the same.
Okay.
Okay. Take that stone. Again, check you've got the front.
Again, this is with the 0.4.
Yep, it's all been done on a 0.4. I wouldn't be using, you don't add any more wire on now.
Of the 1 mil?
Yeah, no, of the 1 mil. You won't even add any more of the 0.4.
0.4.
So have I got the right side?
Yeah.
So just place that how you want that to go. And then on the other opposite outer side wire, bring that weaving wire back round. And again, wrap it 5 times. 2, 3, 4, 5. Okay, so I'm gonna just trim that now. Try to trim the wire to the front, so that obviously that little edge is going to be away from the skin.
From the skin.
And again, you do the same with your tail. And then just give it a little crimp and you'll take that edge off, okay? So the good thing about that is it does look symmetrical because you've got the 2 wraps on both sides. So if you wanted it to have that symmetry, you can use it, you can do that, okay? But the stone is in now. So you just manipulate it around, and what you want to do then, I'm just going to lay it down. If you flatten it, it's almost going to form itself for you. This is where you can see if you've missed a little lace. So if I lay that down like that, can you see how it's almost already forming that crisscross effect?
I see.
Okay. Now the stone isn't secure. It's been held, but because it's quite a fine drill hole, that on its own, I would feel is a bit vulnerable. It's moving about, and it's only got 0.4 wire holding it.
Holding it in.
So if you look at the back of that one, we did a pretty little bit of security.
Clever.
So it blends in, and it secures and supports that stone. You know, there's lots of ways you can do it, but I didn't want to disrupt the weave either. So the way I've done this is it's blended in with the weave as well. So it's not, you can't obviously from the front see that I've done that.
No, you can't.
Okay, so place these wires how you want them to go. So I've got them like this, and they are pretty much laid out in the way that I want them to go. And now it's just a matter of trimming. So if I just take that one, so start from the lowest wires first.
So the ones at the front?
The ones at the front, and then the final 2 at the back will be your bail.
Okay.
Okay, so I just want to trim them. I want to trim them quite close, because what I'm going to do is literally just gently rock it around. Probably do that a little bit too short, but don't worry if you've done it a little bit too short, because you can tweak it. So can you see that there? So I've just trimmed that and just sort of hooked it to go around the set of wires, so it's just there, see?
Yeah.
Okay, and I'm going to repeat on the other side. So I just want to trim that now. Just gently lock it.
So it's locking it, but it also means that it's not going to be irritating to wear, is it?
No, and you want it, don't want it to be too obvious what you've done, is where you want to keep the design quite simple. You could take a bit more time than I'm doing, but you want to do that with all of them.
Yeah.
But, so you can see there, that's just those 2, and you make sure that's nice and
smooth
no
and
sharp
top.
edges, yeah. But with, you'll probably find that some will be a little bit longer than the others. So with those ones, we've got, that one's a bit shorter, but that one's a bit longer. So with that, this is the one the longer one is the one that I will use to support the back. So just bring it straight down.
Okay.
That way you haven't got lots of add-ins and joins. It's just going to go straight down there, and I'll just use that in a minute. This one isn't long enough.
No.
So I'm just going to trim that one.
Oh, so you don't have to bring down exactly the same size?
No, because as long as it looks okay, because then I can see that the next one is going to be fine. The one above it is going to be fine on the opposite side, so I can just use that one. So you can see that's that one in there. Okay.
Yeah, I see.
And again, so I've got my wires here, so you can see how it's sort of taking shape. Okay, and so I'm just going to trim and rotate that one. And then the same on that side. So you're just going to do this with all of them. Oops, just make sure they all sit in how you want to. You can just make sure they are sitting how you want them to sit. Go gentle with this. I mean, you can take the wire off, the colour of the wire off.
So just be gentle.
So do be gentle, because I've just scraped that then. I mean, luckily it's not obvious, but the copper is a good one.
I've got some wire coming up for you in a little bit as well.
Okay, so you've got all the way up to you've got the 3. So you can see that?
Yeah.
So it's looking a lot like that now. And then what I'm going to do then is just, I've got myself 3 wires, so I'm just going to finish off that little one there. Rotate that one round. And then I've got my 2 wires here just to be done as a bail.
Okay.
And that's simple. You can make this, if they're a bit longer, you can make a woven bail if you wanted to. I actually didn't want to.
No.
Because I didn't want to suddenly bring more gold wiring up here.
I see. It is kind of nice, the simplicity of the bail. It's
yeah.
not detracting from the actual bit you put loads of effort into,
That's,
is it?
that's what I thought. I wanted to keep that simplicity.
Yeah.
So you can just, I'm using my largest setting on the bell makers. You don't have to use these. You can use your ring mandrel, you can use the orange mandrel. You do want your bail to be quite large if you're going to put on it this particular. Yeah. If you're going to put it on just a simple Viking knit, I mean, this is just a free loop, so you don't have to worry so much about that.
Okay.
Okay, so I've just bent that over, so I've got my 2 wires there. Okay. And now what I'm going to do is, one's just a little bit, tiny bit too short at the back. It's gone all the way around, but it's not going to make it anywhere else. So with that one, all I'm going to do is just take the longer wire and wrap it round just to secure it. And then this is just a little bit of you looking at it and thinking, okay, I haven't got quite enough to go around twice, but I do want to make sure it's nice and secure. So for me, what I'm going to do is just blend that into the design, so you can adapt it how you want to.
So snip it and loop it in like we
yes,
did earlier
yeah,
on
snap
the back.
it, loop it in, blend it in. You can have a little play about with that, but you know, can sort of, that's just blend it in. But I would take more time and do it properly.
That's fab. You can't even see where that is.
And then there's that tiny little end there. So for that, I'm just going to wrap that around my loop.
So the spare bit.
Yeah, so it's just wrapped there. Just brought it up again. It's just to lock it.
Okay.
And then you can tweak this about a little bit and pop your pliers in, or your fingers, and just play about with that. All right, so that's the pendant itself. So now, obviously, as I said, we've got to secure
the
back, which is nice and simple. You just trim this. This one's a bit long, and just do a little tiny spiral or a little loop. Really, it's just to take away that sharp edge. Doesn't matter where they go, it's just as long as they're supporting the back of that stone.
Okay.
And loop that one round. And try to get the loops to be complete, just because again you don't want that sharp edge.
Okay.
So you can see how they're going to go, where they're going to go. And then you just take another little bit of the 0.4. For this one, you just want to, so you want to anchor the wire. So I'm just going to wrap that once and twice. You don't need to do loads. Let's just anchored that little wire on there.
Okay.
Okay, you can see that there. Now what I want to do is just move that into the circle.
Yeah.
You want to blend this in. So you've got your little sections here. And if you just place it so that it's going to blend in with one of the wraps, it will go through. I say that it will. It will go through the gaps, because we've been doing the weave as we were adding the wires. It's got that natural gap. Sorry, bear with me.
So you don't have to force it through or anything,
No.
which is good.
No.
Sometimes, especially if you do it tighter,
you can't get that wire through, or use a pin just to open it a bit, but you don't want to make it obvious that you've done that. So by doing that there, that's now going to sit next to that little section of wrap there.
I see.
Can you see that? So that's the connection there.
Yeah.
And it's going to blend in with that little tiny section of wrap.
I see.
And then I'll wrap a couple of times around the loop and then finish it so that it bring the wire back down to connect on the other side, and then just wrap one more time around this bit and snip it.
So that it's secured.
So it's secured, but it just blends into the wrap. But by going there and then there, it locks it into that weave as well.
Great.
Okay. And so you repeat on the other side, and that's pretty much your pendant done.
That's fab. How simple, but I think you'll all admit, effective.
Yeah,
really.
It's very effective.
So the next bit we're going to go on to do, it's the Viking knit, brand spanking new Lazy Daisy Viking knit. You can see that lovely Laura has got it all set up here, and you've got the chance to own it now. This is our Viking knit Lazy Daisy. Now Viking knit, it's called something else as well, isn't it? It's Trichinopoly, it's sometimes known as well.
Oh, I did not know that.
And it's said, the name is said to have come from, because it's been used in pieces as jewellery, but it's also been used as adornments to clothing as well since around the 9th to 10th century, so of course sort of the Viking era. And it was absolutely huge in the British Isles, also massive in Scandinavia as well. And you have got the chance to own our brand spanking new Daisy tool. This is your 1/2 inch. Now, this is very different to the smaller one, isn't it? Have you got that smaller one there? If I get this out for you all to have a little look at home. There's people already on the phones for this. You will be getting the pin with this as well. Now you'll be able to see you've got the daisy separate, which is the head, and have a little look. On the smaller one,
we just got
we lost it.
I have
it's all right.
That's good. No,
on the smaller one, you get 6. On this one, you get 12 of these daisy loops. This is a comparison. That is a big difference, isn't it?
It is, and it makes little differences that make your sort of weaving easier.
Yeah.
So for the example, on the necklace over there, not that one, the other one.
Yes, this is done on the 12, isn't it?
Yes, that one's done with the 12, and I've actually used every single loop on the 12. So it's made a really intricate condensed weave, but again, it's not something I would draw down really, really fine.
No.
Because you put, it does take a lot of time.
Yeah, of course.
And it does take a lot of wire.
Yeah.
Because, I mean, that's just single knit.
Okay.
So, and I've joined in once on that. So, and I think I used about 6 meters for that one little section. Fab. So you're going to use a lot, but the effect is really cool if you want to have that sort of feature piece of
it's so substantial.
Yeah.
It almost doesn't look like a person has done it, if that makes sense.
It looks almost machine made.
It does, doesn't it? It almost looks mechanically crocheted or knitted, isn't it?
Yeah, definitely. This is a 6 loop I've done on this one, which is what I'm going to show in a minute. If I was to do this 6 loop weave on this one, it would look like that. It would look a lot more condensed because obviously I'm using all of the loops on that one, so it's all going to be a lot more compact. But on this one, because I wanted to use this to get the extra space because I wanted the beads to shine through. So I wanted to have that more open look. But again, on this one, you can do you can use the thicker gauge wire like the 1 mil.
Yeah.
But you could do maybe a 5 loop on this one, whereas you wouldn't be able to do a 5 loop with a 1 mil.
With a 1 mil on this one.
On that one, because I didn't go any higher than 3 loop.
With a 1 mil on the quarter
because of the thickness of the wire, it just makes it more difficult. But this one, you can see. You could go all the way up to the 12. You could do a 2,
right?
And you could do that and have larger beads. You could do whatever you want. You can do everything you can do on that one.
On the smaller one,
there's more options
because you've got so many more different things, and you've even got 2 anchor areas. So if you wanted to do loads of different colours,
you could do multiple colours.
Multiple colours, because if you see, we saw earlier how to use the anchor hole in our first designer. You can see you've got 2 in here, whereas this Lazy Daisy just has 1. So you could do multicoloured really easily.
Yeah, definitely. I mean, it's that you use it exactly the same as you use this one.
Yeah.
No difference at all. You do need to, it does come with a little pin.
Yes, it has got the pin with it.
If you're going to do a 12 loop, you need that pin because you are constantly having to lift that wire up because it's so condensed.
It's so in there.
That being said, I've done an 8 loop and that's just been really nice and easy, and this is a 6 loop.
6 loop.
And again, it's really nice and easy because you've got so much space to work around.
Fab.
So, you know, but it does depend on the look you want to go for.
I see.
Because if I wanted to go for that more condensed look, I would do the 6 loop on this one.
On the smaller one?
Yeah, if I wanted it to have that real compact look.
But for a more sort of
open
look, go for the larger one. We are going to be showing you how to work with this. We showed you in our first inspiration as well, but it does actually come with an instruction booklet also, which is really easy to follow and even has photographs there just to help you out, including sketched designs as well as to how to use this. So it is really simple to use. What I would say is I've got 3, 6, 7, 8, 9 people with it in their baskets. It's really important you check out because we've had plenty of you purchasing this. We knew it will be a popular one. Do stay tuned. Your drawer plates, your brand new drawer plates are coming through so soon as well. So how different was this to work with? If you've worked with this and then this one, it's just the same?
Just the same, exactly the same. You know, the difference is obviously you've got more open space. It's going to give a different result.
Yeah.
But they're exactly the same, and it's really nice to be able to work with this one. The diagrams in there shows you the way that you can do your different layouts. So if you wanted to do an 8 loop where you would put the wires, you know, it shows you all your different options of
where to
get the different weaves. So you know, and it's just, again, it's nice to have that option. It's nice to be able to create that wider weave. And again, with this, so I'm going to take this one off. Give me, sorry, 2 seconds.
That's okay. Tell you what, whilst you're over there, how about I get your pricing for you? Brand spanking new. It's yours to own today. 12 looper, 1/2 inch, £24.95 for you on this today. Now, I did my research on this tool earlier on, and we found some for £25.95, some for £26.95.
Yeah.
We found one for £18.95. However, that was to be shipped from America, which of course means it's going to take quite a long time. Of course, with us, you're looking 4 to 5 days. And it was £7.70, wasn't it, for postage?
Yeah, it took out to about £27, didn't it?
So it came out to about £27.
Yeah, and that's assuming you don't get customs. Because if you buy it internationally, sometimes you do have to pay customs on the item coming in.
Right.
And you, as the purchaser, have to pay that customs,
that extra amount.
Yeah.
And what can that be?
It's just like a tax.
Right.
So it's like 20% or so. I'm not 100% sure because I don't tend to order from overseas anymore for that reason. You know, unless I really have to. But it's you know, it's not guaranteed. It's random.
But it might. It might happen. Yes. But it might happen. So do treat yourself to this today. Feel free to do your research. We did it earlier on, and genuinely this one is the best price we can find for you. And it's only £2.95 on postage and packaging, no matter how much stuff you purchase today before midnight. £24.95. There's probably 3, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10, 11, 12, 13, 14 with it in your baskets. Make sure you keep checking out for this, and you can create this gorgeous look and so much more that we have on this beautiful necklace, and we'll show you the different look that lovely Laura has created with this too. And that was with the 6 loop, wasn't it?
Yeah, it was.
Fab.
So the reason I ran over there was, you know, our lovely Easter egg challenge. Because you've got that larger weave, because it is larger, you can put larger gemstones in it.
That's 14 mil.
You know,
that gemstone is 14 mil.
So you can place the gemstones in if you wanted, and then you could sort of reduce it down and have that caged effect. So you could put your stone in, sort of reduce the wire. You'd have to do it by hand because obviously you wouldn't be able to draw the wire through if it had large gemstones in it. But then you could then just naturally reduce it down, put another gemstone in and reduce it down and have it almost like the mesh effect, you know, what you can do with the mesh. So that's an idea. Now I think I'm going to be able to get it back out.
That's fab, because those are 14 mil, those gemstones. This is coming up for the challenge, don't forget, you had those 3 strands of 14 mil. It's fab that they can go through this.
It is, yeah. So what I'm going to do is just remove it from the daisy.
Just by snipping the top again?
Yep, just by snipping it. So we've mentioned the conditioning cloth, and so I'm just going to show, you know, again, I've got my little tail here. Now I'm going to keep that.
Okay.
Just because I can use it to anchor to the core wire, because there's an actual wire that runs through the whole of that.
The whole thing, and it goes up to do the loop.
Yeah,
as well,
so it makes it complete. So I like to keep the little tail for that, because it means that I can just anchor it if I want to. So the conditioning cloth, it's just to settle the weave down and to settle the links and to make it a little bit more uniform. So you just gently, but you can be gentle because I'm using 0.4 here. So as I'm doing this, I'm actually almost reducing it a little bit myself. And that's what comes with, you know, this is what comes with the draw plate. It comes with the actual kit.
I see.
Okay. So what I want to do now is show you how we can draw it through. I'll let you have the honours.
Thanks. I'm excited. I've not done this before.
Oh, have you not?
No.
Oh, bless.
No one ever lets me get involved.
Oh.
Only you. No one else trusts me.
I'm stupid enough to, that's why, yeah. I'm going to let you have that, and you can take that home and finish off the back. And
then pretend I've done the whole thing.
Yeah. Yeah. Right. So when you draw this through a draw plate, it doesn't matter what draw plate you use. You know, we've got a different draw plate. It doesn't matter. You know, doesn't have to be used with this one. You know, you can use it with any. Now, if you see the ends, this is how you can tell. This is your start point, because it's got like the little loops. Okay, and this is the end point, because it's just, you can see where the weave is continuing. So you want to make sure that you draw through from the start point.
Okay.
You don't want to use that end, because you're going to go against all of the weave. You're going to go in the wrong direction. I tend to almost sew all the loops together.
Okay.
So I've got 6 loops. So I'm just taking 0.4 wire. Now, if you've got it in a different colour, use it in a different colour, because then you can snip it away. You can see it easier.
Okay, that's a good tip.
So what I'm going to do now is I'm just literally bringing the wire through, the same piece of wire, and I'm just catching all of the loops together. Okay, and then when I pull it, they'll all go together.
How clever is that?
Okay, so go on, I'm going to let you do it.
So wait, do I start with the thickest? I've got this draw plate and conditioning cloth coming up in a moment for you.
So what you need to do is start off with the hole that you think is the most suitable.
Which is the most
similar? To the size, yeah,
okay,
most similar to the size. Now I've got 3 wires there, I'm just going to twist them together just to stop them from, so you want to find, so probably that one, which is 7 and...
so 7 and a bit. And then I'm just pulling it.
Just pull it.
Ooh!
So put it through about 2 to 3 times.
With the same one?
Yeah, just to...
Do you know what? It is satisfying direct to bend. It feels lovely, and I like the noise. Can you hear it? Oh!
I tell you what, it makes...
Can I go down one?
Yeah, now you need to start going down.
Don't even want to stop now.
So it makes...
And you can see how much different that's becoming.
Now, depending on your how you want to put your stones in, really. So go down one more time.
Okay, good.
This is like getting carried away.
Look how different. Can you see? This is obviously the before. Well, it's gone through the smaller ones, but look how much different. That's just one gradient down.
And it's just changed as well.
And it's changed so much. This looks so much more compact, and this one much spacier. How exciting! Yeah.
Okay. So do check if you are going to put your gemstones in. Now with this one, I literally just pop my gemstones in. So I wanted them to have that movement. I wanted them to be able to bless.
I don't know why it makes me so happy. It just does.
I wanted them to be able to have that sort of movement running around. Now, I got a little bit carried away with that one. There's like tons in there. But, you know, you could have a couple in there.
And just have the movement.
And then just have that movement so that they're going around like this, or you can fill it right up. It's up to you. So you can see that.
Okay. I will bring you this drawer plate and the conditioning cloth now. Now I've got the larger ones coming out, but if perhaps you're newer to it, or perhaps like we said earlier, you just want to have a go, then get your hands on this. Maybe you've not got the conditioning cloth. We saw you use the conditioning cloth. Talk to us about why that's important.
Well, it's just nice to be able to, you know, settle that wire and just to condition it down really, and just to make that finish better really.
Yeah.
That's all.
It just gives a bit of a better finish. So you've got the drawer plate, like we said, you've got the really large size here, and then you can draw it down right to this very, very small size. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10, 11 different size holes we have on this for your drawer plate. And you get the conditioning cloth as well, just to settle, like you said, the links and to give it a bit of a better look. Oh, what's this one?
So that is it drawn through on the very finest, but this is a simple free loop on the smaller rod.
Okay.
And you can see how it then becomes like a chain.
Yeah, it really does.
And that's just a free loop, and that's been drawn through on the very smallest setting.
The smallest one on here.
Yeah.
So it's still really dramatic. And also when you draw it through, of course, it will grow essentially,
yeah,
won't
it does. It does. So you have to take that into
stretches
account.
it.
Yeah.
So you don't have to do as much.
No, you don't, but you do still need to make sure that you. I tend to allow it to be if I want a necklace, what I sort of say an 18-inch necklace, I would reduce it by about 2 inches. So I probably only do about 16. I'd rather have it too long and then use the excess to make a ring or you know, earrings or something like that. If you're doing it, if you're just sitting down and doing it, just do them as long as you can sort of bear to do really. Yeah. And then you can cut it. You can cut it pre-drawn or drawn. So you can have the sections however you want them to be.
That's brilliant. So for the plate, 11 hole and the conditioning cloth, the price, £9.95 is the price you will be paying after today. We're doing you an introductory price. We've never done these together. We've always sold them as a whole kit. So today you're getting a quid off. Introductory price, £8.95, but it's your introductory only. You won't be paying that after 9 o'clock. It'll be back up to £9.95. And I've got a text in as well. £8.95, get it whilst you can. I paid £40 for my large lazy daisy just last year. Hugs from Karen. Karen, stick with us, love. You'll be fine. £8.95 is your introductory price. £1 off today. Get it whilst you can.
Okay, so that pretty much is it. And what I'll do, as have we got a couple of minutes?
We've got about 3.
Oh wow. 3. Well, what I'll do then is I'll just talk through what I did.
Between 3 to 4, does that make it any better?
Not really, because you've just
How
talked
about
over
5?
about a minute of it.
How about 5?
No, it's fine. So you can see that I've put the pendant on so it can fit. So you do need to make sure that you can still get that pendant to sit on the chain.
Yeah.
Fill it up however you want to fill it up. And again, you could probably reduce it a tiny little bit more if you'd wanted to.
Okay.
And then what I did 2 sections of free loop weave using the 1mm wire. Okay. And then I drew both of those through, and I did use the smaller tool for that. But what I did was I took a long piece of wire, created that hook.
Yeah.
Not the hook, sorry, the clasp. I then put this piece of weave on and attached it, and then drew the wire through so it actually reduced on the base wire.
I see.
Okay. Then I fed the wire through this section here, and it does go through, because if you look closely you can see it just behind all of those little gemstones.
Oh yeah, if you really
look.
You can a little bit, yeah.
Okay, then when you add this part on, I needed to draw this part through, and I needed to draw it through and still keep it on the wire. Because when you draw that through, it really condensed down. It's really hard to feed the base wire through. So that's why I had to find a way of doing it. So I put it on, anchored it with just a little piece, just a little tail of it to the wire, and then drew the whole lot through. Because this has already been reduced, and this has already been reduced, and they're pretty much the same width.
Yeah.
So it all goes through, and I didn't put these little decorative bits on until the very end.
You've stitched them separately with 0.4.
Yeah, well then, this little tail here.
Clever.
And the only reason I've done that is just because I've sewed the two ends together to make sure that there's no movement. So I've sewn the two sections of knits together, and then just to hide that, I just did a little ring of gemstones.
That's really clever though.
But I just wanted to explain how, because I don't want people to do the sections and then go, well, why can't I get that wire through? Because you won't get the 1 mil core wire through once you've drawn it.
No.
So hopefully that makes sense, and if it doesn't, then just give me a shout.
That makes so much sense to me anyway.
Somebody can do it then.
Well, yeah, it's a wonderful, wonderful design. What I would say is this $8.95 on my screen at the moment, that's going real quick. You're going to have to be fast to get your hands on it, and also going to have to be fast actually to get your hands on the brand new Lazy Daisy Viking knit. It was $24.95. Lovely Karen said she got she paid £40 last year for hers. Do not fear, Karen. $24.95. Get another one. Is it too late to send the other back? Possibly. £24.95. This is $8.95 for your draw tool and your cloth as well. And brand spanking new ones coming up after the break too. Thank you very much for showing us all of that, Laura. Have I got a message in, did you say before? That's all right. We have, yeah. We can squeeze one in. This is lovely designs. Can you add in more wire for the base? 7 wires instead of 5, and that is from Mariette. Hello, thank you for joining us.
Yeah, you could. You can just keep going. You know, you can make a really lovely statement cuff bangle. You know, put as many as you want. You just continue the same rhythm, going all the way up and then all the way back down. It doesn't matter. You can do 4, 5, 6, 7, 8. You just keep going. I take 12. It you're on or 12. So you are referring to this, aren't we? I'm assuming you're referring to this. Yeah. But yes, you can. You can go right the way up.
You could go a huge
as many as you want.
Amount on here.
Yeah.
How about a top tip?
I gave them all away.
What? No, not from you.
Oh,
from Glenys. Glenys done your job for you. No, I was
giving
them all away.
I was like, I don't know any.
Hi, JM crew. I bought the gem setting toolkit and used the large wooden clamping tool for holding my wires in place. Enjoying the show, Glenys. Thank you.
Thank you. I've actually done the same. I bought mine today because I think I saw something like that, and I got one. That's what I was looking at upstairs, and it is a very good alternative as well. So yeah, good tip.
Thank you for messaging us in. Join me after the break. A brand new tool, gemstones, wire, and more, including a challenge. See you after this.
Do you need a helping hand to get started with Jewellery Maker? Are you stuck for ideas and need inspiration? Then visit our Jewellery Maker website, where you can find our video tutorials. Expand your knowledge and skills with these easy to follow jewellery making demonstrations. Whether you're a beginner, hobbyist or business owner, there's always something new to learn. It couldn't be easier. Simply click and learn some new jewellery making techniques. If you have a question or query for Jewellery Maker, then you can contact our call centre on 0800 644 655 and press option 2. Or alternatively, you can email help@jewellerymaker.com.
Today I've been on the Wirework for Beginners course and it's been really helpful to me. I've bought wire and I've bought tools and not really had the confidence to use it because I'd feel like I was wasting it. So to come along and be shown exactly what to do and have one-to-one tuition has been brilliant for me, and it's really given me the confidence to go ahead with my jewellery making now.
Welcome back to Designer Inspiration. Thank you very much for joining us. My name is... How are you?
Yeah, I'm good. I'm good.
How is the schlange?
I've done 2 things now.
Have you? Mm-hmm. Buy me.
I've done a ring, especially for you.
Yes. What size is it?
Chunky size.
Chunky size. That's my favourite size. I have got for you wire, new tools and gemstones in this section, including a beautiful strand which you could actually use with that designer inspiration we've just seen there. Have a little look. I really like this look. Could you, I am right in saying, of course this is solar quartz, you can see that a mile off, can't you, because it's got almost this sort of rippling effect. But could you use this for your design, Laura? Yeah. And how?
Oh, come on, I love anything like that. So I would just, you can use that exactly the same. You'd have to just find the drill hole. What I would probably do is use it to go straight down. To have the drill hole going from top to bottom, and then just bring it down. And then you could anchor it around as we did when I secured it at the back.
Yeah, I see.
Blend it in, bring it back up. You could probably, you know, so you can do something like that. But yeah, they're beautiful stones.
They are really pretty, and I think they just, maybe if you want more of a nice like tone, more of a subtlety, then the white might be more for you.
Yeah, I think that, yeah, if you don't want that blue, if you want to take away, because that makes it look quite Egyptian. So if you want to take away from the sort of Egyptian look, you can change the colour of the stone, change the colour of the wires.
Maybe if you're into Frozen, has been suggested in my ear.
Oh,
you
bless.
love Frozen, don't you, Laura Binding? Have you seen the film Frozen?
At least I've got children, that's why I love the film.
Producer Pip just loves it. Frozen. I haven't seen it yet.
Have you not?
No.
I'll
it's the best-selling animation of all time, apparently.
It is, and you know, all the merchandise as well. It's all going like super limited. I've happened to have something that a lot of people want.
Oh!
Only because my friend went and bought it for me for Kayla's birthday, which is not until June.
Oh wow! Oh my goodness!
She got it in January, so I was quite proud of myself. It's sold out everywhere. I can't even get it in America now. I can't say what it is, just in case she's watching. Was it at school holidays?
Or in case she has a queue of people outside of her house like, please let me have one.
Yeah, it's an exclusive and it's sold, so it's mad.
Wowzers. Gosh, you're good, aren't you? How organised are you?
I'm not. It's only because my friend was like, I was like, oh, I need to get one of those. She went and got it for me. I'm not organised.
She's lazy pair.
I can't drive and it's like miles out.
That's true. All right, fair dues. 140 carats worth of your solar graduated quartz. Your price on this strand today, just £7.95. That's cracking, isn't it? 5 I've got on my strand. 140 carats worth you'll definitely get in total. NK, are you? 63 is the code on it today. NK, are you 63? And I've got something coming up that you've all been waiting for. £7.95 for this today. Where are we heading to next, love? Brand new drawer plates. Now, well, back in stock. If you haven't managed to get this, you are, oh my days. If you have slinky eyes, like eagle eyes, you will have noticed that this says 2 on it. You can't tell initially, it looks just like 1. but there are two. Look at the amount of sizes you get on this. Now, the other one had 11. This one has got 5, 10, 15, 20, 25, 30 different sizes. Now, what is this going to make a difference, Spellbind?
It just gives you a bit more of a variety of sizes that you can reduce the chain down to, and also it just makes it more gradual as well. So it's going to be, you know, it's really minimal each step as opposed to sort of going from that to that to that. So it makes it easier just to blend it down.
I see. You can see all the measurements on there as well, and they're just sort of a 0.5 of a amount different. How amazing would it be to do, by the way, the new lacy daisies at the bottom, how amazing would it be to do like a graduated necklace chain and sew them all together, different colours, but then you could have starting off with it really thick and then going down gradually, maybe looping, lots of loops.
Yeah. It would be very good. You could have a go at that, couldn't you?
Yeah. I'll let you know how it goes.
Let's know how it goes.
3, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10, 11, 12, 13, 14, 15, 16, 17, 18, 19, 2 people with it in basket. Let's give you the price, shall we? They're back, they're loved, and they're just £7.95 for these today. That is so special. The smaller one, great if you're starting off with the conditioning, then of course you need that, great, that's fine. That was £1 extra, but it only has 11. This one, I would just say 30. 5, 10, 15, 20, 25, 30 different sizes on this. It's gonna give you, well, 30 different looks essentially, isn't it?
Well, if you think this one, because the smallest, what's the smallest size on that one?
A tiny 1.5.
Yeah, so the smallest on this one is 1/8. So I think that's obviously not going to be as small. So that one, I could really reduce the chain down. So this one I could take even smaller.
Wow.
So I took this down to the smallest I could on this drawer plate.
Yeah.
But you could reduce it even smaller on that one. So you could get a real
intricate
chain, yeah, like a real proper
tight chain. Oh yeah,
Yeah.
proper chain. Hey, just a question. Square wire.
Yeah.
Lazy daisy.
I've not used it. You could. There's no reason why you couldn't. It's going to give a different look, but I don't know whether it's going to be as obvious that you've used square wire.
Because I'm wondering when you draw it through the drawer plate, because it is square, when you twist it, you can see the edges more, can't
I've
you?
got a little bit of
close
square
together.
wire at home, so I'll have a little play.
Give it a go.
Give it a go.
That's your homework.
That's my
I've
homework.
had my
is it?
homework.
Yeah, you can just do a massively long graduated
30 different graduations.
I'll just experiment with a bit of square wire. That sounds like
that's
ideal.
fair. £7.95 for you today. There's absolutely loads of you, as you can see on the screen, purchasing these. Someone's brought 3. Do you do parties? Are you buying it for your friends? Do you have a beading group? And you want everyone to have a go? 3, 6, 7, 8, 9 people still with it in their baskets. Make sure you're checking out for me. I don't want you to miss out on these. They are back in stock, but it doesn't mean they're going to stay in stock very long, judging by how popular these have been so far this afternoon. £7.95, and also perhaps miniature ping pong.
You actually look like you were about to say something really, really like intellectual.
Really profound.
Yeah. Yeah. Bing bong.
No. Bing bong. £7.95 for you with these ones today. Oh, there's even more of you. Hey, isn't that weird? As soon as I said miniature ping pong, I swear about 6 more people put this in their basket.
I dare.
Yeah, because the kids are on the school holidays, aren't they? So they're probably like, let's keep the kids entertained.
Yeah, that's a good idea.
£7.95. I've got Rebecca, Donna, Hazel, Teresa, Julie, Nesta, Julie, Bogner, Tracy, Monica, Rachel, Susan, Glenys, Susan again. No way, that was Monica and Rachel next to each other like us in Friends. One of them, no, they're not watching from New York. No, I'm not going to ask how Joey is. These are the things, where's Chandler? These are the things I get in my ear. No, Rachel's from Cornwall. And Monica,
Norris?
oh, Monica and Beverly, they're from Middlesex. Phoebe is not there, Pip. Lorraine, Eliza, Kate, Anne, Jane, Stephanie, Julie, loads and loads and loads of you. What I will say is if you've got it in your baskets, just check it out for me. You're going to get a totally different look with these. And actually, you know what? Because they've got this handle, you've got the grip there, haven't you?
Yeah.
Because with the long one,
yeah,
so you were going right at the
sort
bottom, you sort of have to do it a bit upside down, don't you?
Yeah.
Whereas with this, it's got your
a good
grip.
sort of grip, yeah.
Because of course, especially if you're going to be using, say, the 1mm wire with that brand new Lazy Daisy,
Yeah.
the 12 looper, if you're going to be using 1mm with that one, you're going to have a good strength on it, aren't you?
It's a good point, because when you do use a 1mm, it is harder to pull it through the drawer plate itself. So again, they would be good because you can do it gradually, because they're not such a big jump from one to the other, so you could really gradually reduce it. But also if you've got a vice or something, you can put the handle in, and then you can use both your hands to sort of...
Really good tip. That is a fab tip. And it is something as well that kids can get involved with. Because, you know, I did this. I drew it through the drawer plates.
So if Becky can do it, all the kids can do it too.
Exactly. That's exactly it. Totally true. £7.95. It's a good job I like her, isn't it? £7.95 for these two, 30 different sizes, 2 paddles. Make sure there's about 20 of you with it on the web. You need to check out, because I've got to move on now. £7.95 for you. Enjoy these. There's still loads of you there. Stay where you are. The graphics are about to go out. YEBD29 is the code on it. So do not worry. It's going to go off screen. Started out with 200. I'm now under 100. So over half of my stock's now gone. So do get your hands on it. Elegantly done. It is about to go, but do not worry, because you've still got a chance to own it. Just stay where you are on the phone lines for us. I have got Monday Madness now. Loads of bundles, loads of price slashes. This is a serious saver section, starting off with lapis lazuli, double in these beautiful plain squares, 85 carats worth on each, which is 170 in total. Both of them are 24 centimetre strands, and they're from around 3x1 to 6x1. Now these are the same strands you'll be able to see. This shape's a relatively new one. Well, we don't see it that often at all, do we?
No.
So what are you thinking of doing with this shape for people who haven't worked with it before? Because I think you'll agree, the amount of colours you can see, and also the way the light shimmies across, is so interesting, so eye-catching.
Well, again, there's something that you would want to use to the best, aren't they, really? So you would want to sort of maybe keep them in the bracelet, or have them as little drops on a necklace. Yeah. You know, you could have them coming down and have gemstones. You had that beautiful citrine earlier.
Yeah.
Like the little drops.
The drops.
So you could have those on a little eye pin, and then a little drop of the citrine, and you get that really lovely, rich sort of look.
Oh, I love.
And use gold and really bring out all the sort of colour tones.
Oh, fab. I love that. Yeah. Stackering. I love the sound of that. Now, if you are... You make me smile, Laura. Now, the lovely thing with lapis lazuli is it is something that's synonymous with royalty and synonymous with prestige, essentially, because if you think back to a time where, you know, there was Michelangelo painting, in those times, to get that beautiful blue hue, it was actually crushed up to create a paint, this gemstone was, which meant that a lot of the paintings around that time, it was so prestigious to have this lapis blue in your painting. It was very much a way of sort of showing off. It's why a lot of the very regal, and also some of the biblical paintings by people such as Michelangelo at that time, it was lapis that was squashed up to kind of show prestige and almost to be so eye-catching and different. Now the price on this today, you're not going to have to be royalty to own it, I can tell you that for nothing. Monday Madness, 2 strands for just, on the nose, £9. On the nose, £9. Now, do not expect to be paying that again for these 2. It won't be. This is a Monday Madness price today, and it's just £9 for the 2 strands. If you haven't worked with this shape before, and now is your chance for £9 on the nose, Monday Madness, 170 carats of lapis lazuli in the plain squares. You can see it just shimmering away. I love the kind of royal blue that you've got in there, but then you've got this gorgeous gold. Oh wow, hey, we've just had a message in saying that there is, there's 33 holes on this draw plate. Because one's got 15, that's the one I counted and I just doubled it, but the other one's got 18 actually. So 33 in total on these draw plates. That's even more homework. Thank you very much. Who messaged that in? Gail, thank you, sweet pea. £9 on these 2 strands. Get it whilst you can for Monday Madness today. We've had some messages in, people requesting wire from us today. How do you feel about 40% off 300 metres? And apparently it's your favourite gauge, says Pip, 0.8.
It's the most versatile, you can do anything with it. So it's brilliant for making rings, findings, anything like that really. And it is one that I think you could do, if you had a reel of 0.8 and gemstones, you could pretty much create anything.
So have you made findings with this?
Yeah.
Laura Bindings created findings.
Oh gosh. It always amuses me how you all find it funny that it rhymes with findings.
And we
Everybody.
we always have a little chuckle when you say, and I'm just binding this together.
I know you do.
Laura Bindings binding. Ooh. It's the little things.
It is. As long as it amuses you.
Thanks. 300 metres, and you've got the gold, the bronze, and you've got the copper as well. All 0.8, 100 metres on each. 40% discount you're going to be getting today. Should be price is £74.85 because it's one of our thicker gauges and it's 300 metres worth. So £74.85 if you went on the website right now. We're taking every penny off we can. £44.91. That's a 40% discount on this today for 300 metres, and we've said it's so versatile, it's so usable. If I was to use this on my Lazy Daisy, what effect would I be getting?
You would get sort of the same as the 1 mil,
yeah,
but it would be a little bit easier to use,
yeah,
and obviously be slightly more flexible, a little bit more giving. So
yeah,
when you use the 1 mil, it is quite sort of solid. But when you use the 0.8, you'll get that more sort of flexible piece as well.
Yeah, so a bit more movement to it.
Yeah.
8 mil, 300 metres, 40% saving, £44.91 for you today. And it's lovely to be able to get the mixed metal looks, because we said earlier, the kind of steampunk mixed metals, it's really big at the moment.
It is, and I mean, to me, they're 3 perfect tones to go together. Yeah, so you've got the copper and you've got the gold. The antique bronze and copper are my absolute favourite combination.
Are they?
Yeah, because what have I got here?
Go on, what have you got?
That.
Oh, you had that on before.
Yeah,
I did spy it.
I know you did, and I quickly took it out yesterday.
I know, yeah, I noticed. This.
But it's just to show the contrast of
antiques, bronze and copper.
Yeah. So you get the flash of the copper coming through. So to me, they're the perfect. That's more subtle.
Yeah.
If you want to go for that obvious, and you can mix the gold.
Mix the gold in with it.
Yeah, I mean obviously that's that's using 0.4 and 1 mil, but then that being said, you can still use the 0.8 if you wanted to do weaving. You've got, if you bought that and you had the gold 0.4.
Yeah.
You could use that with those.
Use that with that.
But can I have that ring back?
Oh no! How have you just noticed?
Because I know what you're like. You're like a little gypsy.
£44.91.
Thank you.
ZUGC78 for you today. 40% discount on this. Get it whilst you can.